Not for sex. You don't have the energy, but cuddling for warmth saves calories, and he needs the comfort. It feels good, but in an equally detached way. You feel as though you're floating above yourself, watching him sigh, listening to someone else yawn, like it's happening to someone else. This is what happened to Alabaster, you remember. A detachment from the flesh as it became no longer flesh. You resolved to do a better job of eating at every opportunity. 3 weeks into the desert, as expected, the high road veers off to the west. From there on, Kostrima must descend to the ground and contend with desert terrain up close and personal. It's easier in some ways, because at least the ground isn't likely to crumble away beneath your feet. On the other hand, sand is harder to walk on than asphalt. Everyone slows down. Mashish earns his keep by drawing enough of the moisture out of the topmost layer of sand and ash and icing it a few inches down to firm it up beneath everyone's feet. It exhausts him to do this on a constant basis, though, so he saves it for the worst patches. He tries to teach Temel how to do the same trick, but Temel's an ordinary feral. He can't manage the necessary precision. You could have done it once. You don't let yourself think about this. Scouts sent forth to try to find a better path all come back and report the same thing. Rusting, sand, ash, mud, everywhere. There is no better path. 3 people got left behind on the high road, unable to walk any further because of sprains or breaks. You don't know them. In theory, they'll catch up once they've recovered. But you can't see how they'll recover with no food or shelter. Here on the ground, it's worse. A half-dozen broken ankles, 1 broken leg, 1 wrenched back among the strongbacks pulling the wagons, all in the first day. After a while, Lerna stops going to them unless they ask for his help. Most don't ask. There's nothing he can do, and everyone knows it. On a chilly day, Antrag the potter just sits down and says she doesn't feel like going any further. Yika actually argues with her, which you weren't expecting. Antrag has passed on her skill of pottery to 2 younger calm members. She's redundant, long past childbearing. It should be an easy headwoman's choice by the rules of old Sansa and the tenets of stone lore. But in the end, Antrag herself has to tell Yika to shut up and walk away. It's a warning sign. "I can't do this anymore," you hear Yika say later, when Antrag has fallen out of sight behind you. She plods forward, her pace steady and ground-eating as usual, but her head is down, hanks of wet ashblow hair obscuring her face. "I can't. It isn't right. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't just be. There's more to being Kostrima than being rusting useful for Earth's sake. She used to teach me in creche. She knows stories. I rusting can't." Hjarka leadership Kostrima, who was taught from an early age to kill the few so the many might live, only touches her shoulder and says, "You'll do what you have to do." Yika doesn't say anything for the next few miles. But maybe that's just because there's nothing to say. The vegetables run out first, then the meat. The cash bread Yika tries to ration for as long as she can. But the plain fact is that people can't travel at this speed on nothing. She has to give everyone at least a wafer a day. That's not enough, but it's better than nothing. Until there is nothing. And you keep walking anyway. In the absence of all else, people run on hope. On the other side of the desert, Daniel tells everyone around a campfire one night, there's another imperial road you can pick up. Easy traveling all the way to Renonis. It's a river delta region, too, with good soil, once the breadbasket of the Equatorials. Lots of now-abandoned farms outside of any calm. Daniel's army had good foraging there on its way south. If you can get through the desert, there will be food. If you can get through the desert. You know the end to this, don't you? How could you be here listening to this tale if you didn't? But sometimes it is the how of a thing, not just the end game, that matters most. So this is the end game. Of the nearly 1,100 souls who went into the desert, a little over 850 reached the Imperial Road. For a few days after that, the calm effectively dissolves. Desperate people, no longer willing to wait for orderly foraging by the hunters, stagger off to dig through sour soil for half-rotted tubers and bitter grubs and barely chewable woody roots. The land around here is scraggly, treeless, half desert and half fertile, long depopulated by the Rennies. Before she loses too many people, Yika orders camp made on an old farm with several barns that have managed to survive the season thus far. The walls, apart from basic framing, haven't fared as well, but then they haven't collapsed either. It's the roofs she wanted, since the rain still falls here on the desert's edge, though it's lighter and intermittent. Nice to sleep dry, at last. 3 days, Yika gives it. During that time, people creep back in ones and twos, some bringing food to share with others too weak to forage. The hunters who bother to return bring fish from one of the river branches that's relatively nearby. One of them finds the thing that saves you. The thing that feels like life after all the death behind you. A farmer's private house cache of cornmeal sealed in clay urns and kept hidden under the floorboards of the ruined house. You have nothing to mix it with, no milk or eggs or dried meat, just the acid water. But food is that which nourishes, Stonelore says. The calm feasts on fried corn mush that night. One urn has cracked and teems with mealy bugs, but no one cares. Extra protein. A lot of people don't come back. It's a season. All things change. At the end of 3 days, Yika declares that anyone still in the camp is Kastrima. Anyone who hasn't returned is now ashed out and calmless. Easier than speculating on how they might have died, or who might have killed them. What's left of the group strikes camp. You head north. Was this too fast? Perhaps tragedy should not be summarized so bluntly. I meant to be merciful, not cruel. That you had to live it is the cruelty, but distant detachment heals. Sometimes. I could have taken you from the desert. You did not have to suffer as they did, and yet they have become part of you, the people of this calm, your friends, your fellows. You needed to see them through. Suffering is your healing, at least for now. Lest you think me inhuman, a stone, I did what I could to help. Some of the beasts that hibernate beneath the sand of the desert are capable of preying on humans. Did you know that? A few woke as you passed, but I kept them away. One of the wagon's wooden axles partially dissolved in the rain and began to sag, though none of you noticed. I transmuted the wood, petrified it, if you prefer to think that way, so that it would last. I am the one who moved the moth-eaten rug in that abandoned farmhouse, so that your hunter found the cornmeal. Ontrog, who had not told Yika about the growing pain in her side and chest, or her shortness of breath, did not live long after the calm left her behind. I went back to her on the night that she died, and tuned away what little pain she felt. You've heard the song. Antimony sang it for Alabaster once. I'll sing it for you if... She was not alone at the end. Does any of this comfort you? I hope so. I'm still human. I told you. Your opinion matters to me. Kostrima survives. That is also what matters. You survive. For now, at least. And at last, some while later, you reach the southernmost edge of Renonis' territory. Honor in safety, survival under threat. Necessity is the only law. Tablet 3, Structures, verse 4. 10. Nasun, through the fire. All of this happens in the earth. It is mine to know and to share with you. It is hers to suffer. I'm sorry. Inside the pearlescent vehicle, the walls are inlaid with elegant vining designs wrought of what looks like gold. Nasun isn't sure if the metal is purely decorative or has some sort of purpose. The hard, smooth seats, which are pastel colors and shaped something like the shells of mussels that she ate sometimes at Found Moon, have amazingly soft cushions. They are locked to the floor, Nasun finds, and yet it is possible to turn them from side to side or lean back. She cannot fathom what the chairs are made of. To her greater shock, a voice speaks in the air a moment after they settle in. The voice is female, polite, detached, and somehow reassuring. The language is incomprehensible and not remotely familiar. However, the pronunciation of the syllables is no different from that of Sansmat, and something about the rhythm of the sentences, their order, fits the expectations of Nasun's ear. She suspects that part of the first sentence is a greeting. She thinks a word that keeps being repeated amid a passage that has the air of a command might be a softening word, like please. The rest, however, is wholly foreign. The voice speaks only briefly, then falls silent. Nasun glances at Shafa and is surprised to see him frowning, eyes narrowed in concentration, though some of that is also tension in his jaw and a hint of extra pallor around his lips. The silver is hurting him more, and it must be bad this time. Still, he looks up at her in something like wonder. I remember this language, he says. Those weird words? What did she say? That this, he grimaces, thing, it's called a vehicle. The announcement says it will depart from this city and begin the transit to Core Point in 2 minutes, to arrive in 6 hours. There was something about other vehicles, other routes, return trips to various nodes. I don't remember what that means. And she hopes we will enjoy the ride. He smiles thinly. Oh, pleased, Nasun kicks a little in her chair. 6 hours to travel all the way to the other side of the planet. But she shouldn't be amazed by that, maybe, since these are the people who built the obelisks. There seems to be nothing to do but get comfortable. Cautiously, Nasun unslings her runny sack and lets it hang from the back of her chair. This causes her to notice that something like lichen grows all over the floor, though it cannot be natural or accidental. The blooms of it spread out in pretty regular patterns. She stretches down a foot and finds that it is soft, like carpet. Shafa is more restless, pacing around the comfortable confines of the vehicle and touching its golden veins now and again. It's slow, methodical pacing, but even that is unusual for him. So Nasun is restless too. I've been here, he murmurs. What? She heard him. She's just confused. In this vehicle, perhaps in that very seat. I've been here. I feel it. And that language, I don't remember ever having heard it, and yet... He bares his teeth suddenly and thrust his fingers into his hair. Familiarity, but no context, no meaning. Something about this journey is wrong. Something is wrong, and I don't remember what. Shafa has been damaged for as long as Nasun has known him, but this is the first time he has seemed damaged to her. He's speaking faster, words tumbling over one another. There is an oddness to the way his eyes dart around the vehicle interior that makes Nasun suspect that he's seeing things that aren't there. Trying to conceal her anxiety, she reaches out and pats the shell chair beside her. These are soft enough to sleep in, Shafa. It's too obvious a suggestion, but he turns to gaze at her, and for a moment, the haunted tension of his expression softens. Always so concerned for me, my little one. But it stops the restlessness, as she'd hoped, and he comes over to sit. Just as he does, Nasun starts. The woman's voice speaks again. It's asking a question. Shafa frowns and then translates slowly. I think this is the vehicle's voice. It speaks to us now, specifically. Not just an announcement. Nasun shifts, suddenly less comfortable inside the thing. It talks? It's alive? I'm not certain the distinction between living creature and lifeless object matters to the people who built this place, yet. He hesitates, then raises his voice to haltingly speak strange words to the air. The voice answers again, repeating something Nasun heard before. She's not sure where some of the words begin or end, but the syllables are the same. It says that we are approaching the transition point, and it asks if we would like to experience. He shakes his head, irritable. To see something. Finding the words in our own tongue is more difficult than understanding what's been said. Nasun twitches with nerves. She draws her feet up into her chair, irrationally afraid of hurting the creature thing's insides. She isn't sure what she means to ask. Will it hurt to see? Hurt the vehicle, she means, but she cannot help also thinking, hurt us. The voice speaks again, before Shafa has time to translate Nasun's question. No, it says. Nasun jumps in pure shock, her orogeny twitching in a way that would have earned her a shout from Esun. Did you say no? She blurts, looking around at the vehicle's walls. Maybe it was a coincidence. Biomajestic storage surpluses permit. The voice slips back into the old language, but Nasun is certain she did not imagine hearing those oddly pronounced words of Sansamat. Processing, it concludes. Its voice is soothing, but it seems to come from the very walls, and it troubles Nasun that she has nothing to look at, no face to orient on while she's listening to it. How is it even speaking with no mouth, no throat? She imagines the cilia on the outside of the vehicle somehow rubbing together like insects' legs, and her skin crawls. It continues. Translation. Something. Linguistic drift. That sounded like Sansmat, but she doesn't know what it means. It continues for a few more words, incomprehensible again. Nasun looks at Shafa, who's also frowning in alarm. How do I answer what it was asking before? She whispers. How do I tell it that I want to see whatever it's talking about? In answer, though Nasun had not meant to ask this question directly of the vehicle, the featureless wall in front of them suddenly darkens into round black spots, as if the surface has suddenly sprouted ugly mold. These spread and merge rapidly until half of the wall is nothing but blackness, as if they're looking through a window into the bowels of the city, but outside the vehicle there's nothing to see but black. Then light appears on the bottom edge of this window, which really is a window, she realizes. The entire front end of the vehicle has somehow become transparent. The light, in rectangular panels like the ones that lined the stairway from the surface, brightens and marches forward into the darkness ahead. And by its illumination, Nasun is able to see walls arching around them. Another tunnel, this one only large enough for the vehicle, and curving through dark rocky walls that are surprisingly rough-hewn, given the obelisk builder's penchant for seamless smoothness. The vehicle is moving steadily along this tunnel, though not quickly. Propelled by its cilia? By some other means Nasun cannot fathom? She finds herself simultaneously fascinated and a little bored, if that is possible. It seems impossible that something which goes so slow can get them to the other side of the world in 6 hours. If all of those hours will be like this, riding a smooth white track through a rocky black tunnel, with nothing to occupy them except Shafa's restlessness and a disembodied voice, it will feel much longer. And then the curve of the tunnel straightens out, and up ahead, Nasun sees the hole for the first time. The hole isn't large. There's something about it that is immediately, viscerally impressive nevertheless. It sits at the center of a vaulted cavern, surrounded by more panel lights which have been set into the ground. As the vehicle approaches, these turn from white to bright red in a way that Nasun decides is another signal of warning. Down the hole is a yawning blackness. Instinctively she cesses, trying to grasp its dimensions, but she cannot. The circumference of the hole, yes, it's only about 20 feet across, perfectly circular. The depth, though. She frowns, uncurls from her chair, concentrates. The sapphire tickles at her mind, inviting use of its power. But she resists this. There are too many things in this place that respond to the silver, to magic, in ways she doesn't understand. And anyway, she's an origin. Assessing the depth of a hole should be easy. But this hole stretches deep, deep, beyond her range. And the vehicle's track runs right up to the hole and over its edge. Which is as it should be, should it not? The goal is to reach Court Point. Still, Nasun cannot help a surge of alarm that is powerful enough to edge along panic. Shafa! He immediately reaches for her hand. She grips it tightly, with no fear of hurting him. His strength, which has only ever been used to protect her, never in threat, is desperately needed reassurance right now. I have done this before, he says, but he sounds uncertain. I have survived it. But you don't remember how, she thinks, feeling a kind of terror that she doesn't know the word for. That word is premonition. Then the edge is there, and the vehicle tips forward. Nasun gasps and clutches at the armrests of her chair, but bizarrely there is no vertigo. The vehicle does not speed up. Its movement pauses for a moment, in fact, and Nasun catches a fleeting glimpse of a few of the thing's cilia blurring at the edges of the view, as they somehow adjust the trajectory of the vehicle from forward to down. Something else has adjusted with this change, so that Nasun and Shafa do not fall forward out of their seats. Nasun finds that her back and butt are just as firmly tucked into the chair now as before, even though this is impossible. And meanwhile, a faint hum within the vehicle, which until now has been too low to be much more than subliminal, abruptly begins to grow louder. Unseen mechanisms reverberate faster in an unmistakable cycling up pattern. As the vehicle completes its tilt, the view fills with darkness again. But this time Nasun knows it is the yawning black of the pit. There's nothing ahead anymore, only down. "Lunch," says the voice within the vehemel. Nasun gasps and clutches Shafa's hand harder as she is pressed back into her seat, then by motion. It isn't as much momentum as she should be feeling, however, because her very sense tells her that they have just shot forward at a tremendous rate, going much, much faster than even a running horse. Into the dark. At first, the darkness is absolute, though broken periodically by a ring of light that blurs past as they hurtle through the tunnel. Their speed continues to increase. Presently, these rings pass so quickly that they are just flashes. It takes 3 before Nasun is able to discern what she's seeing and sessing, and then only once she watches a ring as they pass it. Windows. There are windows set into the walls of the tunnel, illuminated by the light. There's living space down here, at least for the first few miles. Then the rings stop, and the tunnel is nothing but dark for a while. Nasun sesses impending change an instant before the tunnel suddenly brightens. They can see a new ruddy light that intersperses the rock walls of the tunnel. Ah, yes, they've gone far enough down that some of the rock has melted and glows bright red. This new light paints the vehemel's interior bloody and makes the gold filigree along its walls seem to catch fire. The forward view is indistinct at first, just red amid gray and brown and black, but Nasun understands instinctively what she's seeing. They have entered the mantle, and her fear finally begins to ebb amid fascination. "The asthenosphere," she murmurs. Shafa frowns at her, but naming what she sees has eased her fear. Names have power. She bites her lip, then finally lets go of Shafa's hand to rise and approach the forward view. Up close, it's easier to tell that what she's seeing is just an illusion of sorts. Tiny diamonds of color rising on the vehemel's inner skin like a blush to form a mosaic of moving images. How does it work? She can't begin to fathom it. Fascinated, she reaches up. The vehemel's inner skin gives off no heat, though she knows they are already at a level underground where human flesh should burn up in an instant. When she touches the image on the forward view, it ripples ever so slightly around her finger like waves in water. Putting her whole hand on a royal of brown-red color, she cannot help smiling. Just a few feet away on the other side of the vehemel's skin is the burning earth. She's touching the burning earth, thinly removed. She puts her other hand up, presses her cheek against the smooth plates. Here in this strange dead-sieve contraption, she is part of the earth, perhaps more so than any origin before her has ever been. It is her, it is in her, she is in it. When Nasun glances back over her shoulder at Shafa, he's smiling, despite the lines of pain around his eyes. It's different from his usual smile. "What?" she asks. "The leadership families of humanists believed that origins once ruled the world," he says. "That their duty was to keep your kind from ever regaining that much power. That you would be monstrous rulers of the world, doing back to ordinary folk what had been done to you if you ever got the chance. I don't think they were right about any of it. And yet—" He gestures as she stands there illuminated by the fire of the earth. "Look at you, little one. If you are the monster they imagined you to be, you are all so glorious." Nasun loves him so much. It's why she gives up the illusion of power and goes back to sit beside him. But when she gets close, she sees just how much strain he's under. "Your head hurts a lot." His smile fades. "It's bearable." Troubled, she puts her hands on his shoulders. Dozens of nights of easing his pain have made it easy. But this time when she sends silver into him, The white-hot burn of lines between his cells does not fade. In fact, they blaze brighter, so sharply that Shafa tenses and pulls away from her, rising to begin pacing again. He has plastered a smile on his face, more of a rictus as he prowls restlessly back and forth. But Nasun can tell that the smile endorphins are doing nothing. Why did the lines get brighter? Nasun tries to understand this by examining herself. Nothing of her silver is different. It flows in its usual clearly delineated lines. She turns her silver gaze on Shafa and then, belatedly, notices something stunning. The vehemel is made of silver, and not just fine lines of it. It is surrounded by silver, permeated with it. What she perceives is a wave of the stuff, rippling in ribbons around herself and Shafa, starting at the nose of the vehicle and enclosing them behind. This sheath of magic, she understands suddenly, is what's pushing away the heat and pushing back on the pressure and tilting the lines of force within the vehemel so that gravity pulls towards its floor and not toward the center of the earth. The walls are only a framework. Something about their structure makes it easier for the silver to flow and connect and form lattices. The gold filigree helps to stabilize the churn of energies at the front of the vehicle, or so Nasun guesses, since she cannot understand all the ways in which these magic mechanisms work together. It's just too complex. It is like riding inside an obelisk. It's like being carried by the wind. She had no idea the silver could be so amazing. But there is something beyond the miracle of the vehemel's walls. Something outside the vehemel. At first, Nasun isn't sure what she's perceiving. More lights? No. She's looking at it all wrong. It's the silver, same as what flows between her own cells. It's a single thread of silver, and yet it is titanic, curling away between a whirl of soft hot rock and a high-pressure bubble of searing water. A single thread of silver, and it is longer than the tunnel they have traversed so far. She can't find either of its ends. It's wider than the vehemel's circumference and then some. Yet otherwise it's just as clear and focused as any one of the lines within Nasun herself. The same, just immense. And Nasun understands then. She understands so suddenly and devastatingly that her eyes snap open, and she stumbles backward with the force of the realization, bumping into another chair and nearly falling before she grabs it to hold herself upright. Shafa makes a low, frustrated sound and turns in an attempt to respond to her alarm. But the silver within his body is so bright that when it flares, he doubles over, clutching at his head and groaning. He is in too much pain to fulfill his duty as a guardian, or to act on his concern for her, because the silver in his body has grown to be as bright as that immense thread out in the magma. Magic, Steele called the silver. The stuff underneath orogeny, which is made by things that live, or once lived. This silver, deep within Father Earth, wends between the mountainous fragments of his substance in exactly the same way that they twine among the cells of a living, breathing thing. And that is because a planet is a living, breathing thing. She knows this now, with the certainty of instinct. All the stories about Father Earth being alive are real. But if the mantle is Father Earth's body, why is his silver getting brighter? No. Oh, no! Shafa, Nasun whispers. He grunts. He has sagged to one knee, gasping shallowly as he clutches at his head. She wants to go to him, comfort him, help him. But she stands where she is, her breath coming too fast from rising panic at what she suddenly knows is coming. She wants to deny it, though. Shafa, please. that thing in your head, the piece of iron, you called it a core stone, Shafa." Her voice is fluttery. She can't catch her breath. Fear has nearly closed her throat. No, she did not understand. But now she does, and she has no idea how to stop it. "Shafa, where does it come from, that core stone thing in your head?" The Vihamel's voice speaks again with that greeting language, and then it continues, obscene in its detached pleasantry. "A marvel, only available something, root. This Vihemel, something, heart, illuminated, something, for your pleasure." Shafa does not reply, but Nasun can sense the answer to her question now. She can feel it, as the paltry thin silver that runs through her own body resonates. But that is a faint resonance from her silver, generated by her own flesh. The silver in Shafa, in all guardians, is generated by the core stone that sits lodged in their Sesapine. She's studied this stone sometimes, to the degree that she is able while Shafa sleeps, and she feeds him magic. It's iron, but like no other iron she's ever sessed. Oddly dense, oddly energetic, though some of that is the magic that it channels into him from somewhere. Oddly alive. And when the whole right side of the Vihemel dissolves to let its passengers glimpse the rarely seen wonder that is the world's unfettered heart, it already blazes before her. A silver sun underground, so bright that she must squint, so heavy that perceiving it hurts her Sesapine, so powerful with magic that it makes the lingering connection of the sapphire feel tremulous and weak. It is the earth's core, the source of the core stones, and before her it is a world in itself, swallowing the view screen and growing further still as they hurtle closer. It does not look like rock, Nasun thinks faintly, beneath the panic. Maybe that's just the waver of molten metal and magic all around the Vihemel. But the immensity before her seems to shimmer when she tries to focus on it. There's some solidity to it. As they draw closer, Nasun can detect anomalies dotting the surface of the bright sphere, made tiny by contrast, even as she realizes they are obelisks. Several dozen of them jammed into the heart of the world like needles in a pincushion. But these are nothing. Nothing. And Nasun is nothing. Nothing before this. "It's a mistake to bring him," Steele had said of Shafa. Panic snaps. Nasun runs to Shafa as he falls to the floor, thrashing. He does not scream, though his mouth is open and his ice-wide eyes have gone wide, and his every limb, when she wrestles him onto his back, is muscle stiff. One flailing arm hits her collarbone, flinging her back, and there is a flash of terrible pain, but Nasun barely spares a thought for it before she scrambles back to him. She grabs his arm with both of her own and tries to hold on because he is reaching for his head, and his hands are forming claws, and his nails are raking at his scalp and face. "Shafa, no!" she cries. But he cannot hear her. And then the Vihemel goes dark inside. It's still moving, though slower. They've actually passed into the semi-solid stuff of the core, the Vihamel's root skimming its surface. Because of course the people who built the obelisks would revel in their ability to casually pierce the planet for entertainment. She can feel the blaze of that silver-churning sun all around her. Behind her, however, the wall window goes suddenly dim. There's something just outside the Vihemel, pressing against its sheath of magic. Slowly, with Shafa writhing in silent agony in her lap, Nasun turns to face the core of the earth. And here, within the sanctum of its heart, the evil earth notices her back. When the earth speaks, it does not do so in words exactly. This is a thing you know already, but that Nasun only learns in this moment. She sesses the meanings, hears the vibrations with the bones of her ears, shudders them out through her skin, feels them pull tears from her eyes. It is like drowning in energy and sensation and emotion. It hurts. Remember, the earth wants to kill her. But remember, too, Nasun wants it just as dead. So it says in microshakes that will eventually stir a tsunami somewhere in the southern hemisphere. Hello, little enemy. This is an approximation, you realize. This is all her young mind can bear. And as Shafa chokes and goes into convulsions, Nasun clutches at his pain-racked form and stares at the wall of rusty darkness. She isn't afraid anymore. Fury has steeled her. She is so very much her mother's daughter. "You let him go!" she snarls. "You let him go right now!" The core of the world is metal, molten and yet crushed into solidity. There is some malleability to it. The surface of the red darkness begins to ripple and change as Nasun watches. Something appears that for an instant she cannot parse. A pattern, familiar. A face. It is just a suggestion of a person. Eyes and a mouth, shadow of a nose. But then for just an instant, the eyes are distinct in shape, the lips lined and detailed, a mole appearing beneath the eyes, which open. No one she knows, just a face, where there should be none. And as Nasun stares at this, dawning horror slowly pushes aside her anger. She sees another face, and another, more of them appearing all at once to fill the view. Each is pushed aside as another rises from underneath. Dozens. Hundreds. This one jowled and tired-looking, that one puffy as if from crying, that one open-mouthed and screaming in silence like Shafa. Some look at her pleadingly, mouthing words she wouldn't be able to understand, even if she could hear. All of them ripple, though, with the amusement of a greater presence. "He is mine." Not a voice. When the earth speaks, it is not in words. Nevertheless, Nasun presses her lips together and reaches into the silver of Shafa, and ruthlessly cuts as many of the tendrils etched into his body as she can, right around the core stone. It doesn't work like it usually does when she uses the silver for surgery. The silver lines in Shafa re-establish themselves almost instantly, and throb that much harder when they do. Shafa shudders each time. She's hurting him. She's making it worse. There's no other choice. She wraps her own threads around his core stone to perform the surgery he would not permit her to do a few months before. If it shortens his life, at least he will not suffer for what is left of it. But another ripple of amusement makes the vehicle shudder, and a flare of silver blazes through Shafa that shrugs off her paltry threads. The surgery fails. The core stone is seated as firmly as ever amid the lobes of his sesapine, like the parasitic thing it is. Nasun shakes her head and looks around for something, anything else that might help. She is distracted momentarily by the boil and shift of faces in the surface of the rusty dark. Who are these people? Why are they here, churning amid the earth's heart? Obligation, the earth returns, in wavelets of heat and crushing pressure. Nasun bares her teeth, struggling against the weight of its contempt. What was stolen or lent must be recompensed. And Nasun cannot help but understand this too, here within the earth's embrace, with its meaning thrumming through her bones. The silver, magic, comes from life. Those who made the obelisks sought to harness magic, and they succeeded. Oh, how they succeeded. They used it to build wonders beyond imagining. But then they wanted more magic than just what their own lives, or the accumulated eons of life and death on the Earth's surface, could provide. And when they saw how much magic brimmed just beneath that surface, ripe for the taking, it may never have occurred to them that so much magic, so much life, might be an indicator of awareness. The Earth does not speak in words, after all. And perhaps Nasun realizes, having seen entirely too much of the world to still have much of a child's innocence. Perhaps these builders of the great obelisk network were not used to respecting lives different from their own. Not so very different, really, from the people who run the fulcrums, or raiders, or her father. So where they should have seen a living being, they saw only another thing to exploit. Where they should have asked or left alone, they raped. For some crimes, there is no fitting justice, only reparation. So for every iota of life siphoned from beneath the Earth's skin, the Earth has dragged 1,000,000 human remnants into its heart. Bodies rot in soil, after all, and soil sits upon tectonic plates. Plates eventually subduct into the fire under the Earth's crust, which convect endlessly through the mantle. And there within itself, the Earth eats everything they were. This is only fair, it reasons, coldly, with an anger that still shudders up from the depths to crack the world's skin and touch off season after season. It is only right. The Earth did not start this cycle of hostilities. It did not steal the moon. It did not burrow into anyone else's skin and snatch bits of its still-living flesh to keep as trophies and tools. It did not plot to enslave humans in an unending nightmare. It did not start this war, but it will rusting well have its due. And oh, does Nasun not understand this? Her hands tighten in Shafa's shirt, trembling as her hatred wavers. Can she not empathize? For the world has taken so much from her. She had a brother once, and a father, and a mother whom she also understands, but wishes she did not, and a home, and dreams. The people of the Stillness have long since robbed her of childhood and any hope of a real future. And because of this, she is so angry that she cannot think beyond "this must stop," and "I will stop it." So does she not resonate with the evil Earth's wrath herself? She does. Earth eat her. She does. Shafa has gone still in her lap. There is wetness beneath one of her legs. He's urinated on himself. His eyes are still open, and he breathes in shallow gasps. His taut muscles still twitch now and again. Everyone breaks if torture goes on long enough. The mind bears the unbearable by going elsewhere. Nasun is 10 years old, going on 100, but she has seen enough of the world's evil to know this. Her Shafa has gone away and might never, ever come back. The vehicle speeds onward. The view begins to grow bright again as it emerges from the core. Interior lights resume their pleasant glow. Nasun's fingers curl loosely in Shafa's clothes now. She gazes back at the turning mass of the core until the stuff of the sidewall turns opaque again. The forward view lingers, but it too begins to darken. They have entered another tunnel, this one wider than the first, with solid black walls somehow holding back the churning heat of the outer core and mantle. Now Nasun senses that the vehicle is tilted up, away from the core, headed back toward the surface, but this time on the other side of the planet. Nasun whispers, to herself since Shafa has gone away, "This has to stop. I will stop it." She closes her eyes, and the lashes stick together, wet. I promise. She does not know to whom she makes this promise. It does not matter, really. Not long after, the vehicle reaches Core Point. Syl Anagist. 1. They take Kalenli away in the morning. It is unexpected, at least by us. It also isn't really about us, we realize fairly quickly. Conductor Galot arrives first, although I see several other high-ranking conductors talking in the house above the garden. He does not look displeased as he calls Kalenli outside and speaks to her in a quiet but intent voice. We all get up, vibrating guilt, though we have done nothing wrong. Just spent a night, lying on a hard floor and listening to the strange sound of others' breath and occasional movement. I watch Kalenli, fearing for her, wanting to protect her, though this is inchoate. I don't know what the danger is. She stands straight and tall like one of them as she speaks to Galot. I sense her tension, like a fault line paused to slip. They are outside of the little garden house, 15 feet away, but I hear Galot's voice rise for a moment. How much longer do you mean to keep up this foolishness? Sleeping in the shed? Kalenli says calmly, Is there a problem? Galot is the highest ranked of the conductors. He is also the cruelest. We don't think he means it. It's just that he does not seem to understand that cruelty is possible with us. We are the machine's tuners. We ourselves must be attuned for the good of the project. That this process sometimes causes pain or fear or decommissioning to the briar patch is incidental. We have wondered if Galot has feelings himself. He does. I see when he draws back now. Expression all a ripple with hurt, as if Kalenli's words have struck him some sort of blow. I've been good to you, he says. His voice wavers. And I'm grateful. Kalenli hasn't shifted the inflection of her voice at all, or a muscle of her face. She looks and sounds, for the first time, like one of us. And as we so often do, she and he are having a conversation that has nothing to do with the words coming from their mouths. I check. There's nothing in the ambient, save the fading vibrations of their voices. And yet. Galot stares at her. Then the hurt and anger fade from his expression, replaced by weariness. He turns away and snaps. I need you back at the lab today. There are fluctuations in the subgrid again. Kalenli's face finally moves, her brows drawing down. I was told I had 3 days. Geoarcanity takes precedence over your leisure plans, Kalenli. He glances toward the little house where I and the others cluster, and catches me staring at him. I don't look away, mostly because I'm so fascinated by his anguish that I don't think to. He looks fleetingly embarrassed, then irritated. He says to her, with his usual air of impatience, Biomagistry can only do distance scans outside of the compound, but they say you're actually detecting some interesting flow clarification in the tuner's network. Whatever you've been doing with them obviously isn't a complete waste of time. I'll take them then to wherever you were planning to go today. Then you can go back to the compound. She glances around at us, at me, my thinker. It should be an easy enough trip, she says to him while looking at me. They need to see the local engine fragment. The amethyst? Galot stares at her. They live in its shadow. They see it constantly. How does that help? They haven't seen the socket. They need to fully understand its growth process more than theoretically. All at once she turns away from me and from him and begins walking toward the big house. Just show them that, and then you can drop them off at the compound and be done with them. I understand precisely why Kalenli has spoken in this dismissive tone, and why she hasn't bothered to say farewell before leaving. It's no more than any of us do when we must watch or cess another of our network punished. We pretend not to care. Tetlewa, your song is toneless, but not silent. From where do you sing? That shortens the punishment for all, and prevents the conductors from focusing on another in their anger. Understanding this, and feeling nothing as she walks away, are two very different things, however. Conductor Galot is in a terrible mood after this. He orders us to get our things so we can go. We have nothing, though some of us need to eliminate waste before we leave, and all of us need food and water. He lets the ones who need it use Kalenli's small toilet or a pile of leaves out back. I am one of these. It is very strange to squat, but also a profoundly enriching experience. Then tells us to ignore our hunger and thirst and come on. So we do. He walks us very fast, even though our legs are shorter than his and still aching from the day before. We are relieved to see the vehicle he's summoned when it comes, so that we can sit and be carried back toward the center of town. The other conductors ride along with us and Galot. They keep speaking to him and ignoring us. He answers in terse, one-word replies. They ask him mostly about Kalenli, whether she is always so intransigent, whether he believes this is an unforeseen gen engineering defect, why he even bothers to allow her input on the project when she is, for all intents and purposes, just an obsolete prototype. Because she's been right in every suggestion she's made thus far, he snaps, after the third such question. Which is the very reason we developed the tuners after all. The plutonic engine would need another 70 years of priming before even a test firing could be attempted without them. When a machine's sensors are capable of telling you exactly what's wrong and exactly how to make the whole thing work more efficiently, it's stupid not to pay heed. That seems to mollify them, so they leave him alone and resume talking, though to each other, not to him. I am sitting near Conductor Galot. I notice how the other conductor's disdain actually increases his tension, making anger radiate off his skin, like the residual heat of sunlight from a rock long after night has fallen. There have always been odd dynamics to the conductors' relationships. We've puzzled them out as best we could, while not really understanding. Now, however, thanks to Kalenli's explanation, I remember that Galot has undesirable ancestry. We were made this way, but he was simply born with pale skin and ice-white eyes, traits common among the Nias. He isn't Nias. The Nias are gone. There are other races, Syl Anagist races with pale skin. The eyes suggest, however, that somewhere in his family's history, distant, or he would not have been permitted schooling and medical care and his prestigious current position, someone made children with a Nias person. Or not. The trait could be a random mutation or happenstance of pigment expression. Apparently no one thinks it is, though. This is why, though Galot works harder and spends more hours at the compound than anyone and is in charge, the other conductors treat him as if he is less than what he is. If he did not pass on the favor in his dealings with us, I would pity him. As it is, I am afraid of him. I always have been afraid of him. But for Kalenli, I decide to be brave. "Why are you angry with her?" I ask. My voice is soft and hard to hear over the humming metabolic cycle of the vehicle. Few of the other conductors notice my comment. None of them care. I have timed the asking well.
Galat starts, then stares at me, as if he has never seen me before.
"What?" "Kalenli." I turn my eyes to meet his, although we have learned over time that the conductors do not like this. They find eye contact challenging, but they also dismiss us more easily when we do not look at them, and I do not want to be dismissed in this moment. I want him to feel this conversation, even if his weak, primitive Sesapine cannot tell him that my jealousy and resentment have raised the temperature of the city's water table by 2 degrees. He glares at me. I gaze impassively back. I sense tension in the network. The others, who of course have noticed what the conductors ignore, are suddenly afraid for me. But I am almost distracted from their concern by the difference I suddenly perceive in us.
Galat is right.
We are changing, complexifying, our ambient influence strengthening as a result of the things Kalenli has shown us. Is this an improvement? I'm not certain yet. For now we are confused, where before we were mostly unified. Remhua and Gehua are angry at me for taking this risk without seeking consensus first. And this recklessness, I suppose, is my own symptom of change. Bimnihua and Salewa are irrationally angry at Kalenli for the strange way she is affecting me. Dashwa is done with all of us and just wants to go home. Beneath her anger, Gehua is afraid for me, but she also pities me, because I think she understands that my recklessness is a symptom of something else. I have decided that I am in love. But love is a painful hotspot roil beneath the surface of me, in a place where once there was stability. And I do not like it. Once, after all, I believed I was the finest tool ever created by a great civilization. Now I have learned that I am a mistake cobbled together by paranoid thieves who were terrified of their own mediocrity. I don't know how to feel, except reckless.
None of them are angry at Galat for being too dangerous to have a simple conversation with, though.
There's something very wrong with that. Finally, Galat says, "What makes you think I'm angry with Kalenli?" I open my mouth to point out the tension in his body, his vocal stress, the look on his face, and he makes an irritated sound. "Never mind. I know how you process information." He sighs. "And I suppose you're right." I am definitely right. But I know better than to remind him of what he doesn't want to know. You want her to live in your house.
I was unsure that it was Galat's house until the morning's conversation.
I should have guessed, though. It smelled like him. None of us is good at using senses other than Sasyuna. "It's her house," he snaps. "She grew up there same as me." Kalenli has told me this.
Raised alongside Galat, thinking she was normal until someone finally told her why her parents did not love her.
She was part of the project. He nods once, tightly, his mouth twisted in bitterness. So was I. A human child was a necessary control, and I had useful characteristics for comparison. I thought of her as my sister, until we both reached the age of 15. Then they told us. Such a long time, and yet Kalenli must have suspected that she was different. The silver glimmer of magic flows around us, through us, like water. Everyone can sense it, but we tuners, we live it. It lives in us. She cannot have ever thought herself normal.
Galot, however, had been completely surprised.
Perhaps his view of the world had been as thoroughly upended as mine has been now. Perhaps he flounders, in the same way, struggling to resolve his feelings with reality. I feel a sudden sympathy for him. I never mistreated her.
Galot's voice has gone soft, and I'm not certain he's still speaking to me.
He has folded his arms and crossed his legs, closing in on himself as he gazes steadily through one of the vehicle's windows, seeing nothing. Never treated her like. Suddenly he blinks and darts a hooded glance at me. I start to nod to show that I understand, but some instinct warns me against doing this. I just look back at him. He relaxes. I don't know why. He doesn't want you to hear him say, like one of you. Remhua signals, humming with irritation at my obtuseness. And he doesn't want you to know what it means if he says it. He reassures himself that he is not like the people who made his own life harder. It's a lie, but he needs it, and he needs us to support that lie. She should not have told us that we were Nias. We aren't Nias. I gravitic pulse back. Mostly I'm annoyed that he had to point this out.
Galot's behavior is obvious, now that Remhua has explained.
To them we are. Gehua sends this as a single microshake, whose reverberations she kills, so that we sense only cold silence afterward. We stop arguing, because she's right.
Galot continues, oblivious to our identity crisis.
I've given her as much freedom as I can. Everyone knows what she is, but I've allowed her the same privileges that any normal woman would have. Of course there are restrictions, limitations, but that's reasonable. I can't be seen to be lax if... He trails off into his own thoughts. Muscles along his jaw flex in frustration. She acts as if she can't understand that. As if I'm the problem, not the world. I'm trying to help her. And then he lets out a heavy breath of frustration. We have heard enough, however. Later, when we process all this, I will tell the others. She wants to be a person. She wants the impossible, Deshwa will say. Galot thinks it better to own her himself rather than allow Syl Anagist to do the same. But for her to be a person, she must stop being ownable by anyone. Then Syl Anagist must stop being Syl Anagist, Gehua will add sadly. Yes, they will all be right, too, my fellow tuners. But that does not mean Kalenli's desire to be free is wrong, or that something is impossible just because it is very, very hard. The vehicle stops in a part of town that amazingly looks familiar. I have seen this area only once, and yet I recognize the pattern of the streets and the vine flowers on one green straight wall. The quality of the light through the amethyst as the sun slants towards setting stirs a feeling of longing and relief in me that I will one day learn is called homesickness. The other conductors leave and head back to the compound. Galot beckons to us. He's still angry and wants this over with. So we follow and fall slowly behind because our legs are shorter and the muscles burn, until finally he notices that we and our guards are 10 feet behind him. He stops to let us catch up, but his jaw is tight, and one hand taps a brisk pattern on his folded arms. "Hurry up," he says. "I want to do startup trials tonight." We know better than to complain. Distraction is often useful, however. Gehwa says, "What are we hurrying to see?"
Galot shakes his head impatiently, but answers.
As Gehwa planned, he walks slower so that he can speak to us, which allows us to walk slower as well. We desperately catch our breath. "The socket where this fragment was grown. You've been told the basics. For the time being, each fragment serves as the power plant for a node of Syl Anagist, taking in magic, catalyzing it, returning some to the city, and storing the surplus. Until the engine is activated, of course." Abruptly, he stops, distracted by our surroundings. We have reached the restricted zone around the base of the fragment, a 3-tiered park with some administrative buildings and a stop on the vehicle line that, we are told, does a weekly run to Core Point. It's all very utilitarian, and a little boring. Still, above us, filling the sky for nearly as high as the eye can see, is the amethyst fragment.
Despite Galot's impatience, all of us stop and stare up at it in awe.
We live in its colored shadow, and we were made to respond to its needs and control its output. It is us, we are it. Yet rarely do we get to see it like this directly. The windows in our cells all point away from it. Connectivity, harmony, lines of sight, and waveform efficiency. The conductors want to risk no accidental activation. It is a magnificent thing, I think, both in its physical state and its magical superposition. It glows in the latter state, crystalline lattice, nearly completely charged with the stored magic power that we will soon use to ignite geo-arcanity. When we have shunted the world's power systems over from the limited storage and generation of the obelisks to the unlimited streams within the earth, and when Core Point has gone fully online to regulate it, and when the world has finally achieved the dream of Syl Anagist's greatest leaders and thinkers, well, then I and the others will no longer be needed. We hear so many things about what will happen once the world has been freed from scarcity and want. People living forever, travel to other worlds, far beyond our star. The conductors have assured us that we won't be killed. We will be celebrated, in fact, as the pinnacle of magistry and as living representations of what humanity can achieve. Is that not a thing to look forward to? Our veneration? Should we not be proud? But for the first time, I think of what life I might want for myself if I could have a choice.
I think of the house that Galot lives in, huge, beautiful, cold.
I think of Kalinli's house in the garden, which is small and surrounded by small growing magics. I think of living with Kalinli, sitting at her feet every night, speaking with her as much as I want, in every language that I know, without fear. I think of her smiling without bitterness, and this thought gives me incredible pleasure. Then I feel shame, as if I have no right to imagine these things. Waste of time,
Galot mutters, staring at the obelisk.
I flinch, but he does not notice. Well, here it is. I've no idea why Kalinli wanted you to see it, but now you see it. We admire it, as bidden. Can we go closer? Gehwa asks. Several of us groan through the earth. Our legs hurt, and we are hungry. But she replies with frustration. While we're here, we might as well get the most out of it.
As if in agreement, Galot sighs and starts forward, walking down the sloping road toward the base of the amethyst, where it has been firmly lodged in its socket since the first growth medium infusion.
I have seen the top of the amethyst fragment, lost amid scuds of cloud, and sometimes framed by the white light of the moon. But this part of it is new to me. About its base are the transformer pylons, I know from what I have been taught, which siphon off some of the magic from the generative furnace at the amethyst's core. This magic, a tiny fraction of the incredible amount that the plutonic engine is capable of producing, is redistributed via countless conduits to houses and buildings and machinery and vehicle feeding stations throughout the city node. It is the same in every city node of Syl Anagist all over the world. 256 fragments in total. My attention is suddenly caught by an odd sensation, the strangest thing I have ever assessed. Something diffuse, something nearby, generates a force that... I shake my head and stop walking. What is that? I ask, before I consider whether it is wise to speak again, with Galot in this mood. He stops, glowers at me, then apparently understands the confusion in my face. Oh, I suppose you're close enough to detect it. That's just syncline feedback. And what is a syncline? Asks Remhua, now that I have broken the ice.
This causes Galot to glare at him in fractionally increased annoyance. We all tense.
Evil death,
Galot sighs at last.
Fine. Easier to show than to explain. Come on. He speeds up again, and this time none of us dares complain, even though we are pushing our aching legs on low blood sugar and some dehydration. Following Galot, we reach the bottommost tier, cross the vehicle track, and pass between two of the huge humming pylons. And there, we are destroyed.
Beyond the pylons, Conductor Galot explains to us in a tone of unconcealed impatience, is the startup and translation system for the fragment. He slips into a detailed technical explanation that we absorb, but do not really hear. Our network, the nigh-constant system of connections through which we six communicate and assess each other's health and rumble warnings or reassure with songs of comfort, has gone utterly silent and still. This is shock. This is horror. The gist of Galot's explanation is this. The fragments could not have begun the generation of magic on their own, decades ago when they were first grown. Non-living, inorganic things like crystal are inert to magic. Therefore, in order to help the fragments initiate the generative cycle, raw magic must be used as a catalyst. Every engine needs a starter. Enter the sync-lines. They look like vines, thick and gnarled, twisting and curling to form a lifelike thicket around the fragment's base. And ensnared in these vines, "We're going to see them," Cullenly told me when I asked her where the Nies were. They are still alive, I know at once, though they sprawl motionless amid the thicket of vines, lying atop the vines, twisted among them, wrapped up in them, speared by them where the vines grow through flesh. It is impossible not to assess the delicate threads of silver darting between the cells of this one's hand, or dancing along the hairs of that one's back. Some of them we can see breathing, though the motion is so very slow. Many wear tattered rags for clothes, dry-rotted with years. A few are naked. Their hair and nails have not grown, and their bodies have not produced waste that we can see, nor can they feel pain, I sense instinctively. This, at least, is a kindness. That is because the sync lines take all the magic of life from them, save the bare trickle needed to keep them alive. Keeping them alive
keeps them generating more. It is the briar patch. Back when we were newly decanted, still learning how to use the language that had been written into our brains during the growth phase, one of the conductors told us a story about where we would be sent if we became unable to work for some reason. That was when there were 14 of us. We would be retired, she said, to a place where we could still serve the project indirectly. "It's peaceful there," the conductor said. I remember it clearly. She smiled as she said it. "You'll see." The briar patch's victims have been here for years, decades. There are hundreds of them in view, and thousands more out of sight if the syncline thicket extends all the way around the amethyst's base. Millions, when multiplied by 256. We cannot see Tetlewa or the others, but we know that they too are here somewhere, still alive, and yet not.
Galot finishes up as we stare in silence.
So, after system priming, once the generative cycle is established, there's only an occasional need to reprime. He sighs, bored with his own voice. We stare in silence. Sync lines store magic against any possible need. On launch day, each sync reservoir should have approximately 37 lamatiers stored, which is 3 times... He stops, sighs, pinches the bridge of his nose. There's no point to this. She's playing you, fool. It is as if he does not see what we're seeing, as if these stored, componentized lives mean nothing to him. Enough. It's time we got all of you back to the compound. So we go home, and we begin, at last, to plan. Thresh them in, line them neat, make them part of the winter wheat. Tamp them down, shut them up. Just a hop, a skip, and a jump. Seal those tongues, shut those eyes. Never you stop until they cry. Nothing you hear, not one you'll see. This is the way to our victory. Preson's a children's rhyme, popular in Numinous, Haltoli, Neonon, and Ewich quartants, origin unknown. Many variants exist. This appears to be the baseline text. 11. You're almost home. The guards at the node station actually seem to think they can fight when you and the other Castrimans walk out of the ashfall. You suppose that the lot of you do look like a larger-than-usual raider band, given your ashy, acid-worn clothing and skeletal looks. Ika doesn't even have time to get Daniel to try to talk them down before they start firing crossbows. They're terrible shots, which is lucky for you. The law of averages is on their side, which isn't. 3 Castrimans go down beneath the bolts before you realize Hika hasn't got a clue how to use a Taurus as a shield. But after you've remembered that you can't do it either without consequences. So you shout at Mashish, and he does it with diamond precision, shredding the incoming bolts into wood-flecked snow, not so differently from the way you started things off in Terimo that last day. He's not as skilled now as you were then. Part of the Taurus remains around him. He just stretches and reshapes its forward edge to form a barrier between Castrima and the big scoria gates of the node station. Fortunately, there's no one in front of him after you shouted at people to get out of the way. Then, with a final flick of redirected kinetics, he smashes the gates apart and ices the crossbow wielders before letting the Taurus spin away. Then, while Castrima's strong backs charge in and take care of things, you go over to find Mashish sprawled in the wagon bed, panting. "Sloppy," you say, catching one of his hands and pulling it to you, since you can't exactly chafe it between your own. You can feel the cold of his skin through 4 layers of clothing. Should have anchored that Taurus 10 feet away, at least. He grumbles, eyes drifting shut. His stamina's gone completely to rust, but that's probably because starvation and orogeny don't mix well. I haven't needed to do anything fancier than just freeze people for a couple of years now. Then he glowers at you. You didn't bother, I see. You smile wearily. That's because I knew you had it. Then you scrape away a patch of ice from the wagon bed so you can have somewhere to sit until the fighting's done. When it's over, you pat Mashish, who's fallen asleep, and then get up to go find Yika. She's just inside the gates with Esni and a couple of other strongbacks, all of them looking at the tiny paddock in wonder. There's a goat in there, eyeing everyone with indifference as it chews on some hay. You haven't seen a goat since Terimo. First things first, though. Make sure they don't kill the doctor or doctors, you say to Yika and Esni. They're probably barricaded in with the node maintainer. Lerna won't know how to take care of the maintainer. It takes special skills. You pause. If you're still committed to this plan. Yika nods and glances at Esni, who nods and glances at another woman, who eyeballs a young man who then runs into the node facility. What are the chances the doctor will kill the maintainer? Esni asks. For mercy. You resist the urge to say, mercy is for people. That way of thinking needs to die, even if you're thinking it in bitterness. Slim, explain through the door that you're not planning to kill anyone who surrenders, if you think that will help. Esni sends another runner to do this. Of course I'm still committed to the plan, Yika says. She's rubbing her face, leaving streaks in the ash. Beneath the ash, there's just more ash, deeper ingrained. You're forgetting what her natural coloring looks like, and you can't tell if she's wearing eye makeup anymore. I mean, most of us can handle shakes in a controlled way, even the kids by now, but... She looks up at the sky. Well, there's that. You follow her gaze, but you know what you'll see already. You've been trying not to see it. Everyone has been. The rifting. On this side of the Mers, the sky doesn't exist. Further south, the ash that the rifting pumps forth has had time to rise into the atmosphere and thin out somewhat, forming the rippling clouds that have dominated the sky as you've known it for the past 2 years. Here, though, here you try to look up, but before you even get to the sky, what grabs your eyes is something like a slow-boiling wall of black and red across the entire visible northern horizon. In a volcano, what you're seeing would be called an eruption column, but the rifting is not just some solitary vent. It is 1,000 volcanoes put end to end, an unbroken line of earth fire and chaos from one coast of the Stillness to the other. Tonki's been trying to get everyone to call what you're seeing by its proper term, pyrocumulonimbus, a massive storm wall cloud of ash and fire and lightning. You've already heard people using a different term, however, simply the wall. You think that's going to stick? You suspect, in fact, that if anybody's still alive in a generation or two to name this season, they'll call it something like the season of the wall. You can hear it, faint but omnipresent, a rumble in the earth, a low, ceaseless snarl against your middle ear. The rifting isn't just a shake, it is the still ongoing dynamic divergence of 2 tectonic plates along a newly created fault line. The aftershakes from the initial rifting won't stop for years. Your Sesapine have been all a jangle for days now, warning you to brace or run, twitching with the need to do something about the seismic threat. You know better, but here's the problem. Every origin in Castrima is sessing what you're sessing, feeling the same twitchy urge to react. And unless they happen to be fulcrum-precise high-ringers, able to yoke other high-ringers before activating an ancient network of dead Civ artifacts, doing something will kill them. So Yika is now coming to terms with a truth you've understood since you woke up with a stone arm. To survive in Renonis, Castrima will need the node maintainers. It will need to take care of them. And when those node maintainers die, Castrima will need to find some way to replace them. No one's talking about that last part yet. First things first. After a while, Yika sighs and glances at the open doorway of the building. Sounds like the fighting's done. Sounds like, you say. Silence stretches. A muscle in her jaw tightens. You add, I'll go with you. She glances at you. You don't have to. You've told her about your first time seeing a node maintainer. She heard the still fresh horror in your voice. But no, Alabaster showed you the way, and you no longer shirk the duty he's bestowed upon you. You'll turn the maintainer's head, let Yika see the scarring in the back, explain about the lesioning process. You'll need to show her how the wire minimizes bed sores. Because if she's going to make this choice, then she needs to know exactly what price she and Castrima must pay. You will do this. Make her see these things. Make yourself face it again. Because this is the whole truth of what origins are. The stillness fears your kind for good reason, too. Yet it should also revere your kind for good reason, and it has chosen to do only one of these things. Yika, of all people, needs to hear everything. Her jaw tightens, but she nods. Esne watches you both, curious, but then she shrugs and turns away as you and Yika walk into the node facility together. The node has a fully stocked storeroom, which you guess is meant to be an auxiliary storage site for the comm itself. It's more than even hungry commless Castrima can eat, and it includes things everyone's been increasingly desperate for, like dried red and yellow fruit and canned greens. Yika stops people from turning the occasion into an impromptu feast. You've still got to make the stores last for Earth knows how long. But that doesn't prevent the bulk of the comm from getting into a nearly festive mood as everyone bunkers for the night with full bellies for the first time in months. Yika posts guards at the entrance to the node maintainer's chamber. Nobody but us needs to see that shit, she declares, and by this you suspect that she doesn't want any of the comm stills getting ideas. And on the storeroom, she puts a triple guard on the goat. There's an innovator girl from a farming comm who's been assigned to figure out how to milk the creature. She manages. The pregnant woman who lost one of her household mates in the desert gets first dibs on the milk. This might be pointless. Starvation and pregnancy don't mesh either, and she says the baby hasn't moved in days. Probably best that she lose it now if she's going to, here where Lerna's got antibiotics and sterile instruments available, and can at least save the mother's life. Still, you see her take the little pot of milk when it's given to her, and drink it down even though she grimaces at the taste. Her jaw is set and hard. There's a chance. That's what matters. Yika also sets up monitors at the node station's shower room. They're not guards exactly, but they're necessary, because a lot of people in Castrima are from rough little mid-ladder comms, and they don't know how indoor plumbing works. Also, some people have been just standing under the hot spray for an hour or more, weeping as the ash and leftover desert sand comes off their acid-dried skins. Now, after 10 minutes, the monitors gently nudge people out and over to benches along the sides of the room where they can keep crying, while others get their turn. You take a shower and feel nothing except clean. When you claim a corner of the station's mess hall, which has been emptied of furnishings so that several hundred people can sleep ash-free for the night, you sit there atop your bedroll, leaning against the scoria wall, letting your thoughts drift. It's impossible not to notice the mountain lurking within the stone just behind you. You don't call him out, because the other people of Kostrima are leery of Hoa. He's the only stone-eater still around, and they remember that stone-eaters are not neutral, harmless parties. You do reach back and pat the wall with your one hand, however. The mountain stirs a little, and you feel something, a hard nudge, against the small of your back. Message received and returned. It's surprising how good this private moment of contact makes you feel. You need to feel again, you think, as you watch a dozen small tableaus play out before you. Two women argue over which of them gets to eat the last piece of dried fruit in their calm share. Two men just beyond them furtively exchange whispers, while one passes over a small, soft sponge, the kind equatorials like to use for wiping after defecation. Everyone likes their little luxuries when fortune provides. Tamil, the man who now teaches the calm's origin children, lies buried in them as he snores on his bedroll. One boy is nestled in a curl at his belly. Meanwhile, Penty's sock-clad foot rests on the back of his neck. Across the room, Tonki stands with Hjarka, or rather, Hjarka's holding her hands and trying to coax her into some kind of slow dance, while Tonki stands still and tries to just roll her eyes and not smile. You're not sure where Yika is. Probably spending the night in one of the sheds or tents outside, knowing her. But you hope she lets one of her lovers stay with her this time. She's got a rotating stable of young women and men, some of them time-sharing with other partners, and some singles who don't seem to mind Yika using them for occasional stress relief. Yika needs that now. Kostrima needs to take care of its head woman. Kostrima needs, and you need, and just as you think this, Lerna comes out of nowhere and settles beside you. "Had to end, Chetha," he says quietly. Chetha, you know, is one of the 3 strongbacks shot by the Rennies, ironically a former Rennie herself, conscripted into the army along with Daniel. The other 2 will make it probably, but the bolt perforated Chetha's bowel. It would have been slow and awful. Plenty of painkillers here, though. He sighs and rubs his eyes. You've seen that thing in the wire chair. You nod, hesitate, then reach for his hand. He's not particularly affectionate, you've been relieved to discover, but he does need little gestures sometimes. A reminder that he's not alone, and that all is not hopeless. To this end, you say, "If I succeed in shutting down the rifting, you may not need to keep the node maintainers." You're not sure that's true, but you hope it is. He clasps your hand lightly. It's been fascinating to realize that he never initiates contact between you. He waits for you to offer, and then he meets your gestures with as much or as little intensity as you've brought to the effort. Respecting your boundaries, which are sharp-edged and hair-triggered. You never knew he was so observant all these years, but then you should have guessed. He figured out you were an origin just by watching you years ago. Innan would have liked him, you decide. As if he has heard your thoughts, Lerna then looks over at you, and his gaze is troubled. "I've been thinking about not telling you something," he says. "Or rather, not pointing out something you've probably chosen not to notice." What an opening. He smiles a little, then sighs and looks down at your clasped hands, the smile fading. The moment attenuates, The tension grows in you because this is so unlike him. Finally, though, he sighs. How long has it been since you last menstruated? How? You stop talking. Shit. Shit! In your silence, Lerna sighs and leans his head back against the wall. You try to make excuses in your own head. Starvation, extraordinary physical effort. You're 44 years old, you think. Can't remember what month it is. The chances are slimmer than Kastrima's were of surviving the desert. But your menses have run strong and regular for your entire life, stopping only on 3 prior occasions. 3 significant occasions. That's why the fulcrum decided to breed you. Half-decent orogeny and good mid-ladder hips. You knew. Lerna's right. On some level you noticed, and then chose not to notice because Lerna has been silent beside you for some while, watching the calm unwind, his hand limp in yours. Very softly, he says, Am I correct in understanding that you need to finish your business at core point within a time frame? His tone is too formal. You sigh, shutting your eyes. Yes. Soon? Hoa has told you that perigee, when the moon is closest, will be in a few days. After that, it will pass the Earth and pick up velocity, slingshotting back into the distant stars or wherever it's been all this time. If you don't catch it now, you won't. Yes, you say. You're tired. You hurt. Very soon. It is a thing you haven't discussed, and probably should have for the sake of your relationship. It is a thing you never needed to discuss because there was nothing to be said. Lerna says, using all the obelisks once did that to your arm. You glance at the stump unnecessarily. Yes. You know where he's going with the conversation, so you decide to skip to the end. You're the one who asked what I was going to do about the season. He sighs. I was angry, but not wrong. His hand twitches a little on your own. What if I asked you not to do it? You don't laugh. If you did, it would be bitter, and he doesn't deserve that. Instead, you sigh and shift to lie down, pushing him until he does the same thing. He's a little shorter than you, so you're the big spoon. This, of course, puts your face in his gray hair. But he's availed himself of the shower, too, so you don't mind. He smells good, healthy. You wouldn't ask, you say against his scalp. But what if I did? It's weary and heartless. He doesn't mean it. You kiss the back of his neck. I'd say okay, and then there would be 3 of us and we'd all stay together until we die of ash lung. He takes your hand again. You didn't initiate it this time, but it doesn't bother you. Promise, he says. He doesn't wait for your answer before falling asleep. 4 days later, you reach Renanis. The good news is that you're no longer plagued by ashfall. The rifting's too close, and the wall is busy carrying the lighter particulates upward. You'll never have to worry about that again. What you have instead are periodic gusts laden with incendiary material. Lapilli, tiny bits of volcanic material that are too big to inhale easily, but are still burning as they come down. Daniel says the Rennies called it sparkfall, and that it's mostly harmless, though you should keep spare canteens of water situated at strategic points throughout the caravan, in case any of the sparks should catch and smolder. More dramatic than the sparkfall, however, is the way lightning dances over the city's skyline this close to the wall. The innovators are excited about this. Tonki says there are all sorts of uses for reliable lighting. This would have made you stare at her if it hadn't come from Tonki. None of it strikes the ground, though. Only the taller buildings, which have all been fitted with lightning rods by the city's previous denizens. It's harmless. You'll just have to get used to it. Renonis isn't what you were expecting, quite. Oh, it's a huge city. Equatorial styling all over the place. Still functioning hydro and filtered well water running smoothly. Tall, black obsidian walls etched over with dire messages of what happens to the city's enemies. Its buildings aren't nearly as beautiful or impressive as those of Humanus. But then Humanus was the greatest of the equatorial cities, and Renonis barely merited the title. Only 500,000 people, you remember someone sneering, a lifetime ago. But 2 lives ago, you were born in a humble Nomidlat's village, and to what remains of Demaya, Renonis is still a sight to behold. There are less than 1,000 of you to occupy a city that once held hundreds of thousands. Ika orders everyone to take over a small complex of buildings near one of the city's greenlands. It has 16. The former inhabitants have conveniently labeled the city's buildings with a color code based on their structural soundness, since the city didn't survive the rifting entirely unscathed. Buildings marked with a green X are known to be safe. A yellow X means damage that could spell a collapse, especially if another major shake hits the city. Red-marked buildings are noticeably damaged and dangerous, though you see signs that they were inhabited too, perhaps by those willing to take any shelter rather than be ashed out. There are more than enough green X buildings for Castrima, so every household gets its pick of apartments that are furnished, sound, and still have working hydro and geo. There are several wild flocks of chickens running about, and more goats, which have actually been breeding. The Greenland's crops are all dead, however, having gone months unwatered and untended between you killing the Rennies and Castrima's arrival. Despite this, the seed stalks contain lots of dandelion and other hardy low-light tolerant edibles, including equatorial staples like taro. Meanwhile, the city's store caches are overflowing with cache bread, cheeses, fat-flecked spicy sausages, grains and fruit, herbs and leaves preserved in oil. More. Some of it's fresher than the rest, brought back by the marauding army. All of it is more than the people of Castrima could eat if they threw a feast every night for the next 10 years. It's amazing. But there are a few catches. The first is that it's more complicated to run Renonis's water treatment facility than anyone expected. It's running automatically, and thus far hasn't broken down. But no one knows how to work the machinery if it does. Yika sets the innovators to the task of figuring that out, or coming up with a workable alternative if the equipment fails. Tonki is highly annoyed. I trained for 6 years at 7th to learn how to clean shit out of sewer water. But despite her complaining, she's on it. The second catch is that Castrima cannot possibly guard the city's walls. The city is simply too big, and there are too few of you. You're protected for now by the fact that no one comes north if they can possibly help it. If anyone does come a-conquering, however, nothing will stand between the calm and conquest except its wall. There's no solution to this problem. Even origins can only do so much in the martial sense, here in the shadow of the rifting, where orogeny is dangerous. Danel's army was Renonis's surplus population, and it's currently feeding a boil bug boom down in the southeastern Midlats. Not that you'd want them here anyway, treating you like the interlopers you are. Yika orders the breeders to ramp up to replacement-level production. But even if they recruit every healthy comm member to assist, Castrima won't have enough people to secure the comm for generations. Nothing to do but at least guard the portion of the city that the calm now occupies as best you can. And if another army comes along, you catch Yika muttering, "We'll just invite them in and assign them each a room. That ought to settle it." The third catch, and the biggest one existentially, if not logistically, is this. Castrima must live amid the corpses of its conquered. The statues are everywhere, standing in apartment kitchens washing dishes, lying in beds that have sagged or broken beneath their stone weight, walking up the parapet steps to take over from other statues on guard duty, sitting in communal kitchens, sipping tea long since dried to dregs. They are beautiful in their way, with wild, smoky quartz manes of hair and smooth jasper skin, and clothes of tourmaline or turquoise or garnet or citrine. They wear expressions that are smiles, or eye rolls, or yawns of boredom, because the shock wave of obelisk gate power that transformed them was fast, mercifully. They didn't even have time to be afraid. The first day, everyone edges around the statues, tries not to sit in their line of sight. To do anything else would be disrespectful. And yet, Castrima has survived both a war that these people initiated and life as that war's refugees. It would be equally disrespectful of Castrima's dead to let guilt eclipse this truth. So after a day or two, people start to simply accept the statues. Can't do anything else, really. Something about it bothers you, though. You find yourself wandering one night. There's a yellow X building that's not too far from the complex, and it's beautiful, with a facade covered in etched vinework and floral motifs, some glimmering with peeling gold foil. The gold foil catches the light and flickers a little as you move, its angles of reflection shifting to create the overall illusion of a building covered in living, moving greenery. It's an older building than most of those in Renonis. You like it, though you're not sure why. You go up to the roof, finding only the usual apartments inhabited by statues along the way. The door here is unlocked and stands open. Maybe someone was on the roof when the rifting struck. You check to make sure there's a lightning rod in place before you step through the door, of course. This is one of the taller buildings of the city, though it's only 6 or 7 stories altogether. Only, sneers Cyanide. Only, thinks Demaya in wonder. Yes, only. You snap at both to shut them up. There's not only a rod, there's an empty water tower. So as long as you don't go leaning on any metal surfaces or linger in the rod's immediate vicinity, you probably won't die. Probably. And here, poised to face the rifting cloud wall, as if he were built up here, gazing north, since the building's floral motifs were new, Hoa awaits. There aren't as many statues here as there should be, you say as you stop beside him. You can't help following Hoa's gaze. From here, you still can't see the rifting itself. Looks like there's a dead rainforest and some hilly ridges between the city and the monster. The wall is bad enough, however. And maybe one existential horror is easier to face than another. But you remember using the obelisk gate on these people, twisting the magic between their cells and transmuting the infinitesimal parts of them from carbon to silicate. Daniel told you how crowded Renonis was, so much that it had to send out a conquering army to survive. Now, however, the city is not crowded with statues. There are signs that it was once. Statues deep in conversation with partners that seem to be missing. Only 2 people sitting at a table set for 6. In one of the bigger green X buildings, there's a statue that is lying naked in bed, mouth open, and penis permanently stiff, and hips thrusting up, hands positioned in just the right places to grip someone's legs. He's alone, though. Someone's horrible, morbid joke. My kind are opportunistic feeders, Hoa says. Yeah, that's exactly what you were afraid he would say. And apparently very damned hungry? There were a lot of people here. Most of them must be missing. We, too, put aside surplus resources for later, Aesun. You rub your face with your one remaining hand, trying and failing to not visualize a gigantic stone-eater larder somewhere, now stuffed full of brightly colored statues. Evil Earth. Why do you bother with me, then? I'm not as easy a meal as those. Lesser members of my kind need to strengthen themselves. I don't. There is a very slight shift in the inflection of Hoa's voice. By this point you know him. That was contempt. He is a proud creature, even he will admit. They are poorly made, weak, little better than beasts. We were so lonely in those early years, and at first we had no idea what we were doing. The hungry ones are the result of our fumbling. You waver, because you don't really want to know. But you haven't been a coward for some years now. So you steel yourself and turn to him and then say, "You're making another one now, aren't you? From me? If it's not about food for you, then it's reproduction. Horrifying reproduction, if it is dependent upon the death by petrification of a human being. And there must be more to it than just turning people to stone. You think about the Kirkuza at the roadhouse, and Jija, and the woman back in Castrima whom you killed. You think about how you hit her, smashed her with magic, for the not crime of making you relive Uche's murder. But Alabaster was not the same in the end as what you did to that woman. She was a shining, brightly colored collection of gemstones. He was an angry lump of brown rock, and yet the brown rock was finely made, precisely crafted, careful, where the woman was a disorderly mess beneath her surface beauty. Hoa is silent in answer to your question, which is an answer in itself. And then you finally remember antimony in the moments after you closed the obelisk gate, but before you teetered into magic-traumatized slumber. Beside her, another stone-eater, strange in his whiteness, disturbing in his familiarity. Oh, evil Earth, you don't want to know, but antimony used that, to a small lump of brown stone, used alabaster as raw material to rust, to make another stone-eater. And she made it look like him. You hate antimony all over again. He chose his own shape. We all do. This slaps your rage out of its spiral. Your stomach clenches, this time in something other than revulsion. That? Then... You have to take a deep breath. Then it's him? Alabaster? He's... You can't make yourself say the word. Flick, and Hoa faces you, expression compassionate, but somehow also warning. The lattice doesn't always form perfectly, Aesun, he says. The tone is gentle. Even when it does, there is always loss of data. You have no idea what this means, and yet you're shaking. Why? You know why. Your voice rises. Hoa, if that's alabaster, if I can talk to him. No. Why the rust not? Because it must be his choice first. Harder voice here. A reprimand. You flinch. More importantly, because we are fragile at the beginning like all new creatures. It takes centuries for us, the who of us, to cool. Even the slightest of pressures, like you, demanding that he fit himself to your needs rather than his own. can damage the final shape of his personality. You take a step back, which surprises you because you hadn't realized you were getting in his face. And then you sag. Alabaster is alive, but not. Is Stone-Eater Alabaster even remotely the same as the flesh-and-blood man you knew? Does that even matter anymore, now that he is transformed so completely? I've lost him again, then, you murmur. Hoa doesn't seem to move at first, but there's a brief flit of wind against your side, and abruptly, a hard hand nudges the back of your soft one. He will live for an eternity, Hoa says, as softly as his hollow voice can manage. For as long as the earth exists, something of who he was will too. You're the one still in danger of being lost. He pauses. But if you choose not to finish what we have begun, I will understand. You look up, and then for only maybe a second or a third time, you think you understand him. He knows you're pregnant. Maybe he knew it before you did, though what that means to him you cannot guess. He knows what underlies your thoughts about Alabaster, too, and he's saying that you aren't alone. That you don't have nothing. You have Hoa and Yika and Tonki and maybe Hjarka, friends who know you in all your raga monstrosity and accept you despite it. And you have Lerna, quietly demanding, relentless Lerna, who does not give up and does not tolerate your excuses and does not pretend that love precludes pain. He is the father of another child that will probably be beautiful. All of your children so far have been beautiful and powerful. You close your eyes against regret. But that brings the sounds of the city to your ears, and you are startled to catch laughter on the wind, loud enough to carry up from the ground level, probably over by one of the communal fires. Which reminds you that you have Kastrima, too, if you want it. This ridiculous calm of unpleasant people who are impossibly still together, which you have fought for, and which has, however grudgingly, fought for you in return. It pulls your mouth into a smile. No, you say. I'll do what needs doing. Hoa considers you. You're certain. Of course you are. Nothing has changed. The world is broken and you can fix it. That's what Alabaster and Lerna both charged you to do. Kastrima is more reason for you to do it, not less. And it's time you stopped being a coward, too, and went to find Nasun. Even if she hates you, even if you left her to face a terrible world alone, even if you are the worst mother in the world, you did your best. And maybe it means you're choosing one of your children, the one who has the best chance of survival over the other. But that's no different from what mothers have had to do since the dawn of time. Sacrifice the present in hopes of a better future. If the sacrifice this time has been harder than most, fine, so be it. This is a mother's job too, after all. And you're a rusting 10-ringer. You'll see to it. So, what are we waiting for? You ask. Only you, Hoa replies. Right. How much time do we have? Perigi is in 2 days. I can get you to Core Point in 1. Okay. You take a deep breath. I need to say some goodbyes. With perfect, bland casualness, Hoa says, I can carry others with us. Oh. You want it, don't you? To not be alone at the end. To have Lerna's quiet, implacable presence at your back. Tonki will be furious at not getting a chance to see Core Point if you leave her behind. Hjarka will be furious if you take Tonki without her. Daniel wants to chronicle the world's transformation for obscure equatorial lorist reasons. Yika, though. No. You sober and sigh. I'm being selfish again. Kastrima needs Yika. And they've all suffered enough. Hoa just looks at you. How the rust does he manage to convey such emotion with a stone face? Even if that emotion is dry skepticism of your self-abnegating bullshit. You laugh. Once, and it's rusty. Been a while. I think, Hoa says slowly, that if you love someone, you don't get to choose how they love you back. So many layers in the strata of that statement. Okay, though. Right. This isn't just about you, and it never has been. All things change in a season, and some part of you is tired, finally, of the lonely, vengeful woman narrative. Maybe Nasun isn't the only one you needed a home for. And maybe not even you should try to change the world alone. Let's go ask them, then, you say. And then let's go get my little girl. 2. Yater Innovator D-Bars. From Alma Innovator D-Bars. I've been asked to inform you that your funding has been cut. You are to return to the university forthwith by the least expensive means possible. And since I know you, old friend, let me add this. You believe in logic. You think even our esteemed colleagues are immune to prejudice or politics in the face of hard facts. This is why you'll never be allowed within a mile of the Funding and Allocations Committee, no matter how many masterships you earn. Our funding comes from old Sansa, from families so ancient that they have books in their collections older than all the universities, and they won't let us touch them. How do you think those families got to be so old, Yater? Why has Sansa lasted this long? It's not because of stone lore. You cannot go to people like that and ask them to fund a research project that makes heroes of Ragas. You just can't. They'll faint, and when they wake up, they'll have you killed. They'll destroy you as surely as they would any threat to their livelihoods and legacy. Yes, I know that's not what you think you're doing, but it is. And if that isn't enough, here is a fact that might be logical enough even for you. The Guardians are starting to ask questions. I don't know why. No one knows what drives those monsters, but that's why I voted with the committee majority, even if it means you hate me from here on. I want you alive, old friend, not dead in an alley with a glass poniard through your heart. I'm sorry. Safe travels homeward. 12. Nasun, not alone. Core Point is silent. Nasun notices this when the vehicle in which she's traversed the planet emerges in its corresponding station on the other side of the world. This is located in one of the strange, slanting buildings that encircle the massive hole at Core Point's center. She cries for help, cries for someone, cries as the vehicle's door opens, and she drags Shafa's limp, unresponsive body through the silent corridors and then the silent streets. He's big and heavy, so although she tries in various ways to use magic to assist with dragging his weight, badly, magic is not meant to be used for something so gross and localized, and her concentration is poor in the moment. She makes it only a block or so away from the compound before she too collapses in exhaustion. Some rusting day, some rusting year. Found these books, blank. The stuff they're made of isn't paper, thicker. Doesn't bend easily. Good thing, maybe, or would be dust by now. Preserve my words for eternity. Ha! Longer than my rusting sanity. Don't know what to write. Innan would laugh and tell me to write about sex. Right, so I jerked off today for the first time since A dragged me to this place. Thought about him in the middle of it and couldn't come. Maybe I'm too old. That's what Cyan would say. She's just mad. I could still knock her up. Forgetting how Innan used to smell. Everything smells like the sea here. But it's not like the sea near Mayov. Different water? Innan used to smell like the water there. Every time the wind blows, I lose a little more of him. Core Point. How I hate this place. Core Point isn't a ruin, quite. That is, it isn't ruined and it isn't uninhabited. On the surface of the open, endless ocean, the city is an anomaly of buildings, not very tall compared to either the recently lost Humanus or the longer lost Syl Anagist. Core Point is unique, however, among both past and present cultures. The structures of Core Point are sturdily built, of rustless metal and strange polymers and other materials that can withstand the often hurricane-force salt winds that dominate this side of the world. The few plants that grow here in the parks that were constructed so long ago are no longer the lovely designer hothouse things favored by Core Point's builders. Core Point trees, hybridized and feral descendants of the original landscaping, are huge woody things, twisted into artful shapes by the wind. They have long since broken free of their orderly beds and containers, and now gnarl over the pressed fiber sidewalks. Unlike the architecture of Syl Anagist, here there are many more sharp angles, meant to minimize the building's resistance to the wind. But there is more to the city than what can be seen. Core Point sits at the peak of an enormous underwater shield volcano, and the first few miles of the hole drilled at its center are actually lined with a hollowed-out complex of living quarters, laboratories, and manufactories. These underground facilities, originally meant to house Core Point's geomagists and gen engineers, have long since been turned to a wholly different purpose, because this flip side of Core Point is Warrant, where guardians are made and dwell between seasons. We will speak more of this later. Above the surface in Core Point, though, it's late afternoon, beneath a sky whose clouds are sparse amid a shockingly bright blue sky. Seasons that start in the stillness rarely have a severe impact on the weather in this hemisphere, or at least not for several months or years after. As befits the bright day, there are people in the streets around Nasun as she struggles and weeps, but they do not move to help. They do not move at all, mostly, for they are stone-eaters, with rose marble lips and shining mica eyes, and braids woven in pyrite gold or clear quartz. They stand on the steps of buildings that have not known human feet for tens of thousands of years. They sit along window ledges of stone or metal that have begun to deform under the pressure of incredible weight applied over decades. One sits with knees upraised and arms propped across them, leaning against a tree whose roots have grown around her. Mosses line the upper surfaces of her arms and hair. She watches Nasun, only her eyes moving, in what might be interest. They all watch, doing nothing, as this quick-moving, noisy human child sobs into the salt-laden wind until she is exhausted, and then just sits there in a huddle, with her fingers still tangled in the cloth of Shafa's shirt. Another day. Same year. No writing about Innan or Koru. Off limits from now on. Cyan. I can still feel her. Not Cess feel. There's an obelisk here. I think it's a spinal. When I connect to it, It's like I can feel anything they're connected to. The amethyst is following Cyan. Wonder if she knows. Antimony says Cyan made it to the mainland and is wandering. That's why I feel like I'm wandering, I guess. She's all that's left, but she Fuck. This place is ridiculous. Anemone was right that it's a way to trigger the obelisk gate without control cab? Onyx. Too powerful. Can't risk it. Would trigger alignment too quickly. And then who's to make the second trage change? But the rusters that built it put everything into the stupid hole. A told me some of it. Great project, my ass. It's worse to see, though. This whole rusting city is a crime scene. Tooted around and found great big pipes running along the bottom of the ocean. Huge. Ready to pump something from the hole all the way to the continent. Magic, Anemone says. Did they really need so much? More than the gate? Asked Tinemone to take me into the hole today, and she said no. What's in the hole, huh? What's in the hole? Near sunset, another stone-eater appears. Here amid the elegantly gowned, colorful variety of his people, he stands out even more with his gray coloring and bare chest. Steel. He stands over Nasun for several minutes, perhaps expecting her to lift her gaze and notice him, but she does not. Presently, he says, "The ocean winds can be cold at night." Silence. Her hands clench and unclench on Shafa's clothes, not quite spasmodically. She's just tired. She's been holding him since the center of the earth. After a while longer, as the sun inches toward the horizon, Steele says, "There's a livable apartment in a building 2 blocks from here. The food stored in it should still be edible." Nasun says, "Where?" Her voice is hoarse. She needs water. There's some in her canteen and in Shafa's canteen, but she hasn't opened either. Steele shifts posture, pointing. Nasun lifts her head to follow this and sees a street, unnaturally straight, seemingly paved straight toward the horizon. Wearily she gets up, takes a better grip on Shafa's clothes, and begins dragging him again. Who's in the hole? What's in the hole? Where goes the hole? How old am I? S.E.'s brought better food today, because I don't eat enough. So special. Delivery fresh from the other side of the world. Going to dry the seeds, plant them. Remember to scrape up tomato I threw at A. Book language looks almost like Sanskrit. Characters similar? Precursor? Some words I almost recognize. Some old Eterpic, some Hladak, a little early dynasty Regwo. Wish Shinesh were here. He would scream to see me putting my feet up on books older than forever. Always so easy to tease. Miss him. Miss everyone. Even people at the rusting fulcrum. Miss voices that come out of rusting mouths. Cyanite could make me eat, you talking rock. Cyanite gave a shit about me and not just whether I could fix this world I don't give a shit about. Cyanite should be here with me. I would give anything to have her here with me. No. She should forget me and in Neov. Find some boring fool she actually wants to sleep with. Have a boring life. She deserves that. Night falls in the time it takes Nasun to reach the building. Steele repositions, appearing in front of a strange asymmetrical building, wedge-shaped, whose high end faces the wind. The sloping roof of the building, in the lee of the wind, is scraggly with overgrown, twisted vegetation. There's plenty of soil on the roof, more than is likely to have accumulated from the wind over centuries. It looks planned, though overgrown. Yet amid the mess, Nasun can see that someone has hacked out a garden. Recently. The plants are overgrown too, new growth springing up from dropped fruit and split untended vines. But given the relative dearth of weeds and the still neat rows, this garden can't be more than a year or two neglected. The season is now almost 2 years old. Later, the building's door moves on its own, sliding aside as Nasun approaches. It closes on its own too, once she's gotten Shafa far enough inside. Steel moves inside, pointing upstairs. She drags Shafa to the foot of the stairs and then drops beside him, shaking, too tired to think or go any farther. Shafa's heart is still strong, she thinks, as she uses his chest for a pillow. With her eyes shut, she can almost imagine that he's holding her, rather than the other way around. It is paltry comfort, but enough to let her sleep without dreams. The other side of the world is on the other side of the hole, isn't it? In the morning, Nasun gets Shafa up the steps. The apartment is thankfully on only the second floor. The stairwell door opens right into it. Everything inside is strange to her eye, yet familiar in its purpose. There's a couch, though its back is at one end of the long seat rather than behind it. There are chairs, one fused to some kind of big slanted table. For drawing, maybe. The bed in the attached room is the strangest thing. A big, wide hemisphere of brightly colored cushion without sheets or pillows. When Nasun tentatively lies down on it, though, she finds that it flattens and conforms to her body in ways that are stunningly comfortable. It's warm, too, actively heating up beneath her until the aches of sleeping in a cold stairwell go away. Fascinated, despite herself, Nasun examines the bed and is shocked to realize that it is full of magic and has covered her in same. Threads of silver roam over her body, determining her discomfort by touching her nerves and then repairing her bruises and scrapes. Other threads whip the particles of the bed until friction warms them. Yet more threads search her skin for infinitesimal dry flakes and flecks of dust and scrub them away. It's like what she does when she uses the silver to heal or cut things, but automatic somehow. She can't imagine who would make a bed that could do magic. She can't imagine why. She can't fathom how anyone could have convinced all this silver to do such nice things. But that's what's happening. No wonder the people who built the obelisks needed so much silver. If they used it in lieu of wearing blankets, or taking baths, or letting themselves heal over time. Shafa has soiled himself, Nasun finds. It makes her feel ashamed to have to pull his clothes off and clean him, using stretchy cloths she finds in the bathroom, but it would be worse to leave him in his own filth. His eyes are open again, though he does not move while she works. They've opened during the day, and they close at night. But though Nasun talks to Shafa, pleads for him to wake up, asks him to help her, tells him that she needs him, he does not respond. She gets him into the bed, leaving a pad of cloths under his bare bottom. She trickles water from their canteens into his mouth, and when that runs out, she cautiously tries to get more from the strange water pump in the kitchen. There are no levers or handles on it, but when she puts her canteen beneath the spigot, water comes out. She's a diligent girl. First, she uses the powder in her running sack to make a cup of safe from the water, checking for contaminants. The safe dissolves, but stays cloudy and white, so she drinks that herself and then brings more water to Shafa. He drinks readily, which probably means he was really thirsty. She gives him raisins that she first soaks in water, and he chews and swallows, although slowly and without much vigor. She hasn't done a good job of taking care of him. She will do better, she decides, and heads outside to the garden to pick food for them both. Cyanite told me the date. 6 years. It's been 6 years? No wonder she's so angry. Told me to go jump in a hole, since it's been so long. She doesn't want to see me again. Such a steel heart. Told her I was sorry. My fault, all of it. My fault, my moon. Turned the spare key today. Lines of sight, lines of force. 3 by 3 by 3. Cubicle arrangement. Like a good little crystal lattice. The key unlocks the gate. Dangerous to bring so many obelisks to Humanus, though. Guardians everywhere. Wouldn't have time before they got me. Better to make a spare key out of origins. And who can I use? Who is strong enough? Cyan isn't. Almost, but not quite. Inan isn't. Koru is, but I can't find him. He's just a baby anyway, not right. Babies. Lots of babies. Node maintainers? Node maintainers. No, they've suffered enough. Use the Fulcrum Seniors instead. Or the node maintainers. Why should I do it here? Plugs the hole. Do it there, though. Get Humanus. Get the Fulcrum. Get a lot of Guardians. Stop nagging me, woman. Go tell Inan to fuck you or something. You're always so cranky when you haven't gotten laid. I'll jump in the hole tomorrow. It becomes a routine. She takes care of Shafa in the mornings, then goes out in the afternoon to explore the city and find things they need. There's no need to bathe Shafa or to clean up his waste again. Astonishingly, the bed takes care of that, too. So Nasun can spend her time with him talking and asking him to wake up and telling him that she doesn't know what to do. Steel vanishes again. She doesn't care. Other Stone Eaters periodically show up, however, or at least she feels the impact of their presence. She sleeps on the couch, and one morning wakes to find a blanket covering her. It's just a simple gray thing, but it's warm, and she's grateful. When she starts picking apart one of her sausages to get the fat out of it, intending to make tallow, the candles from her runny sack are getting low. She finds a Stone Eater in the stairwell, its finger curled in a beckoning gesture. When she follows it, it stops beside a panel covered in curious symbols. The Stone Eater is pointing toward one in particular. Nasun touches it, and it alights with silver, glowing golden, and sending threads questing over her skin. The Stone Eater says something in a language Nasun does not understand before it vanishes, but when she returns to the apartment, it's warmer, and soft white lights have come on overhead. Touching squares on the wall makes the lights go off. One afternoon she walks into the apartment to find a Stone Eater crouched beside a pile of things that look to have come from some comms store cache. Burlap sacks full of root vegetables and mushrooms and dried fruit, a big round of sharp white cheese, hide bags of packed pemmican, satchels of dried rice and beans, and, precious, a small cask of salt. The Stone Eater vanishes when Nasun approaches the pile, so she cannot even thank it. She has to blow ash off of everything before she puts it away. Nasun has figured out that the apartment, like the garden, must have been used until recently. The detritus of another person's life is everywhere. Pants much too big for her in the drawers, a man's underwear beside them. One day these are replaced with clothing that fits Nasun. Another stone eater? Or maybe the magic in the apartment is even more sophisticated than she thought. Books are piled in one of the rooms, many of them native to Corpoint. She's beginning to recognize the peculiar, clean, not quite natural look of Corpoint things. A few, however, are normal-looking, with covers of cracking leather and pages still stinky with chemicals and handwritten ink. Some of the books are in a language she can't read. Something coaster. One, however, is made of the Corpoint material, but its blank pages have been handwritten over in Sansamat. Nasun opens this one, sits down, and begins to read. Went in the hole. Don't bury me. Please don't, Cyan. I love you. I'm sorry. Keep me safe. Watch my back and I'll watch yours. There's no one else who's as strong as you. I wish so much that you were here. Please, don't. Corpoint is a city in still life. Nasun begins losing track of time. The Stone Eaters occasionally speak to her, but most of them don't know her language, and she doesn't hear enough of theirs to pick it up. She watches them sometimes, and is fascinated to realize that some of them are performing tasks. She watches one malachite green woman who stands amid the wind-blown trees, and belatedly realizes the woman is holding a branch up and to one side, to make it grow in a particular way. All of the trees, which look wind-blown and yet are a little too dramatic, a little too artful in their splaying and bending, have been shaped thus. It must take years. And near the edge of the city, down by one of the strange spoke-like things that jut out into the water from its edge, not piers, really, just straight pieces of metal that make no sense. Another Stone Eater stands every day, with one hand upraised. Nasun just happens to be around when the Stone Eater blurs, and there is a splash, and suddenly his upraised hand holds by the tail a huge wriggling fish that is as long as his body. His marble skin is sheened with wet. Nasun has nowhere in particular to be, so she sits down to watch. After a time, an ocean mammal, Nasun has read of these, creatures that look like fish but breathe air, sidles up to the city's edge. It is gray-skinned, tube-shaped. There are sharp teeth along its jaw, but these are small. When it pushes up out of the water, Nasun sees that it is very old, and something about the questing movements of its head makes her realize it has gone blind. There's old scarring on its forehead as well. Something has injured the creature's head badly. The creature nudges the Stone Eater, who of course does not move, and then nips at the fish in its hand, tearing off chunks and swallowing them until the Stone Eater releases the tail. When it is done, the creature utters a complex, high-pitched sound like a chitter or a laugh. Then it slides further into the water and swims away. The Stone Eater flickers and faces Nasun. Curious, Nasun gets to her feet to go over and speak to him. By the time she's standing, though, he has vanished. This is what she comes to understand. There is life here among these people. It isn't life as she knows it, or a life she would choose, but life, nevertheless. That gives her comfort when she no longer has Shafa to tell her that she is good and safe. That, and the silence, give her time to mourn. She did not understand before now that she needed this. I've decided. It's wrong. Everything's wrong. Some things are so broken that they can't be fixed. You just have to finish them off, sweep away the rubble, and start over. Antimony agrees. Some of the other SEs do, too. Some don't. Rust those. They killed my life to make me their weapon, so that's what I'm going to be. My choice, my commandment. We'll do it in humanness. A commandment is set in stone. I asked after Cyan today. Don't know why I care anymore. Antimony's been keeping tabs, though. For me. Cyanide is living in some little shithole calm in the Summit-lats, I forget the name. Playing creche teacher. Playing the happy little still. Married with 2 new children. How about that? Not sure about the daughter, but the boy is pulling on the aquamarine. Amazing. No wonder the fulcrum bred you to me. And we did make a beautiful child, in spite of everything, didn't we? My boy. I won't let them find your boy, Cyan. I won't let them take him and burn his brain and put him in the wire chair. I won't let them find your girl either, if she's one of us, or even if she's guardian potential. There won't be a fulcrum left by the time I'm done. What follows won't be good. But it'll be bad for everyone, rich and poor, equatorials and comless Sansids and Arctics. Now they'll all know. Every season is the season for us. The apocalypse that never ends. They could have chosen a different kind of equality. We could have all been safe and comfortable together, surviving together. But they didn't want that. Now nobody gets to be safe. Maybe that's what it will take for them to finally realize things have to change. Then I'll shut it down and put the moon back. It shouldn't stone me, the first trajectory adjustment. Shouldn't. All I'm rusting good for, anyway. After that, it'll be up to you, Cyan. Make it better. I know I told you it wasn't possible, that there was no way to make the world better, but I was wrong. I'm breaking it because I was wrong. Start it over. You were right. Change it. Make it better for the children you have left. Make a world Corundum could have been happy in. Make a world where people like us, you and me and Innan and our sweet boy, our beautiful boy, could have stayed whole. Antimony says I might get to see that world. Guess we'll see. Rust it. I'm procrastinating. She's waiting. Back to humanness today. For you, Innan. For you, Koru. For you, Cyan. At night, Nasun can see the moon. This was terrifying on the first night that she looked outside and noticed a strange pale whiteness outlining the streets and trees of the city, and then looked up to see a great white sphere in the sky. It is enormous to her, bigger than the sun, far larger than the stars, trailed by a faint streak of luminescence that she does not know is the off-gassing of ice that has adhered to the lunar surface over the course of its travels. The white of it is the true surprise. She knows very little of the moon, only what Shafa told her. It is a satellite, he said, Father Earth's lost child, a thing whose light reflects the sun. She expected it to be yellow, given that. It disturbs her to have been so wrong. It disturbs her more that there is a hole in the thing, at nearly its dead center, a great yawning darkness like the pinpoint pupil of an eye. It's too small to tell for now, but Nasun thinks that maybe if she stares at it long enough, she will see stars on the other side of the moon through this hole. Somehow it's fitting. Whatever happened ages ago to cause the moon's loss was surely cataclysmic on multiple levels. If the Earth suffered the shattering, then the fact that the moon also bears scars feels normal and right. With a thumb, Nasun rubs the palm of her hand where her mother broke the bones a lifetime ago. And yet, when she stands in the roof garden and stares at it for long enough, she begins to find the moon beautiful. It is an ice-white eye, and she has no reason to think badly of those. Like the silver when it swirls and whirls within something like a snail's shell. It makes her think of Shafa, that he is watching over her in his way, and this makes her feel less alone. Over time, Nasun discovers that she can use the obelisks to get a feel for the moon. The sapphire is on the other side of the world, but there are others here above the ocean, drawn near in response to her summons, and she has been tapping and taming each in turn. The obelisks help her feel, not sense, that the moon will soon be at its closest point. If she lets it go, it will pass and begin to rapidly diminish until it vanishes from the sky. Or she can open the gate and tug on it and change everything. The cruelty of the status quo or the comfort of oblivion. The choice feels clear to her, but for one thing. One night, as Nasun sits gazing up at the great white sphere, she says aloud, "It was on purpose, wasn't it? You not telling me what would happen to Shafa, so you could get rid of him." The mountain that has been lingering nearby shifts slightly to a position behind her. "I did try to warn you." She turns to look at him. At the look on her face, he utters a soft laugh that sounds self-deprecating. This stops, though, when she says, "If he dies, I'll hate you more than I hate the world." It is a war of attrition, she's begun to realize, and she's going to lose. In the weeks, or months, since they came to Core Point, Shafa has noticeably deteriorated, his skin developing an ugly pallor, his hair brittle and dull. People aren't meant to lie unmoving, blinking but not thinking for weeks on end. She had to cut his hair earlier that day. The bed cleans the dirt out of it, but it's gotten oily, and lately it keeps getting tangled. And the day before, some of it must have wrapped around his arm when she wrestled him onto his belly, cutting off his circulation in a way she didn't notice. She keeps a sheet over him, even though the bed is warm and does not need it. It bothers her that he is naked and undignified. This morning, when she finally noticed the problem, the arm was pale and a little gray. She's loosed it, chafed it, hoping to bring the color back. But it doesn't look good. She doesn't know what she'll do if something's really wrong with his arm. She might lose all of him like this, slowly but surely. Little bits of him dying because she was only almost 9 when this season began, and she's only almost 11 now, and taking care of invalids wasn't something anyone taught her in creche. "If he lives," Steele replies in his colorless voice, "he will never again experience a moment without agony." He pauses, gray eyes fixed on her face, as Nasun reverberates with his words, with her own denial, with her own growing sick fear that Steele is right. Nasun gets to her feet. "I need to know how to fix him." "You can't." She tightens her hands into fists. For the first time in what feels like centuries, part of her reaches for the strata around her. This means the shield volcano beneath Core Point. But when she grasps it origenically, she finds with some surprise that it is anchored somehow. This distracts her for a moment as she has to alter her perception to shift to the silver. and there she finds solid, scintillating pillars of magic driven into the volcano's foundations, pinning it in place. It's still active, but it will never erupt because of those pillars. It is as stable as bedrock, despite the hole at its core, burrowing down to the Earth's heart. She shakes this off as irrelevant, and finally voices the thought that has been gathering in her mind over all the days she has dwelled in this city of stone people. If I turn him into a stone eater, he'll live, and he won't have any pain, right? Steel does not reply. In the lengthening silence, Nasun bites her lip. So you have to tell me how to make him like you. I bet I can do it if I use the gate. I can do anything with that except... The obelisk gate doesn't do small things. Just as Nasun feels, senses, knows that the gate makes her temporarily omnipotent. She knows, too, that she cannot use it to transform just one man. If she makes Shafa into a stone eater, every human being on the planet will change in the same manner. Every calm, every calmless band, every starving wanderer. 10,000 still-life cities instead of just one. All the world will become like Core Point. But is that really so terrible a thing? If everyone is a stone eater, there will be no more origins and stills. No more children to die, no more fathers to murder them. The seasons could come and go, and they wouldn't matter. No one would starve to death ever again. To make the whole world as peaceful as Core Point, would that not be a kindness? Steele's face, which has been tilted up toward the moon even as his eyes watch her, now slowly pivots to face her. It's always unnerving to see him move slowly. Do you know what it feels like to live forever? Nasun blinks, thrown. She's been expecting a fight. What? The moonlight has transformed Steel into a thing of starkest shadows, white and ink against the dimness of the garden. I asked, he says, and his voice is almost pleasant, if you know what it feels like to live forever, like me, like your Shafa. Do you have any inkling as to how old he is? Do you care? About to say that she does, Nasun falters. No, this is not a thing she has ever considered. I would estimate, Steel continues, that guardians typically last 3,000 or 4,000 years. Can you imagine that length of time? Think of the past 2 years. Your life since the beginning of the season. Imagine another year. You can do that, can't you? Every day feels like a year here in Core Point. Or so your kind tell me. Now put all 3 years together, and imagine them times 1,000. The emphasis he puts on this is sharp, precisely enunciated. In spite of herself, Nasun jumps. But also, in spite of herself, she thinks. She feels old, Nasun, at the world-weary age of not quite 11. So much has happened since the day she came home to find her little brother dead on the floor. She is a different person now, hardly Nasun at all. Sometimes she is surprised to realize Nasun is still her name. How much more different will she be in 3 years, 10, 20? Steel pauses until he sees some change in her expression, some evidence, perhaps, that she is listening to him. Then he says, I have reason to believe, however, that your Shafa is much, much older than most guardians. He isn't quite first generation, Those have all long since died. Couldn't take it. He's one of the very early ones, though, still. The languages, you see, that's how you can always tell. They never quite lose those, even after they've forgotten the names they were born with. Nasun remembers how Shafa knew the language of the earth-traversing vehicle. It is strange to think of Shafa having been born back when that tongue was still spoken. It would make him... She can't even imagine. Old Sansa is supposed to be 7 seasons old, 8 if one counts the present season. Almost 3,000 years. The moon's cycle of return and retreat is much older than that, and Shafa remembers it, so... Yes, he is very, very old. She frowns. It's rare to find one of them who can really go the distance, Steele continues. His tone is casual, conversational. He could be talking about Nasun's old neighbors back in Jeketi. The core stone hurts them so much, you see. They get tired, and then they get sloppy, and then the earth begins to contaminate them, eating away at their will. They don't usually last long once that starts. The earth uses them, or their fellow guardians use them, until they outlive their usefulness, and one side or the other kills them. It's a testament to your Shafa's strength that he lasted so much longer. Or a testament to something else, maybe. What kills the rest, you see, is losing the things that ordinary people need to be happy. Imagine what that's like, Nasun. Watching everyone you know and care about die. Watching your home die, and having to find a new one again and again and again. Imagine never daring to get close to another person. Never having friends because you will outlive them. Are you lonely, little Nasun? She has forgotten her anger. Yes, she admits, before she can think not to. Imagine being lonely forever. There is a very slight smile on his lips, she sees. It's been there the whole while. Imagine living here in Corepoint forever, with no one to talk to but me when I bother to respond. What do you think that will feel like, Nasun? Terrible, she says. Quietly now. Yes. So, here is my theory. I believe your Shafa survived by loving his charges. You and others like you soothed his loneliness. He truly does love you. Never doubt that about him. Nasun swallows back a dull ache. But he also needs you. You keep him happy. You keep him human, where otherwise time would have long since transformed him into something else. Then Steele moves again. It's inhuman because of its steadiness, Nasun finally realizes. People are quick to do big movements, and then slower with fine adjustment. Steele does everything at the same pace. Watching him move is like watching a statue melt. But then he stands with arms outstretched as if to say, "Take a look at me." I am 40,000 years old, Steele says, give or take a few millennia. Nasun stares at him. The words are like the gibberish that the Vihumul spoke. Almost comprehensible, but not really, not real. What does that feel like, though? You're going to die when you open the gate, Steele says, after giving Nasun a moment to absorb what he's said. Or if not then, sometime after. A few decades, a few minutes. It's all the same. And whatever you do, Shafa will lose you. He'll lose the one thing that has kept him human throughout the Earth's efforts to devour his will. He'll find no one new to love, either. Not here. And he won't be able to return to the stillness unless he's willing to risk the deep earth route again. So whether he heals somehow, or you change him into one of my kind, he will have no choice but to go on alone, endlessly yearning for what he will never again have. Slowly, Steele's arms lower to his sides. You have no idea what that's like. And then suddenly, shockingly, he is right in front of Nasun. No blurring, no warning, just flick, and he is there, bent at the waist to put his face right in front of hers, so close that she feels the wind of the air he's displaced and smells the whiff of loam, and she can even see that the irises of his eyes are striated in layers of grey. "But I do!" he shouts. Nasun stumbles back and cries out. Between one blink and the next, however, Steele returns to his former position, upright, arms at his sides, a smile on his lips. "So think carefully," Steele says. His voice is conversational again, as if nothing has happened. "Think with something more than the selfishness of a child, little Nasun, and ask yourself, even if I could help you save that controlling, sadistic sack of shit that currently passes for your adoptive father figure, why would I? Not even my enemy deserves that fate. No one does." Nasun's still shaking. She blurts bravely, "Shafa might want to live." He might. But should he? Should anyone? Forever? That is the question. She feels the absent weight of countless years and is obliquely ashamed of being a child. But at her core she is a kind child, and it's impossible for her to have heard Steele's story without feeling something other than her usual anger at him. She looks away twitchily. "I'm sorry." "So am I." There's a moment's silence. In it, Nasun pulls herself together slowly. By the time she focuses on him again, Steele's smile has vanished. "I cannot stop you once you've opened the gate. I've manipulated you, yes, but the choice is still ultimately yours. Consider, however, until the earth dies, I live, Nasun. That was its punishment for us. We became a part of it, chained fate to fate. The earth forgets neither those who stabbed it in the back, nor those who put the knife in our hand." Nasun blinks at "our," but she loses this thought amid misery at the realization that there can be no fixing Shafa. Until now, some part of her has nursed the irrational hope that Steele, as an adult, had all the answers, including some sort of cure. Now she knows that her hope has been foolish, childish. She is a child, and now the only adult she has ever been able to rely on will die naked and hurt and helpless without ever being able to say goodbye. It's too much to bear. She sinks into a crouch, wrapping one arm round her knees and folding the other over her head so that Steele will not see her cry, even if he knows that's exactly what's happening. He lets out a soft laugh at this. Surprisingly, it does not sound cruel. "You achieve nothing by keeping any of us alive," he says, "except cruelty. Put us broken monsters out of our misery, Nasun. The earth, Shafa, me, you, all of us." Then he vanishes, leaving Nasun alone beneath the white, burgeoning moon. Syl Anagist. 0. A moment in the present before I speak again of the past. Amid the heated, fuming shadows and unbearable pressure of a place that has no name, I open my eyes. I'm no longer alone. Out of the stone, another of my kind pushes forth, Her face is angular, cool, as patrician and elegant as any statue's should be. She shed the rest, but kept the pallor of her original coloring. I noticed this at last, after tens of thousands of years. All this reminiscing has made me nostalgic. In token of which I say aloud, "Gehua." She shifts slightly, as close as any of us gets to an expression of recognition, surprise. We were siblings once, friends. Since then, rivals, enemies, strangers, legends. Lately, cautious allies. I find myself contemplating some of what we were, but not all. I've forgotten the all, just as much as she has. She says, "Was that my name?" Close enough. And you were Hoa. Ah, of course. You prefer antimony? Another slight movement, the equivalent of a shrug. I have no preference. I think, nor do I, but that is a lie. I would never have given my new name to you, Hoa, if not in homage to what I remember of that old name. But I'm wool-gathering. I say, she is committed to the change. Gewa, antimony, whoever and whatever she is now replies, I noticed. She pauses. Do you regret what you did? It's a foolish question. All of us regret that day, in different ways and for different reasons. But I say, no. I expect comment in return, but I suppose there's really nothing to be said anymore. She makes minute sounds, settling into the rock, getting comfortable. She means to wait here with me. I'm glad. Some things are easier when not faced alone. There are things Alabaster never told you about himself. I know these things because I studied him. He is part of you, after all. But not every teacher needs every protege to know of his every stumble on the journey to mastery. What would be the point? None of us got here overnight. There are stages to the process of being betrayed by your society. One is jolted from a place of complacency by the discovery of difference, by hypocrisy, by inexplicable or incongruous ill-treatment. What follows is a time of confusion, unlearning what one thought to be the truth, immersing oneself in the new truth, and then a decision must be made. Some accept their fate, swallow their pride, forget the real truth, embrace the falsehood for all their worth, because they decide they cannot be worth much. If a whole society has dedicated itself to their subjugation, after all, then surely they deserve it. Even if they don't, fighting back is too painful, too impossible. At least this way there is peace, of a sort, fleetingly. The alternative is to demand the impossible. It isn't right, they whisper, weep, shout. What has been done to them is not right. They are not inferior. They do not deserve it. And so it is the society that must change. There can be peace this way too, but not before conflict. No one reaches this place without a false start or two. When Alabaster was a young man, he loved easily and casually. Oh, he was angry even then. Of course he was. Even children notice when they are not treated fairly. He had chosen to cooperate, however, for the time being. He met a man, a scholar, during a mission he'd been assigned by the fulcrum. Alabaster's interest was prurient. The scholar was quite handsome, and charmingly shy in response to Alabaster's flirtations. If the scholar hadn't been busy excavating what turned out to be an ancient lore cache, there would be nothing more to the story. Alabaster would have loved him and left him, perhaps with regret, more likely with no hard feelings. Instead, the scholar showed Alabaster his findings. There were more, Alabaster told you, than just 3 tablets of stone lore originally. Also, the current Tablet 3 was rewritten by Sansa. It was actually rewritten again by Sansa. It had been rewritten several times prior to that. The original Tablet 3 spoke of Syl Anagist, you see, and how the moon was lost. This knowledge, for many reasons, has been deemed unacceptable again and again down the millennia since. No one really wants to face the fact that the world is the way it is because some arrogant, self-absorbed people tried to put a leash on the rusting planet, and no one was ready to accept that the solution to the whole mess was simply to let origins live and thrive and do what they were born to do. For Alabaster, the lore cache's knowledge was overwhelming. He fled. It was too much for him, the knowledge that all of this had happened before. That he was the scion of a people abused, that those people's forebears were too in their turn. That the world as he knew it could not function without forcing someone into servitude. At the time, he could see no end to the cycle, no way to demand the impossible of society. So he broke, and he ran. His guardian found him, of course, 3 quartants away from where he was supposed to be, and with no inkling of where he was going. Instead of breaking his hand, they used different techniques with high-ringers like Alabaster. Guardian Lachette took him to a tavern and bought him a drink. He wept into his wine and confessed to her that he couldn't take much more of the world as it was. He had tried to submit, tried to embrace the lies, but it was not right. Lachette soothed him and took him back to the fulcrum, and for 1 year they allowed Alabaster time to recover, to accept again the rules and role that had been created for him. He was content during this year, I believe. Antimony believes it in any case, and she is the one who knew him best during this time. He settled, did what was expected of him, sired 3 children, and even volunteered to be an instructor for the higher-ringed juniors. He never got the chance to act on this, however, because the guardians had decided already that Alabaster could not go unpunished for running away. When he met and fell in love with an older 10-ringer named Hessionite. I have told you already that they use different methods on high-ringers. I ran away too once, in a way. It is the day after our return from Kalenli's tuning mission, and I am different. I look through the nematode window at the Garden of Purple Light, and it is no longer beautiful to me. The winking of the white starflowers lets me know that some gen engineer made them, tying them into the city power network so that they can be fed by a bit of magic. How else to get that winking effect? I see the elegant vinework on the surrounding buildings, and I know that somewhere a biomagist is tabulating how many lamateurs of magic can be harvested from such beauty. Life is sacred in Syl Anagist. Sacred and lucrative and useful. So I am thinking this, and I am in a foul mood, when one of the junior conductors comes in. Conductor Stunnin, she is called, and ordinarily I like her. She is young enough to have not yet picked up the worst of the more experienced conductor's habits. And now as I turn to gaze at her with eyes that Kalenli has opened, I notice something new about her. A bluntness to her features, a smallness to her mouth. Yes, It's much more subtle than Conductor Galat's ice-white eyes, but here is another Syl Anagist whose ancestors clearly didn't understand the whole point of genocide. "How are you feeling today, Hugo?" she asks, smiling, and glancing at her noteboard as she comes in. "Up to a medical check?" "I'm feeling up to a walk," I say. "Let's go out to the garden." Stillness starts, blinking at me. "Hugo, you know that's not possible." They keep such lax security on us, I have noticed. Sensors to monitor our vitals, cameras to monitor our movements, microphones to record our sounds. Some of the sensors monitor our magic usage, and none of them, not one, can measure even a tenth of what we really do. I would be insulted if I had not just been shown how important it is to them that we be lesser. Lesser creatures don't need better monitoring, do they? Creations of Syl Anagistine magistry cannot possibly have abilities that surpass it. Unthinkable, ridiculous. Don't be foolish. Fine, I am insulted, and I no longer have the patience for Stillness's polite patronization. So I find the lines of magic that run to the cameras, and I entangle them with the lines of magic that run to their own storage crystals, and I loop these together. Now the cameras will display only footage that they filmed over the last few hours, which mostly consists of me looking out the window and brooding. I do the same to the audio equipment, taking care to erase that last exchange between me and Stillness. I do all of this with barely a flick of my will, because I was designed to affect machines the size of skyscrapers. Cameras are nothing. I use more magic, reaching for the others to tell a joke. The others cess what I am doing, however. Bimnihua gets a taste of my mood, and immediately alerts the others, because I am the nice one usually. I'm the one who, until recently, believed in geo-arcanity. Usually Remhua is the resentful one, but right now Remhua is coldly silent, stewing on what we have learned. Gehua is quiet too, in despair, trying to fathom how to demand the impossible. Dashwa is hugging themselves for comfort, and Salehwa is sleeping too much. Bimniwa's alert falls on weary, frustrated, self-absorbed ears and goes ignored. Meanwhile, Stillness's smile has begun to falter, as she only now realizes I'm serious. She shifts her stance, putting hands on her hips. "Oh, what? This isn't funny. I understand you got the chance to leave the other day." I have considered the most efficient way to shut her up. "Does Conductor Galat know that you find him attractive?" Stillness freezes, eyes going wide and round, brown eyes in her case, but she likes ice white. I've seen how she looks at Galat, though I never much cared before. I don't really care now, but I imagine that finding Nies' eyes attractive is a taboo thing in Syl Anagist, and neither Galat nor Stillness can afford to be accused of that particular perversion. Galat would fire Stillness at the first whisper of it, even a whisper from me. I go over to her. She draws back a little, frowning at my forwardness. We do not assert ourselves, we constructs, we tools. My behavior is anomalous in a way that she should report, but that isn't what has her so worried. No one heard me say that. I tell her very gently. No one can see what's happening in this room right now. Relax. Her bottom lip trembles just a bit before she speaks. I feel bad, just a little, for having disturbed her so. She says, You can't get far. There's a vitamin deficiency. You and the others were built that way, without special food. The food we serve you, you'll die in just a few days. It only now occurs to me that Stillness thinks I mean to run away. It only now occurs to me to run away. What the conductor has just told me isn't an insurmountable hurdle. Easy enough to steal food to take with me, though I would die when it ran out. My life would be short, regardless. But the thing that truly troubles me is that I have nowhere to go. All the world is Syl Anagist. The garden. I repeat, at last. This will be my grand adventure, my escape. I consider laughing, but the habit of appearing emotionless keeps me from doing so. I don't really want to go anywhere, to be honest. I just want to feel like I have some control over my life, if only for a few moments. I want to see the garden for 5 minutes, that's all. Stillness shifts from foot to foot, visibly miserable. I could lose my position for this, especially if any of the senior conductors see. I could be imprisoned. Perhaps they will give you a nice window overlooking a garden, I suggest. She winces. And then, because I have left her no choice, she leads me out of my cell and downstairs and outside. The garden of purple flowers looks strange from this angle, I find. And it is an altogether different thing to smell the flowers up close. They smell strange, oddly sweet, almost sugary, with a hint of fermentation underneath, where some of the older flowers have wilted or been crushed. Stillness is fidgety, looking around too much, while I stroll slowly, wishing I did not need her beside me. But this is fact. I cannot simply wander the grounds of the compound alone. If guards or attendants or other conductors see us, they will think Stillness is on official business and not question me, if she will only be still. But then I stop abruptly, behind a lilting spider tree. Stillness stops as well, frowning and plainly wondering what's happening. And then she too sees what I have seen and freezes. Up ahead, Kalinli has come out of the compound to stand between two curling bushes beneath a white rose arch. Conductor Galat has followed her out. She stands with her arms folded. He's behind her, shouting at her back. We aren't close enough for me to hear what he's saying, though his angry tone is indisputable. Their bodies, however, are a story as clear as strata. "Oh no," mutters Stillness. No. We should... Still, I murmur. I mean to say, be still. But she quiets anyway. So at least I got the point across. And then we stand there, watching Galat and Kalinli fight. I can't hear her voice at all, and it occurs to me that she cannot raise her voice to him. It isn't safe. But when he grabs her arm and yanks her around to face him, she automatically claps a hand over her belly. The hand on the belly is a quick thing. Galat lets go at once, seemingly surprised by her reaction and his own violence, and she moves the hand smoothly back to her side. I don't think he noticed. They resume arguing, and this time Galat spreads his hands as if offering something. There is pleading in his posture, but I notice how stiff his back is. He begs, but he thinks he shouldn't have to. I can tell that when begging fails, he will resort to other tactics. I close my eyes, aching as I finally understand. Kalinli is one of us in every way that matters, and she always has been. Slowly, though, she unbends, ducks her head, pretends reluctant capitulation, says something back, it isn't real. The earth reverberates with her anger and fear and unwillingness. Still, some of the stiffness goes out of Galat's back. He smiles, gestures more broadly, comes back to her, takes her by the arms, speaks to her gently. I marvel that she has disarmed his anger so effectively. It's as if he doesn't see the way her eyes drift away while he's talking, or how she does not reciprocate when he pulls her closer. She smiles at something he says, but even from 50 feet away, I can see that it is a performance. Surely he can see it too. But I am also beginning to understand that people believe what they want to believe, not what is actually there to be seen and touched and sessed. So, mollified, he turns to leave, thankfully via a different path out of the garden than the one Stunning and I currently lurk upon. His posture has changed completely. He's visibly in a better mood. I should be glad for that, shouldn't I? Galat heads the project. When he's happy, we are all safer. Kalenli stands gazing after him until he is gone. Then her head turns, and she looks right at me. Stunning makes a choked sound beside me, but she is a fool. Of course Kalenli will not report us. Why would she? Her performance was never for Galat. Then she too leaves the garden, following Galat. It was a last lesson, the one I needed most, I think. I tell Stunning to take me back to my cell, and she practically moans with relief. When I'm back, and I have unwoven the magics of the monitoring equipment and sent Stunning on her way with a gentle reminder not to be a fool, I lie down on my couch to ponder this new knowledge. It sits in me, an ember, causing everything around it to smolder and smoke. And then, several nights after we return from Kalenli's tuning mission, the ember catches fire in all of us. It is the first time that all of us have come together since the trip. We entwine our presences in a layer of cold coal, which is perhaps fitting, as Remhua sends a hiss through all of us, like sand grinding amid cracks. It is the sound feel-cess of the sink lines, the briar patch. It's also an echo of the static emptiness in our network, where Tetlewa and Ntihua and Arhua and all the others once existed. This is what awaits us when we have given them geoarcanity, he says. Gehwa replies, yes. He hisses again. I have never sessed him so angry. He has spent the days since our trip getting angrier and angrier. But then, so have the rest of us. And now it's time for us to demand the impossible. We should give them nothing, he declares, and then I feel his resolve sharpen, turn vicious. No, we should give back what they have taken. Eerie minor note pulses of impression and action ripple through our network. A plan, at last. A way to create the impossible if we cannot demand it. The right sort of power surge at just the right moment, after the fragments have been launched, but before the engine has been spent. All the magic stored within the fragments, decades worth, a civilization's worth, millions of lives worth, will flood back into the systems of Syl Anagist. First, it will burn out the briar patches and their pitiful crop, letting the dead rest. At last. Next, the magic will blast through us, the most fragile components of the great machine. We'll die when that happens, but death is better than what they intended for us, so we are content. Once we are dead, the plutonic engine's magic will surge unrestricted down all the conduits of the city, frying them beyond repair. Every node of Syl Anagist will shut down. Vehicles dying unless they have backup generators. Lights going dark, machinery stilling. All the infinite conveniences of modern magistry erased from furnishings and appliances and cosmetics. Generations of effort spent preparing for geo-arcanity will be lost. The engine's crystalline fragments will become so many oversized rocks, broken and burnt, and powerless. We need not be as cruel as they. We can instruct the fragments to come down away from the most inhabited areas. We are the monsters they created and more. But we will be the sort of monsters we wish to be in death. And are we agreed, then?
Yes,
Remhua, furious.
yes,
Geihua, sorrowful.
yes,
Bimnihua, resigned.
yes,
Salehua, righteous.
yes,
Dashwa, weary. And I, heavy as lead, say yes. So we are agreed. Only to myself do I think no, with Kalenli's face in my mind's eye. But sometimes, when the world is hard, love must be harder still. Launch day. We are brought nourishment, protein with a side of fresh sweet fruit, and a drink that we are told is a popular delicacy, sef, which turns pretty colors when various vitamin supplements are added to it. A special drink for a special day. It's chalky. I don't like it. Then it is time to travel to zero site. Here is how the plutonic engine works, briefly and simply. First, we will awaken the fragments, which have sat in their sockets for decades, channeling life energy through each node of Syl Anagist, and storing some of it for later use, including that which was force-fed to them through the briar patches. They have now reached optimum storage and generation, however, each becoming a self-contained arcane engine of its own. Now when we summon them, the fragments will rise from their sockets. We'll join their power together in a stable network, and after bouncing it off a reflector that will amplify and concentrate the magic still further, pour this into the onyx. The onyx will direct this energy straight into the Earth's core, causing an overflow, which the onyx will then shunt into Syl Anagist's hungry conduits. In effect, the Earth will become a massive plutonic engine too, the dynamo that is its core, churning forth far more magic than is put into it. From there, the system will become self-perpetuating. Syl Anagist will feed upon the life of the planet itself forever. Ignorance is an inaccurate term for what this was. True, no one thought of the Earth as alive in those days, but we should have guessed. Magic is the byproduct of life. That there was magic in the Earth to take, we should all have guessed. Everything we have done up to now has been practice. We could never have activated the full plutonic engine here on Earth. Too many complications involving the obliqueness of angles, signal speed and resistance, the curvature of the hemisphere. So awkwardly round planets. Our target is the Earth, after all. Lines of sight, lines of force and attraction. If we stay on the planet, all we can really affect is the moon. Which is why zero sight has never been on Earth. Thus, in the small hours of the morning, we are brought to a singular sort of vehicle, doubtless gen-engineered from grasshopper stock or something similar. It is diamond-winged, but also has great carbon fiber legs, steaming now with coiled stored power. As the conductors usher us aboard this vehicle, I see other vehicles being made ready. A large party means to come with us to watch the great project conclude at last. I sit where I am told, and all of us are strapped in, because the vehicle's thrust can sometimes overcome geomagestric inertial. Suffice it to say, the launch can be somewhat alarming. It is nothing compared to plunging into the heart of a living, churning fragment. But I suppose the humans think it is a grand, wild thing. The 6 of us sit still and cold with purpose, as they chatter around us, while the vehicle leaps up to the moon. On the moon is the moonstone, a massive iridescent white cabochon embedded in the thin grey soil of the place. It is the largest of the fragments, fully as big as a node of Syl Anagist itself. The whole of the moon is its socket. Arranged around its edges sits a complex of buildings, each sealed against the airless dark, which are not so very different from the buildings we just left. They're just on the moon. This is Zero Site, where history will be made. We are led inside, where permanent Zero Site staff line the halls, and stare at us in proud admiration, as one admires precision-made instruments. We are led to cradles that look precisely like the cradles used every day for our practices, although this time each of us is taken to a separate room of the compound. Adjoining each room is the conductor's observation chamber, connected via a clear crystal window. I'm used to being observed while I work, but not used to being brought into the observation room itself, as happens today for the very first time. There I stand, short and plainly dressed, and palpably uncomfortable amid tall people in rich, complex clothing, while Galot introduces me as Hugo, our finest tuner. This statement alone proves that either the conductors really have no clue how we function, or that Galot is nervous and groping for something to say. Perhaps both. Dashwa laughs a cascading microshake. The moon's strata are thin and dusty and dead, but not much different from the Earth's, while I stand there and mouth pleasant greetings, as I am expected to do. Maybe that's what Galot really means. I'm the tuner who is best at pretending that he cares about conductor nonsense. Something catches my attention, though, as the introductions are made and small talk is exchanged, and I concentrate on saying correct things at correct times. I turn and notice a stasis column near the back of the room, humming faintly and flickering with its own plutonic energies, generating the field that keeps something within stable. And floating above its crystal surface, there is a woman in the room who is taller and more elaborately dressed than everyone else. She follows my gaze and says to Galot, "Do they know about the test bore?" Galot twitches and looks at me, then at the stasis column. "No," he says. He doesn't name the woman or give her a title, but his tone is very respectful. "They've been told only what's necessary." "I would think context is necessary, even with your kind." Galot bristles at being lumped in with us, but he says nothing in response to it. The woman looks amused. She bends down to peer into my face, although I'm not that much shorter than her. "Would you like to know what that artifact is, little tuner?" I immediately hate her. "Yes, please," I say. She takes my hand before Galot can stop her. It isn't uncomfortable. Her skin is dry. She leads me over near the stasis column so that I can now get a good look at the thing that floats above it. At first I think that what I'm seeing is nothing more than a spherical lump of iron, hovering a few inches above the stasis column's surface and underlit by its white glow. It is only a lump of iron, its surface crazed with slanting, circuitous lines. A meteor fragment? No. I realize the sphere is moving, spinning slowly on a slightly tilted north-south axis. I look at the warning symbols around the column's rim and see markers for extreme heat and pressure, and a caution against breaching the stasis field. Within the markers say, it has recreated the object's native environment. No one would do this for a mere lump of iron. I blink, adjust my perception to the sessional and magical, and draw back quickly as searing white light blazes at and through me. The iron sphere is full of magic, concentrated, crackling, overlapping threads upon threads of it, some of them even extending beyond its surface and outward and away. I can't follow the ones that wither away beyond the room. They extend beyond my reach. I can see that they stretch off toward the sky, though, for some reason. And written in the jittering threads that I can see, I frown. It's angry, I say. And familiar. Where have I seen something like this magic, before? The woman blinks at me. Galat groans under his breath. Oh, no, the woman says, holding up a hand to quell him. She focuses on me again, with a gaze that is intent now, and curious. What did you say, little tuner? I face her. She is obviously important. Perhaps I should be afraid, but I'm not. That thing is angry, I say, furious. It doesn't want to be here. You took it from somewhere else, didn't you? Others in the room have noticed this exchange. Not all of them are conductors, but all of them look at the woman and me in palpable unease and confusion. I hear Galat holding his breath. Yes, she says to me finally. We drilled a test bore at one of the Antarctic nodes. Then we sent in probes that took this from the innermost core. It's a sample of the world's own heart. She smiles, proud. The richness of magic at the core is precisely what will enable geo-arcanity. That test is why we built Core Point, and the fragments, and you. I look at the iron sphere again, and marvel that she stands so close to it. It is angry, I think again, without really knowing why these words come to me. It will do what it has to do. Who? Will do what? I shake my head, inexplicably annoyed, and turn to Galat. Shouldn't we get started? The woman laughs, delighted. Galat glowers at me, but he relaxes fractionally when it becomes obvious that the woman is amused. Still, he says, Yes, Hugo, I think we should, if you don't mind. He addresses the woman by some title and some name. I will forget both with the passage of time. In 40,000 years, I will remember only the woman's laugh and the way she considers Galat no different from us, and how carelessly she stands near an iron sphere that radiates pure malice, and enough magic to destroy every building in zero sight. And I will remember how I, too, dismissed every possible warning of what was to come. Galat takes me back into the cradle room, where I am bidden to climb into my wire chair. My limbs are strapped down, which I've never understood, because when I'm in the amethyst, I barely notice my body, let alone move it. The Seth has made my lips tingle in a way that suggests a stimulant was added. I didn't need it. I reach for the others and find them granite steady with resolve. Yes. Images appear on the viewing wall before me, displaying the blue sphere of the earth, each of the other 5 tuners' cradles, and a shot of Core Point, with the onyx hovering ready above it. The other tuners look back at me from their images. Galot comes over and makes a show of checking the contact points of the wire chair, which are meant to send measurements to the biomagestric division. "You're to hold the onyx today, Hawa." From another building of zero sight, I feel Gehwa's small twitch of surprise. We're very attuned to one another today. I say, "Kalenli holds the onyx." "Not anymore." Galot keeps his head down as he speaks, unnecessarily reaching over to check my straps. And I remember him reaching the same way to pull Kalenli back to him in the garden. Ah, I understand now. All this while he has been afraid to lose her. To us. Afraid to make her just another tool in the eyes of his superiors. Will they let him keep her after geoarcanity? Or does he fear that she too will be thrown into the briar patch? He must. Why else make such a significant change to our configuration on the most important day in human history? As if to confirm my guess, he says, "Biomagistry says you now show more than sufficient compatibility to hold the connection for the required length of time." He's watching me, hoping I won't protest. I realize suddenly that I can do so. With so much scrutiny on Galot's every decision today, important people will notice if I insist that the new configuration is a bad idea. I can, simply by raising my voice, take Kalenli from Galot. I can destroy him, as he destroyed Tetlewa. But that's a foolish, pointless thought, because how can I exercise my power over him without hurting her? I'm going to hurt her enough as it is, when we turn the plutonic engine back on itself. She should survive the initial convulsion of magic. Even if she's in contact with any of the devices that flux, she has more than enough skill to shunt the feedback away. Then, in the aftermath, she'll be just another survivor, made equal in suffering. No one will know what she really is, or her child, if it ends up like her, like us. We will have set her free, to struggle for survival along with everyone else. But that is better than the illusion of safety in a gilded cage, is it not? Better than you could ever have given her, I think, at Galot. "All right," I say. He relaxes minutely. Galot leaves my chamber and goes back into the observation room with the other conductors. I am alone. I am never alone. The others are with me. The signal comes that we should begin, as the moment seems to hold its breath. We are ready. First, the network. Attuned as we are, it is easy, pleasurable, to modulate our silver flows and cancel out resistance. Remhua plays yoke, but he hardly needs to goad any of us to resonate higher or lower, or to pull at the same pace. We are aligned. We all want this. Above us, yet easily within our range, the earth seems to hum too, almost like a thing alive. We have been to Core Point and back in our early training. We have traveled through the mantle and seen the massive flows of magic that churn naturally up from the iron-nickel core of the planet. To tap that bottomless font will be the greatest feat of human accomplishment ever. Once, that thought would have made me proud. Now I share this with the others, and a shiver-stone mica-flake glimmer of bitter amusement ripples through all of us. They have never believed us human, but we will prove by our actions today that we are more than tools. Even if we aren't human, we are people. They will never be able to deny us this again. Enough frivolity. First the network, Then the fragments of the engine must be assembled. We reach for the amethyst because it is nearest on the globe. Though we are a world away from it, we know that it utters a low-held note, its storage matrix glowing and brimful with energy as we dive up into its torrential flow. Already it has stopped suckling the last dregs from the briar patch at its roots, becoming a closed system in itself. Now it feels almost alive. As we coax it from quiescence into resonant activity, it begins to pulse and then finally to shimmer in patterns that emulate life, like the firing of neurotransmitters or the contractions of peristalsis. Is it alive? I wonder this for the first time, a question triggered by Kalenli's lessons. It is a thing of high-state matter, but it coexists simultaneously with a thing of high-state magic made in its image, and taken from the bodies of people who once laughed and raged and sang. Is there anything left of their will in the amethyst? If so, would the Nies approve of what we, their caricature children, mean to do? I can spare no more time for such thoughts. The decision has been made. So we expand this macro-level startup sequence throughout the network. We cess without cessapine. We feel the change. We know it in our bones because we are part of this engine, components of humanity's greatest marvel. On Earth, at the heart of every node of Syl Anagist, klaxons echo across the city, and warning pylons blaze red warnings that can be seen from far away as, one by one, the fragments begin to thrum and shimmer and detach from their sockets. My breath quickens when I, resonant within each, feel the first peeling away of crystal from rougher stone. The drag as we alight and begin pulsing with a state change of magic, and then begin to rise. There is a stutter here, quick and barely noticeable in the heady moment, though glaring through the lens of memory. Some of the fragments hurt us, just a little, when they detach from their sockets. We feel the scrape of metal that should not be there, the scratch of needles against our crystalline skin. We smell a whiff of rust. It's quick pain and quickly forgotten, as with any needle. Only later will we remember and lament. Rise and hum and turn. I inhale deeply as the sockets and their surrounding cityscapes fall away below us. Syl Anagist shunts over to backup power systems. Those should hold until geo-arcanity. But they are irrelevant, these mundane concerns. I fly, fall up into rushing light that is purple or indigo or mauve or gold, the spinel and the topaz, and the garnet and the sapphire. So many, so bright, so alive with building power. So alive, I think again, and this thought sends a shudder through the network, because Geihua was thinking it too, and Dashua, and it is Remhua who takes us to task with a crack like a slip-strike fault. Fools! We will die if you don't focus! So I let this thought go. And yes, framed there on screen, centered in our perception like an eye glaring down at its quarry, the onyx. Positioned, as Kalenli last bade it, above core point. I am not nervous, I tell myself as I reach for it. The onyx isn't like the other fragments. Even the moonstone is quiescent by comparison. It is only a mirror, after all. But the onyx is powerful, frightening, the darkest of dark, unknowable. Where the other fragments must be sought and actively engaged, it snatches at my awareness the instant I come near, trying to pull me deeper into its rampant, convecting currents of silver. When I have connected to it before, the onyx has rejected me, as it has done for all the others in turn. The finest magists in Syl Anagist could not fathom why. But now, when I offer myself and the onyx claims me, suddenly I know. The onyx is alive. What is just a question in the other fragments has been answered here. It sesses me. It learns me, touching me with a presence that is suddenly undeniable. And in the very moment when I realize this, and have enough time to wonder fearfully what these presences think of me, their pathetic descendant made from the fusion of their genes with their destroyer's hate, I perceive at last a secret of magistry that even the Nias simply accepted rather than understood. This is magic, after all, not science. There will always be parts of it that no one can fathom. But now I know. Put enough magic into something non-living, and it becomes alive. Put enough lives into a storage matrix, and they retain a collective will of sorts. They remember horror and atrocity, with whatever is left of them. Their souls, if you like. So the onyx yields to me now because it senses at last I too have known pain. My eyes have been opened to my own exploitation and degradation. I am afraid, of course, and angry, and hurt. But the onyx does not scorn these feelings within me. It seeks something else, however, something more, and finally finds what it seeks nestled in a little burning knot behind my heart. Determination. I have committed myself to making of all this wrongness something right. That's what the onyx wants. Justice. And because I want that too, I open my eyes in flesh. I've engaged the control cabochon. I report for the conductors. Confirmed, says Galat, looking at the screen where biomagistry monitors our neuro-arcanic connections. Applause breaks out among our observers, and I feel sudden contempt for them. Their clumsy instruments and their weak, simple Sesapine have finally told them what is as obvious to us as breathing. The plutonic engine is up and running. Now that the fragments have all launched, each one rising to hum and flicker and hover over 256 city nodes and seismically energetic points, we begin the ramp-up sequence. Among the fragments, the pale-colored flow buffers ignite first. Then we upcycle the deeper jewel tones of the generators. The onyx acknowledges sequence initialization with a single heavy blat of sound that sends ripples across the hemispheric ocean. My skin is tight, my heart a thud. Somewhere in another existence I have clenched my fists. We have done so, across the paltry separation of 6 different bodies and 256 arms and legs and one great black pulsing heart. My mouth opens, our mouths open, as the onyx aligns itself perfectly to tap the ceaseless churn of earth magic, where the core lies exposed, far, far below. Here is the moment that we were made for. Now, we are meant to say, this here, connect, and we will lock the raw magical flows of the planet into an endless cycle of service to humankind. Because this is what the Syl Anagistines truly made us for. To affirm a philosophy. Life is sacred in Syl Anagist, as it should be, for the city burns life as the fuel for its glory. The Nias were not the first people chewed up in its maw, just the latest and cruelest extermination of many. But for a society built on exploitation, there is no greater threat than having no one left to oppress. And now, if nothing else is done, Syl Anagist must again find a way to fission its people into subgroupings and create reasons for conflict among them. There's not enough magic to be had just from plants and gen-engineered fauna. Someone must suffer, if the rest are to enjoy luxury. Better the earth, Syl Anagist reasons. Better to enslave a great inanimate object that cannot feel pain and will not object. Better geo-arcanity. But this reasoning is still flawed, because Syl Anagist is ultimately unsustainable. It is parasitic. Its hunger for magic grows with every drop it devours. The Earth's core is not limitless. Eventually, if it takes 50,000 years, that resource will be exhausted too. Then everything dies. What we are doing is pointless, and geo-arcanity is a lie. And if we help Syl Anagist further down this path, we will have said, what was done to us was right and natural and unavoidable. No. So, now we say, instead. This here, connect. Pale fragments to dark, all fragments to the onyx, and the onyx back to Syl Anagist. We detach the moonstone from the circuit entirely. Now all the power stored in the fragments will blast through the city, and when the plutonic engine dies, so will Syl Anagist. It begins and ends long before the conductor's instruments even register a problem. With the others joined to me, our tune gone silent as we settle and wait for the feedback loop to hit us. I find myself content. It will be good not to die alone. But, remember, we were not the only ones who chose to fight back that day. This is a thing I will realize only later, when I visit the ruins of Syl Anagist and look into empty sockets to see iron needles protruding from their walls. This is an enemy I will understand only after I have been humbled and remade at its feet. But I will explain it now, so that you may learn from my suffering. I spoke to you not long ago of a war between the earth and the life upon its surface. Here is some enemy psychology. The earth sees no difference between any of us. Origin, still, Syl Anagistine, Nies, future, past, to it. Humanity is humanity. And even if others had commanded my birth and development, even if geo-arcanity has been a dream of Syl Anagist since long before even my conductors were born, even if I was just following orders, even if the 6 of us meant to fight back, the earth did not care. We were all guilty, all complicit in the crime of attempting to enslave the world itself. Now, though, having pronounced us all guilty, the earth handed out sentences. Here, at least, it was somewhat willing to offer credit for intent and good behavior. This is what I remember, and what I pieced together later, and what I believe. But remember, never forget, that this was only the beginning of the war. We perceive the disruption first as a ghost in the machine, a presence alongside us, inside us, intense and intrusive and immense. It slaps the onyx from my grasp before I know what's happening, and silences our startled signals of what, and something is wrong, and how did that happen, with a shock wave of earth talk as stunning to us as the rifting will one day be to you. Hello, little enemies. In the conductor's observation chamber, alarms finally blare. We are frozen in our wire chairs, shouting without words, and being answered by something beyond our comprehension. So Biomagistry only notices a problem when suddenly 9% of the plutonic engine, 27 fragments, goes offline.
I do not see Conductor Galat gasp and exchange a horrified look with the other conductors and their esteemed guests. This is speculation, knowing what I know of him. I imagine that at some point he turns to a console to abort the launch. I also do not see behind him the iron sphere pulse and swell and shatter, destroying its stasis field and peppering everyone in the chamber with hot, needle-sharp iron shards. I do hear the screaming that follows, while the iron shards burn their way up veins and arteries, and the ominous silence afterward. But I have my own problems to deal with in this particular moment. Remhua, he of the quickest wit, slaps us from our shock with the realization that something else is controlling the engine. No time to wonder who or why. Geihua perceives how and signals frantically. The 27 offline fragments are still active. In fact, they have formed a kind of subnetwork, a spare key. This is how the other presence has managed to dislodge the Onyx's control. Now all of the fragments, which generate and contain the bulk of the plutonic engine's power, are under hostile foreign control. I am a proud creature at my core. This is intolerable. The Onyx was given to me to hold, and so I seize it again and shove it back into the connections that comprise the engine, dislodging the false control at once. Salehua slams down the shockwaves of magic that this violent disruption causes, lest they ricochet through the engine and touch off a resonance that will... Well, we don't actually know what such resonance would do, but it would be bad. I hold on throughout the reverberations of this, my teeth bared back in the real world, listening while my siblings cry out or snarl with me or gasp amid the aftershocks of the initial upheaval. Everything is confusion. In the realm of flesh and blood, the lights of our chambers have gone out, leaving only emergency panels to glow around the edges of the room.
The warning klaxons are incessant, and elsewhere in Zero Sight I can hear equipment snapping and rattling with the overload that we have put into the system.
The conductors, screaming in the observation chamber, cannot help us. Not that they ever could. I don't know what's happening. Not really. I know only that this is a battle, full of moment-to-moment confusion, as all battles are. And from here forth nothing is quite clear. That strange presence that has attacked us pulls hard against the plutonic engine, trying to dislodge our control once more. I shout at it in wordless geyser boil magma crack fury. "Get out of here!" I rage. "Leave us alone!" "You started this," it hisses into the strata, trying again. When this fails, however, it snarls in frustration, and then locks instead into those 27 fragments that have gone so mysteriously offline. Dashwa senses the hostile entity's intent, and tries to grasp some of the 27, but the fragments slip through their grasp as if coated with oil. This is true enough, figuratively speaking. Something has contaminated these fragments, leaving them fouled and nearly impossible to grasp. We might manage it with concerted effort one by one, but there is no time. And until then, the enemy holds the 27. Stalemate. We still hold the Onyx. We hold the other 229 fragments, which are ready to fire the feedback pulse that will destroy Syl Anagist and ourselves. We've postponed that, however, because we cannot leave matters like this. Where did this entity, so angry and phenomenally powerful, come from? What will it do with the obelisks that it holds? Long moments pass in pent silence. I cannot speak for the others, but I at least begin to think there will be no further attacks. I have always been such a fool. Into the silence comes the amused, malicious challenge of our enemy, ground forth in magic and iron and stone. "Burn for me," says Father Earth. I must speculate on some of what follows, even after all these ages spent seeking answers. I can narrate no more, because in the moment everything was nigh instantaneous and confusing and devastating. The earth changes only gradually, until it doesn't. And when it fights back, it does so decisively. Here is the context. That first test bore that initiated the Geo-Arcanity project also alerted the Earth to humanity's efforts to take control of it. Over the decades that followed, it studied its enemy and began to understand what we meant to do. Metal was its instrument and ally. Never trust metal for this reason. It sent splinters of itself to the surface to examine the fragments in their sockets. For here, at least, was life stored in crystal, comprehensible to an entity of inorganic matter in a way that mere flesh was not.
Only gradually did it learn how to take control of individual human lives, though it required the medium of the core stones to do so.
We are such small, hard-to-grasp creatures otherwise. Such insignificant vermin, apart from our unfortunate tendency to sometimes make ourselves dangerously significant. The obelisks, though, were a more useful tool. Easy to turn back on us, like any carelessly held weapon. Burn down. Remember Alia? Imagine the disaster times 256. Imagine the stillness perforated at every nodal point and seismically active site. And the ocean, too. Hundreds of hotspots and gas pockets and oil reservoirs breached, and the entire plate tectonic system destabilized. There is no word for such a catastrophe. It would liquefy the surface of the planet, vaporizing the oceans, and sterilizing everything from the mantle up. The world, for us, and any possible creature that might ever evolve in the future to hurt the Earth, would end. The Earth itself would be fine, however. We could stop it, if we wanted to. I will not say we weren't tempted when faced with the choice between permitting the destruction of a civilization or of all life on the planet. Syl Anagist's fate was sealed. Make no mistake. We had meant to seal it. The difference between what the Earth wanted and what we wanted was merely a matter of scale. But which is the way the world ends? We tuners would be dead. The distinction mattered little to me in that moment. It's never wise to ask such a question of people who have nothing to lose. Except I did have something to lose. In those eternal instants, I thought of Kalinli and her child. Thus it was that my will took precedence within the network. If you have any doubt, I'll say it plainly now. I am the one who chose the way the world ended. I am the one who took control of the plutonic engine. We could not stop burn down, but we could insert a delay into the sequence and redirect the worst of its energy. After the Earth's tampering, the power was too volatile to simply pour back into Syl Anagist as we'd originally planned. That would have done the Earth's work for us. That much kinetic force had to be expended somewhere. Nowhere on the planet, if I meant for humanity to survive. But here were the moon and the moonstone, ready and waiting. I was in a hurry. There was no time to second guess. The power could not reflect from the moonstone as it was meant to. That would only increase the power of burndown. Instead, with a snarl as I grabbed the others and forced them to help me, they were willing, just slow. We shattered the moonstone cabochon. In the next instant, the power struck the broken stone, failed to reflect, and began to chew its way through the moon. Even with this to mitigate the blow, the force of impact was devastating in itself. More than enough to slam the moon out of orbit, The backlash of misusing the engine this way should have simply killed us. But the Earth was still there, the ghost in the machine. As we writhed in our death throes, all of Zero's sight crumbling apart around us, it took control again. I have said that it held us responsible for the attempt on its life, and it did. But somehow, perhaps through its years of study, it understood that we were tools of others, not actors of our own volition. Remember, too, that the Earth does not fully understand us. It looks upon human beings and sees short-lived, fragile creatures, puzzlingly detached in substance and awareness from the planet on which their lives depend, who do not understand the harm they try to do, perhaps because they are so short-lived and fragile and detached. And so it chose for us what seemed, to it, a punishment leavened with meaning. It made us part of it. In my wire chair, I screamed as wave upon wave of alchemy worked over me, changing my flesh into raw, living, solidified magic that looks like stone. We didn't get the worst of it. That was reserved for those who had offended the Earth the most. It used the core stone fragments to take direct control of these most dangerous vermin. But this did not work as it intended. Human will is harder to anticipate than human flesh. They were never meant to continue. I will not describe the shock and confusion I felt in those first hours after my change. I will not ever be able to answer the question of how I returned to Earth from the moon. I remember only a nightmare of endless falling and burning, which may have been delirium. I will not ask you to imagine how it felt to suddenly find oneself alone and tuneless after a lifetime spent singing to others like myself. This was justice. I accept it. I admit my crimes. I have sought to make up for them. But, well, what's done is done. In those last moments before we transformed, we did successfully manage to cancel the burn-down command to the 229. Some fragments were shattered by the stress. Others would die over the subsequent millennia, their matrices disrupted by incomprehensible arcane forces. Most went into standby mode to continue drifting for millennia over a world that no longer needed their power, until, on occasion, one of the fragile creatures below might send a confused, directionless request for access. We could not stop the Earth's 27. We did, however, manage to insert a delay into their command lattices. 100 years. What the tales get wrong is only the timing, you see. 100 years after Father Earth's child was stolen from him, 27 obelisks did burn down to the planet's core, leaving fiery wounds all over its skin. It was not the cleansing fire that the Earth sought, but it was still the first and worst fifth season, what you call the shattering. Humankind survives, because 100 years is nothing to the Earth, or even to the expanse of human history. But to those who survived the fall of Syl Anagist, it was just time enough to prepare. The moon, bleeding debris from a wound through its heart, vanished over a period of days. And I never saw Kalinli or her child again. Too ashamed of the monster I'd become, I never sought them out. She lived, though. Now and again, I heard the grind and grumble of her stone voice, and those of her several children as they were born. They were not wholly alone. With the last of their majestic technology, the survivors of Syl Anagist decanted a few more tuners and used them to build shelters, contingencies, systems of warning and protection. Those tuners died in time, however, as their usefulness ended, or as others blamed them for the Earth's wrath. Only Kalenli's children, who did not stand out, whose strength hid in plain sight, continued. Only Kalenli's legacy, in the form of the Lorists, who went from settlement to settlement, warning of the coming Holocaust, and teaching others how to cooperate, adapt, and remember, remains of the Nias. It all worked, though. You survive? That was my doing too, isn't it? I did my best, helped where I could, and now, my love, we have a second chance. Time for you to end the world again. 2501. Fault line shift along the minimal-maximal. Massive. Shockwave swept through half the Nomidlats and Arctics, but stopped at outer edge of equatorial node network. Food prices rose sharply following year, but famine prevented. Project notes of Yater Innovator D-Bars. 13. Nasun and Esun on the dark side of the world. It's sunset when Nasun decides to change the world. She has spent the day curled beside Shafa, using his still ash-flecked old clothes as a pillow, breathing his scent, and wishing for things that cannot be. Finally she gets up and very carefully feeds him the last of the vegetable broth she has made. She gives him a lot of water, too. Even after she has dragged the moon into a collision course, it will take a few days for the Earth to be smashed apart. She doesn't want Shafa to suffer too much in that time, since she will no longer be around to help him. She is such a good child at her core. Don't be angry with her. She can only make choices within the limited set of her experiences, and it isn't her fault that so many of those experiences have been terrible. Marvel, instead, at how easily she loves, how thoroughly. Love enough to change the world. She learned how to love like this from somewhere. As she uses a cloth to dab spilled broth from her lips, she reaches up and begins activation of her network. Here at Core Point, she can do it without even the onyx, but startup will take time. A commandment is set in stone, she tells Shafa solemnly. His eyes are open again. He blinks, perhaps in reaction to the sound, though she knows this is meaningless. The words are a thing she read in the strange handwritten book, the one that told her how to use a smaller network of obelisks as a spare key to subvert the onyx's power over the gate. The man who wrote the book was probably crazy, as evidenced by the fact that he apparently loved Nasun's mother long ago. That is strange and wrong, and yet somehow unsurprising. As big as the world is, Nasun is beginning to realize it's also really small. The same stories cycling around and around, the same endings again and again, the same mistakes eternally repeated. Some things are too broken to be fixed, Shafa. Inexplicably, she thinks of Jija. The ache of this silences her for a moment. I can't make anything better, but I can at least make sure the bad things stop. With that, she gets up to leave. She does not see Shafa's face turn like the moon sliding into shadow to watch her go. It's dawn when you decide to change the world. You're still asleep in the bedroll that Lerna has brought up to the roof of the yellow X building. You and he spent the night under the water tower, listening to the ever-present rumble of the rifting and the snap of occasional lightning strikes. Probably should have had sex there one more time. But you didn't think about it, and he didn't suggest, so, oh well. That's gotten you into enough trouble anyway. Had no business relying solely on middle age and starvation for birth control. He watches you as you stand and stretch, and it's a thing you'll never fully understand or be comfortable with. The admiration in his gaze. He makes you feel like a better person than you are. And this is what makes you regret again endlessly that you cannot stay to see his child born. Lerna's steady, relentless goodness is a thing that should be preserved in the world somehow. Alas, you haven't earned his admiration, but you intend to. You head downstairs and stop. Last night, in addition to Lerna, you let Tonki and Hjarka and Yika know that it was time, that you would leave after breakfast in the morning. You left the question of whether they could come with you or not open and unstated. If they volunteer, it's one thing, but you're not going to ask. What kind of person would you be to pressure them into that kind of danger? There'll be enough, just like the rest of humanity as it is. You weren't counting on finding all of them in the lobby of the Yellow X building as you come downstairs. All of them busy tucking away bedrolls and yawning and frying sausages and complaining loudly about somebody drinking up all the rusting tea. Hoa is there, perfectly positioned to see you come downstairs. There's a rather smug smile on his stone lips, but that doesn't surprise you. Daniel and Mashish do, the former up and doing some kind of martial exercises in a corner, while the latter dices another potato for the pan. And yes, he's built a campfire in the building lobby, because that's what calmless people do sometimes. Some of the windows are broken, the smoke's going out through them. Hjarka and Tonki are a surprise, too. They're still asleep, curled together in a pile of furs. But you really weren't expecting Yika to walk in, with an air of something like her old brashness, and with her eye makeup perfectly applied once again. She looks around the lobby, taking you in along with the rest, and puts her hands on her hips. Catch you Rastas at a bad time? You can't, you blurt. It's hard to talk, knot in your throat. Yika especially. You stare at her. Evil Earth, she's wearing her fur vest again. You thought she'd left that behind in Kostrima under. You can't come. The calm. Yika rolls her dramatically decorated eyes. Well, fuck you too. But you're right. I'm not coming. Just here to see you off, along with whoever goes with you. I really should be having you killed since you are effectively ashing yourselves out, but I suppose we can overlook that little technicality for now. What? We can't come back? Tonki blurts. She's sitting up, finally, though at a distinct lean and with her hair badly askew. Hjarka, muttering imprecations about being awake, has gotten up and handed her a plate of potato hash from the pile Mashish has already cooked. Yika eyes her. You? You are traveling to an enormous, perfectly preserved obelisk builder ruin. I'll never see you again. But sure, I suppose you could come back. If Hjarka manages to drag you to your senses, I need her at least. Mashish yawns loudly enough to draw everyone's attention. He's naked, which lets you see that he's looking better at last, still nearly skeletal. But that's half the calm these days. He's coughing less, though, and his hair's starting to grow fuller, although so far it's only at that hilarious bottle brush stage before ashblow hair develops enough weight to flop decently. It's the first time you've seen his leg stumps unclothed, and you belatedly realize the scars are far too neat to have been done by some calmless raider with a hacksaw. Well, that's his story to tell. You say to him, "Don't be stupid." Mashish looks mildly annoyed. I'm not going, no, but I could be. No, you Rusting couldn't, Yika snaps. I already told you, we need a fulcrum roga here. He sighs. Fine, but no reason I can't at least see you off. Now stop asking questions and come get some food. He reaches for his clothes and starts to pull them on. You obediently go over to the fire to eat something. No morning sickness yet. That's a bit of luck. As you eat, you watch everyone and find yourself overwhelmed and also a little frustrated. Of course, it's touching that they've come like this to say goodbye. You're glad of it. You can't even pretend otherwise. When have you ever left a place this way? Openly, non-violently, amid laughter? It feels... You don't know how it feels. Good? You don't know what to do with that. You hope more of them decide to stay behind, though. As it is, Hoa's going to be hauling a rusting caravan through the earth. But when you eye Daniel, you blink in surprise. She's cut her hair again. Really doesn't seem to like it long. Fresh shaving on the sides and black tint on her lips. Earth knows where she found it. Or maybe she made it herself out of charcoal and fat. But it's suddenly hard to see her as the strung-back general she wasn't. It changes things somehow. To understand that you go to face a fate that an equatorial lorist wants to record for posterity. Now it's not just a caravan. It's a rusting quest. The thought pulls a snort laugh out of you, and everyone pauses in what they're doing to stare. Nothing, you say, waving a hand and setting the empty plate aside. Just... shit. Come on, then, whoever's coming. Someone's brought Lerna his pack, which he dons quietly, watching you. Tonki curses and starts rushing to get herself together, while Hjorka patiently helps. Daniel uses a rag to mop sweat from her face. You go over to Hoa, who has shaped his expression into one of wry amusement, and stand beside him to sigh at the mess. Can you bring this many? As long as they remain in contact with me, or someone who's touching me, yes. Sorry. I wasn't expecting this. Weren't you? You look at him, but then Tonki, still chewing something and shouldering her pack with her good arm, grabs his upraised hand, though she pauses to blatantly stare at it in fascination. The moment passes. So, how's this supposed to work? Ika paces the room, watching everyone and folding her arms. She is noticeably more restless than usual. You get there, grab the moon, shove it into position, and then what? Will we see any sign of the change? The rifting will go cold, you say. That won't change much in the short term, because there's too much ash in the air already. This season will have to play itself out, and it's going to be bad no matter what. The moon might even make things worse. You can sense it pulling on the world already. Yeah, you're pretty sure it'll make things worse. Ika nods, though. She can sense it, too. But there's a long-term loose end that you haven't been able to figure out yourself. If I can do it, though. Restore the moon. You shrug helplessly and look at Hoa. It opens room for negotiation, he says in his hollow voice. Everyone pauses to stare at him. By the flinches, you can tell who's used to stone eaters and who isn't. And perhaps a truce. Yika grimaces. Perhaps? So we've gone through all this, and you can't even be sure if it will stop the seasons? Evil Earth. No, you admit. But it will stop this season. That much you're sure of. That much alone is worth it. Yika subsides, but she keeps muttering to herself now and again. This is how you know she wants to go too, but you're very glad she seems to have talked herself out of it. Kostrima needs her. You need to know that Kostrima will be here after you're gone. Finally, everyone is ready. You take Hoa's right hand with your left. You've got no other arm to spare for Lerna, so he wraps an arm around your waist. When you glance at him, he nods, steady, determined. On Hoa's other side are Tonki and Hjorka, and Daniel, chain-linked hand to hand. This is going to blow, isn't it? Hjorka asks. She alone looks nervous of the set. Daniel's radiating calm, at peace with herself at last. Tonki's so excited she can't stop grinning. Lerna's just leaning on you, rock steady the way he always is. Probably, Tonki says, bouncing a little. This seems like a spectacularly bad idea, Yika says. She's leaned against a wall of the room, arms folded, watching the group assemble. Essie's got to go, but the rest of you... She shakes her head. Would you be coming, if you weren't head woman? Lerna asks. It's quiet. He always drops his biggest rocks like that, quietly and out of nowhere. She scowls and glares at him, then throws you a look that's wary and maybe a little embarrassed before she sighs and pushes away from the wall. You saw, though. The lump is back in your throat. Hey, you say before she can flee. Yeek. She glares at you. I hate that rusting nickname. You ignore this. You told me a while back that you had a stash of Sorettis. We were supposed to get drunk after I beat the Renanus army, remember? Yika blinks, and then a slow smile spreads across her face. You were in a coma or something. I drank it all myself. You glare at her, surprised to find yourself honestly annoyed. She laughs in your face. So much for tender farewells. But... well, it feels good anyway. Close your eyes, Hoa says. He's not joking, you add in warning. You keep yours open, though, as the world goes dark and strange. You feel no fear. You are not alone. It's nighttime. Nasun stands on what she thinks of as Corpoint's town green. It isn't. A city built before the seasons would have no need of such a thing. It's just a place near the enormous hole that is Corpoint's heart. Around the hole are strangely slanted buildings, like the pylons she saw in Syl Anagist. But these ones are huge, stories high and a block wide apiece. She's learned that when she gets too near these buildings, which don't have any doors or windows that she can see, it sets off warnings composed of bright red words and symbols, several feet high apiece, which blaze in the air over the city. Worse are the low, blatting alarm sounds that echo through the streets. Not loud, but insistent, and they make her teeth feel loose and itchy. She's looked into the hole despite all this. It's enormous compared to the one that was in the underground city. Many times that one's circumference, so big that it would take her an hour or more to walk all the way around it. Yet for all its grandeur, despite the evidence it offers of feats of engineering long lost to humankind, Nasun cannot bring herself to be impressed by it. The hole feeds no one, provides no shelter against ash or assault. It doesn't even scare her, though that is meaningless. After her journey through the underground city in the core of the world, after losing Shafa, nothing will ever frighten her again. The spot Nasun has found is a perfectly circular patch of ground just beyond the hole's warning radius. It's odd ground, slightly soft to the touch and springy beneath her feet, not like any material she's ever touched before. But here in Corpoint, that sort of experience isn't rare. There's no actual soil in this circle, aside from a bit of wind-blown stuff piled up along the edges of the circle. A few seagrasses have taken root here. And there's the desiccated, spindly trunk of a dead sapling that did its best before being blown over many years before. That's all. A number of stone-eaters have appeared around the circle. She notes as she takes up position at its center. No sign of steel, but there must be 20 or 30 others on street corners or in buildings, sitting on stairs, leaning against walls. A few turned their heads or eyes to watch as she passed, but she ignored and ignores them. Perhaps they have come to witness history. Maybe some are like steel, hoping for an end to their horrifyingly endless existence. maybe the ones who've helped her have done so because of that. Maybe they're just bored. Not the most exciting town, Core Point. Nothing matters right now, except the night sky. And in that sky, the moon is beginning to rise. It sits low on the horizon, seemingly bigger than it was the night before, and made oblong by the distortions of the air. White and strange and round, it hardly seems worth all the pain and struggle that its absence has symbolized for the world. And yet, it pulls on everything within Nasun that is origin. It pulls on the whole world. Time for the world, then, to pull back. Nasun shuts her eyes. They are all around Core Point now. The spare key, 3 by 3 by 3, 27 obelisks that she has spent the past few weeks touching and taming and coaxing into orbit nearby. She can still feel the sapphire, but it is far away and not in sight. She can't use it, and it would take months to arrive if she summoned it. These others will do, though. It's strange to see so many of the things in the sky all together after a lifetime with only one or no obelisks in sight at any given time. Stranger to feel them all connected to her, thrumming at slightly different speeds, their wells of power each at slightly different depths. The darker ones are deeper, no telling why, but it is a noticeable difference. Nasun lifts her hands, splaying her fingers in unconscious imitation of her mother. Very carefully, she begins connecting each of the 27 obelisks, 1 to 1, then those to 2 apiece, then others. She is compelled by lines of sight, lines of force, strange instincts that demand mathematical relationships she does not understand. Each obelisk supports the forming lattice rather than disrupting or canceling it out. It's like putting horses in harness, sort of, when you've got one with a naturally quick gait and another that plods along. This is yoking 27 high-strung racehorses, but the principle is the same. And it is beautiful. The moment when all of the flows stop fighting Nasun and shift into lockstep. She inhales, smiling in spite of herself, feeling pleasure again for the first time since Father Earth destroyed Shafa. It should be scary, shouldn't it? So much power. It isn't, though. She falls up through torrents of gray or green or mauve or clear white. Parts of her that she's never known the words for move and adjust in a dance of 27 parts. Oh, it is so lovely. If only Shafa could... Wait. Something makes the hairs on the back of Nasun's neck prickle. Dangerous to lose concentration now, so she forces herself to methodically touch each obelisk in turn and soothe it back into something like an idle state. They mostly tolerate this, though the opal bucks a little and she has to force it into quiescence. When all are finally stable, though, she cautiously opens her eyes and looks around. At first, the black and white moonlit streets are as before, silent and still, despite the crowd of stone-eaters that has assembled to watch her work. In Core Point, it is easy to feel alone in a crowd. Then she spies movement. Something, someone, lurching from one shadow to another. Startled, Nasun takes a step toward that moving figure. Hello? The figure staggers toward some kind of small pillar, whose purpose Nasun has never understood, though there seems to be one on every other corner of the city. Nearly falling as it grabs the pillar for support, the figure twitches and looks up at the sound of her voice. Ice-white eyes spear at Nasun from the shadows. Shafa, awake, moving. Without thinking, Nasun begins to trot, then run after him. Her heart is in her mouth. She's heard people say things like that and thought nothing of it before. Just poetry, just silliness. but now she knows what it means as her mouth goes so dry that she can feel her own pulse through her tongue. Her eyes blur. Shafa! He's 30-40 feet away, near one of the pylon buildings that surround Corpoint's hole. Close enough to recognize her, and yet there is nothing in his gaze that seems to know who she is. Quite the contrary. He blinks, and then smiles in a slow, cold way that makes her stumble to a halt in deep, skin-twitching unease. Shafa? She says again. Her voice is very thin in the silence. Hello, little enemy, Shafa says, in a voice that reverberates through Corpoint and the mountain below it and the ocean for 1,000 miles around. Then he turns to the pylon building behind him. A high, narrow opening appears at his touch. He stumbles through. It vanishes behind him in an instant. Nasun screams and flings herself after him.
You are deep in the lower mantle, halfway through the world, when you sense the activation of part of the obelisk gate. Or so your mind interprets it at first, until you master your alarm and reach forth to confirm what you're feeling. It's hard. Here in the deep earth there is so much magic. Trying to sift through it, for whatever is happening on the surface is like trying to hear a distant creak over 100 thundering waterfalls nearby. It's worse the deeper Hoa takes you, until finally you have to close your eyes and stop perceiving magic entirely, because there's something immense nearby that is blinding you with its brightness. It is as if there is a sun underground, silver-white and swirling with an unbelievably intense concentration of magic. But you can also feel Hoa skirting wide around this sun, even though that means the overall journey has taken longer than absolutely necessary. You'll have to ask him why later. You can't see much besides churning red here in the depths. How fast are you going? Without reference, it's impossible to tell. Hoa is an intermittent shadow in the redness beside you, shimmering on the rare occasions when you catch a glimpse of him. But then, you're probably shimmering too. He isn't pushing through the earth, but becoming part of it, and transiting the particles of himself around its particles, becoming a waveform that you can sense like sound or light or heat. Disturbing enough if you don't think about the fact that he's doing it to you too. You can't feel anything like this, except a hint of pressure from his hand, and the suggestion of tension from Lorna's arm. There's no sound other than an omnipresent rumble, no smell of sulfur or anything else. You don't know if you're breathing, and you don't feel the need for air. But the distant awakening of multiple obelisks panics you, nearly makes you try to pull away from Hoa so you can concentrate, even though, stupid, that would not just kill you, but annihilate you, turning you to ash and then vaporizing the ashes and then setting the vapor on fire. Nasun! You cry or try to cry, but words are lost in the deep roar. There is no one to hear you cry. Except there is. Something shifts around you, or you realize belatedly you are shifting relative to it. It isn't something you think about until it happens again, and you think you feel Lorna jerk against your side. Then it finally occurs to you to look at the silver wisps of your companions' bodies, which at least you can make out against the dense red material of the earth around you. There is a human-shaped blaze linked to your hand, heavy as a mountain upon your perception as it forges swiftly upward. Hoa. He is moving oddly, however, periodically shifting to one side or another. That's what you perceived before. Beside Hoa are faint shimmers, delicately etched. One has a palpable interruption in the silver flow of one arm. That has to be Tonki.
You cannot distinguish Hjarka from Danil because you can't see hair or relative size or anything so detailed as teeth. Only knowing that Lerna is closer to you makes him distinct. And beyond Lerna, something flashes past. Mountain heavy and magic bright, human-shaped, but not human. And not Hoa. Another flash. Something streaks on a perpendicular trajectory, intercepting and driving it away, but there are more. Hoa lunges aside again, and a new flash misses. But it's close. Lerna seems to twitch beside you. Can he see it too? You really hope not, because now you understand what's happening. Hoa is dodging, and you can do nothing but trust Hoa to keep you safe from the Stone Eaters who are trying to rip you away from him. No. It's hard to concentrate when you're this afraid. When you've been merged into the high-pressure, semi-solid rock of the planet's mantle, and when everyone you love will die in slow horror should you fail in your quest, and when you're surrounded by currents of magic that are so much more powerful than anything you've ever seen, and when you're under attack by murderous Stone Eaters. But you did not spend your childhood learning to perform under the threat of death for nothing. Mere threads of magic aren't enough to stop Stone Eaters. The Earth's winding rivers of the stuff are all you have to hand. Reaching for one feels like plunging your awareness into a lava tube. And for an instant, you're distracted by wondering whether this is what it will feel like if Hoa lets go. A flash of terrible heat and pain, and then oblivion. You push that aside. A memory comes to you, Maeve. Driving a wedge of ice into a cliff face, shearing it off at just the precise time to smash a ship full of guardians. You shape your will into a wedge and splint it into the nearest magic torrent, a great crackling, wending coil of a thing. It works, but your aim is wild. Magic sprays everywhere, and Hoa must dodge again, this time from your efforts. Fuck. You try again, concentrating this time, letting your thoughts loosen. You're already in the earth, red and hot, instead of dark and warm, but how is this any different? You're still in the crucible, just literally instead of a symbolic mosaic. You need to drive your wedge in here and aim it there as another flash of person-shaped mountain starts to pace you and darts in for the kill. Just as you shunt a stream of purest, brightest silver directly into its path. It doesn't hit. You're still not good at aiming. You glimpse the Stone Eater stop short, however, as the magic all but blazes past its nose. Here in the deep red, it is impossible to see expressions, but you imagine that the creature is surprised, maybe even alarmed. You hope it is. "Next one's for you, bastard cannibal son Ruster," you try to shout. But you are no longer in a purely physical space. Sound and air are extraneous. You imagine the words then, and hope the Ruster in question gets the gist. You do not imagine, however, the fact that the fleeting glimpses of Stone Eaters stop. Hoa keeps going, but there are no more attacks. Well, then, it's good to be of some use. He's rising faster now that he's unimpeded. Your Sesapine start to perceive depth as a rational, calculable thing again. The deep red turns deep brown, then cools to deep black, and then air, light, solidity. You become real again, flesh and blood unadulterated by other matter, upon a road between strange, smooth buildings, tall as obelisks beneath the night sky. The return of sensation is stunning, profound, but nothing compared to the absolute shock you feel when you look up. Because you have spent the past 2 years beneath a sky of variable ash, and until now you had no idea that the moon had come. It is an ice-white eye against the black, an ill omen writ vast and terrifying upon the tapestry of stars. You can see what it is even without sessing it. A giant, round rock. Deceptively small against the expanse of the sky. You think you'll need the obelisks to sess it completely, but you can see on its surface things that might be craters. You've traveled across craters. The craters on the moon are big enough to see from here, big enough to take years to cross on foot. And that tells you the whole thing is incomprehensibly huge. "Fuck," says Daniel, which makes you drag your eyes from the sky. She's on her hands and knees, as if clinging to the ground and grateful for its solidity. Maybe she's regretting her choice of duty now. Or maybe she just didn't understand before this that being a lorist could be fully as awful and dangerous as being a general. Fuck. Fuck. That's it, then. Tonki. She's staring up at the moon, too. You turn to see Lerna's reaction, and... Lerna, the space beside you, where he held on to you, is empty. "I didn't expect the attack," Hoa says. You can't turn to him, can't turn away from the empty space where Lerna should be. Hoa's voice is its usual inflectionless, hollow tenor. But is he shaken? Shocked? You don't want him to be shocked. You want him to say something like, "But of course I was able to keep everyone safe. Lerna is just over there, don't worry." Instead he says, "I should have guessed. The factions that don't want peace." He trails off, falls silent, just like an ordinary person who is at a loss for words. Lerna. That last jolt, the one you thought was a near miss. It isn't what should have happened. You're the one nobly sacrificing yourself for the future of the world. He was supposed to survive this. What about him? That's Hjarka, who's standing, but bent over with hands on her knees, as if she's thinking about throwing up. Tonki's rubbing the small of her back, as if this will somehow help. But Hjarka's attention is on you. She's frowning, and you see the moment when she realizes what you're talking about, and her expression melts into shock. You feel numb. Not the usual non-feeling that comes of you being halfway to a statue. This is different. This is... I didn't even think I loved him. You murmur. Hjarka winces, but then makes herself straighten and take a deep breath. All of us knew this might be a one-way trip. You shake your head in confusion. He was so much younger than me. You expected him to outlive you. That's how it was supposed to work. You're supposed to die feeling guilty for leaving him behind and killing his unborn child. He's supposed to... Hey! Hjarka's voice sharpens. You know that look on her face now, though. It's a leadership look, or one reminding you that you are the leader here. But that's right, isn't it? You're the one who's running this little expedition. You're the one who didn't make Lerna or any of them stay home. You're the one who didn't have the courage to do this by yourself the way you damn well should have, if you really didn't want them hurt. Lerna's death is on you, not Hoa. You look away from them and involuntarily reach for the stump of your arm. This is irrational. You're expecting battle wounds, scorch marks, something else to show that Lerna was lost. But it's fine. You're fine. You look back at the others. They're all fine too, because battles with Stone Eaters aren't things that anyone walks away from with mere flesh wounds. It's pre-war. While you stand there bereft, Tonki has half turned away from Hjarka, which is a problem because Hjarka's currently leaning on her. Hjarka grumbles and hooks an arm around Tonki's neck to keep her in place. Tonki doesn't seem to notice, So wide are her eyes as she looks around. Evil-eating earth, look at this place, completely intact. Not hidden at all. No defensive structuring or camouflage. But then not nearly enough green space to make this place self-sufficient. She blinks. They would have needed regular supply shipments to survive. The place isn't built for survival. That means it's from before the enemy. She blinks. The people here must have come from the Stillness. Maybe there's some means of transportation around here that we haven't seen yet. She subsides into thought, muttering to herself as she crouches to finger the substance of the ground. You don't care. But you don't have time to mourn, Lurna, or hate yourself, not now. Tjarka's right. You have a job to do. And you've seen the other things in the sky besides the moon. The dozens of obelisks that hover so close, so low, their energy pent, and not a single one of them acknowledging your touch when you reach for them. They aren't yours. But although they've been primed and readied, yoked to one another in a way that you immediately recognize as bad news, they're not doing anything. Something's put them on hold. Focus. You clear your throat. Hoa, where is she? When you glance at him, you see he's adopted a new stance. Expression blank, body facing slightly south and east. You follow his gaze and see something that, at first, awes you. A bank of buildings, 6 or 7 stories high that you can see, wedge-shaped and blank of feature. It's easy to tell that they form a ring, and it's easy to guess what's at the heart of that ring, even though you can't see it because of the angle of the buildings. Alabaster told you, though, didn't he? The city exists to contain the whole. Your throat locks your breath. No, Hoa says. Okay, you make yourself breathe. She's not in the hole. Where, then? Hoa turns to look at you. He does this slowly. His eyes are wide. Esun. She's gone into warrant. As core point above, so warrant below. Nasun runs through obsidian-carved corridors, close and low-ceilinged and claustrophobic. It's warm down here, not oppressively so, but the warmth is close and omnipresent. The warmth of the volcano radiating up through the old stone from its heart. She can sense echoes of what was done to create this place, because it was orogeny, not magic, though a more precise and powerful orogeny than anything she's ever seen. She doesn't care about any of that, though. She needs to find Shafa. The corridors are empty, lit above by more of the strange rectangular lights that she saw in the underground city. Nothing else about this place looks like that place. The underground city felt leisurely in its design. There are hints of beauty in the way the station was built that suggest it was developed gradually, piece by piece, with time for contemplation between each phase of construction. Warrant is dark, utilitarian. As Nasun runs down sloping ramps past conference rooms, classrooms, mess halls, lounges, she sees that all of them are empty. This facility's corridors were beaten and clawed out of the shield volcano over a period of days or weeks, hurriedly, though it isn't clear why. Nasun can tell the hurried nature of the place somehow, to her own amazement. Fear has soaked into the walls. But none of that matters. Shafa is here somewhere. Shafa, who's barely moved for weeks and yet is now somehow running, his body driven by something other than his own mind. Nasun tracks the silver of him, amazed that he's managed to get so far in the moments that it took her to try to reopen the door he used, and then, when it would not open for her, to use the silver to rip it open. But now he is up ahead, and so are others. She stops for a moment, panting, suddenly uneasy. Many of them, dozens, no, hundreds, and all are like Shafa. They're silver, thinner, stranger, and also bolstered from elsewhere. Guardians. This, then, is where they go during seasons. But Shafa has said they will kill him because he is contaminated. They will not. She clenches her fists. It does not occur to her that they will kill her, too. Rather, it does, but they will not looms larger in the scope of her reality. When Nasun runs through a door at the top of a short stair, however, the close corridor suddenly opens out into a narrow but very long, high-ceilinged chamber. It's high enough that its ceiling is nearly lost in shadow, and its length stretches farther than her eye can see. And all along the walls of this chamber, in neat rows that stack up to the ceiling, there are dozens, hundreds of strange square holes. She is reminded of the chambers in a wasp's nest, except the shape is wrong. And in every one of them is a body. Shafa isn't far ahead, somewhere in this room, no longer moving forward. Nasun stops too, apprehension finally overwhelming her driving need to find Shafa. The silence makes her skin prickle. She cannot help fear. The analogy of the wasp's nest has stayed with her, and on some level, she fears looking into the cells to find a grub staring back at her, perhaps atop the corpse of some creature, person, it has parasitized. Inadvertently, she looks into the nearest cell. It's barely wider than the shoulders of the man within, who seems to be asleep. He's youngish, gray-haired, a mid-ladder, wearing the burgundy uniform that Nasun has heard of but never seen. He's breathing, although slowly. The woman in the cell beside him is wearing the same uniform, though she's completely different in every other way. An East Coaster with completely black skin, hair that has been braided along her scalp in intricate patterns, and wine-dark lips. There is the slightest of smiles on those lips, as if even in sleep, she cannot lose the habit of it. Asleep, and more than asleep. Nasun follows the silver and the people in the cells, feeling out their nerves and circulation, and understands that each is in something like a coma. She thinks maybe normal comas aren't like this, though. None of these people seem to be hurt or sick. And within each guardian, there is that shard of coarse stone, quiescent here, instead of angrily flaring like the one in Shafa. Strangely, the silver threads in each guardian are reaching out to the ones around them, networking together. Bolstering each other, maybe? Charging one another to perform some sort of work, the way a network of obelisks does? She cannot guess. They were never meant to continue. But then, from the center of the vaulted room, perhaps 100 feet farther in, she hears a sharp, mechanical whir. She jumps and stumbles away from the cells, darting a quick, frightened look around to see if the noise has awakened any of the cell's occupants. They don't stir. She swallows and calls softly, "Shafa?" Her answer, echoing through the high chamber, is a low, familiar groan. Nasun stumbles forward, her breath catching. It's him. Down the middle of the strange chamber stand contraptions, arranged in rows. Each consists of a chair attached to a complex arrangement of silver wire in loops and spars. She's never seen anything like it. You have. Each contraption seems big enough to hold one person, but they're all empty. And, Nasun leans closer for a better look, then shivers. Each rests against a stone pillar that holds an obscenely complicated mechanism. It's impossible not to notice the tiny scalpels, the delicate forceps-like attachments of varying sizes, and other instruments clearly meant for cutting and drilling. Somewhere nearby, Shafa groans. Nasun pushes the cutting things out of her thoughts and hurries down the row to stop in front of the room's lone occupied wire chair. The chair has been adjusted somehow. Shafa sits in it, but he is face down, his body suspended by the wires, his chopped-off hair parting around his neck. The mechanism behind the chair has come alive, extending up and over his body in a way that feels predatory to her. But it is already retracting as she approaches. The bloodied instruments disappear into the mechanism. She hears more faint whirring sounds, cleaning maybe. One tiny tweezer-like attachment remains, however, holding up a prize that still glistens faintly with Shafa's blood. A little metal shard, irregular and dark. Hello, little enemy. Shafa isn't moving. Nasun stares at his body, shaking. She cannot bring herself to shift her perception back to the silver threads, back to magic, to see if he is alive. The bloody wound high on the back of his neck has been neatly stitched, right over the other old scar that she has always wondered about. It's still bleeding, but it's clear the wound was inflicted quickly and sealed nearly as fast. Like a child willing the monster under the bed to not exist, Nasun wills Shafa's back and sides to move. They do as he draws in a breath. Nasun, he croaks. Shafa! Shafa! She flings herself to her knees and scooches forward to look at his face from underneath the wire contraption, heedless of the blood still dripping down the sides of his neck and face. His eyes, his beautiful white eyes, are half open. And they are him this time. She sees that and bursts into tears herself. Shafa! Are you okay? Are you really okay? His speech is slow, slurred. Nasun will not think about why. Nasun, Even more slowly, his expression shifts, a sea quake in his brows, sending a tsunami of slow realization across the rest. His eyes widen. There's no pain. She touches his face. The thing is out of you, Shafa. That metal thing. He shuts his eyes, and her belly clenches, but then the furrow vanishes from his brow. He smiles again, and for the first time since Nasun met him, there is nothing of tension or falsehood in it. He isn't smiling to ease his pain or others' fears. His mouth opens. She can see all his teeth. He's laughing, although weakly. He's weeping, too, with relief and joy. And it is the most beautiful thing she's ever seen. She cups his face, mindful of the wound on the back of his neck, and presses her forehead against his, shaking with his soft laughter. She loves him. She just loves him so much. And because she's touching him, because she loves him, because she is so attuned to his needs and his pain and making him happy, her perception slips into the silver. She doesn't mean for it to. She just wants to use her eyes to savor the sight of him looking back at her, and her hands to touch his skin, and her ears to hear his voice. But she is Origin, and she can no longer shut off the Sasuna than she can sight or sound or touch. Which is why her smile falters and her joy vanishes. Because the instant she sees how the network of threads within him is already beginning to fade, she can no longer deny that he is dying. It's slow. He could last a few weeks or months, perhaps as much as a year with what's left. But where every other living thing churns forth its own silver almost by accident, where it flows and stutters and gums up the works between cells, there is nothing between his cells but a trickle. What's left in him mostly runs along his nervous system, and she can see a glaring, gaping emptiness at what used to be the core of his silver network, in his Cessapine. Without his core stone, as he warned her, he will not last long. Shafa's eyes have drifted shut. He's asleep, exhausted by pushing his weakened body through the streets. But he isn't the one who did that, is he? Nasun gets to her feet, shaking, keeping her hands on Shafa's shoulders. His heavy head presses against her chest. She stares at the little metal shard bitterly, understanding at once why Father Earth did this to him. It knows she means to bring the moon down, and that this will create a cataclysm far worse than the shattering. It wants to live. It knows Nasun loves Shafa, and that until now she has seen destroying the world as the only way to give him peace. Now, however, it has remade Shafa, offering him to Nasun as a kind of living ultimatum. Now he is free. The earth taunts by this wordless gesture. Now he can have peace without death. And if you want him to live, little enemy, there is only one way. Steel never said it couldn't be done, only that it shouldn't. Maybe Steel is wrong. Maybe, as a Stone Eater, Shafa won't be alone and sad forever. Steel is mean and awful, which is why no one wants to be with him. But Shafa is good and kind. Surely he will find someone else to love. Especially if all the world is Stone Eaters too. Humanity, she decides, is a small price to pay for Shafa's future. Hoa says that Nasun has gone underground to Warrant, where the Guardians lie. And the panic of this is sour in your mouth as you trot around the hole looking for a way in. You don't dare ask Hoa to simply transport you to her. Gray Man's allies lurk everywhere now, and they will kill you as surely as they did Lerna. Allies of Hoa are present too. You have a blurry memory of seeing two streaking mountains crash into one another, one driving the other off. But until this business with the moon is settled, going into the earth is too dangerous. All of the Stone Eaters are here, you says. 1,000 human-sized mountains in and underneath Core Point, some of them watching you run through the streets looking for your daughter. All of their ancient factions and private battles will come to a head tonight, one way or another. Hjarka and the others have followed you, though more slowly. They do not feel your panic. At last you spot one pylon building that's been opened, cut open, it seems, as if with an enormous knife. 3 irregular slashes, and then someone has made the door fall outward. It's a foot thick. But beyond it is a wide, low-ceilinged corridor going down into darkness. Someone's climbing out of it, though, as you reach it, and stumble to a halt. Nasun, you blurt, because it's her. The girl framed by the doorway is taller than you remember by several inches. Her hair is longer now, braided back in 2 plaits that fall behind her shoulders. You barely recognize her. She stops short at the sight of you, a faint wrinkle of confusion between her brows. And you realize she's having trouble recognizing you, too. Then realization comes, and she stares as if you are the last thing in the world she expected to see. Because you are. Hi, Mama, Nasun says. 14. At the end of days. I am a witness to what follows. I will tell this as such. I watch you and your daughter face each other for the first time in 2 years across a gulf of hardship. Only I know what you both have been through. Each of you can judge the other only on presences, actions, and scars, at least for now. You, much thinner than the mother she last saw when she decided to skip creche one day. The desert has weathered you, drying your skin. The acid rain has bleached your locks to a paler brown than they should be. and the gray shows more. The clothes that hang from your body are also bleached by ash and acid, and the empty right sleeve of your shirt has been knotted. It dangles, obviously empty, as you catch your breath. And also a part of Nasun's first impression of the post-rifting you. Behind you stands a group of people who all stare at Nasun, some of them with palpable wariness. You, though, show only anguish. Nasun is as still as a stone eater. She's grown only 4 inches since the rifting, but it looks to you like a foot. You can see the advent of adolescence upon her, early, but that is the nature of life in lean times. The body takes advantage of safety and abundance when it can, and the 9 months she spent in Jeketi were good for her. She's probably going to start menstruating within the next year if she can find enough food. The biggest changes are immaterial, though. The wariness in her gaze, nothing like the shy diffidence you remember. Her posture, shoulders back, feet braced and square. You told her to stop slouching 1,000,000 times, and yes, she looks so tall and strong now that she's standing up straight. So beautifully strong. Her orogeny sits on your awareness like a weight upon the world, rock steady and precise as a diamond drill. Evil earth, you think. She says just like you. It's over before it's begun. You sense that as surely as you sense her strength, and both make you desperate. I've been looking for you, you say. You've raised your hand without thinking about it. Your fingers open and twitch and close and open again in a gesture that is half grasping, half plea. Her gaze goes hooded. I was with Daddy. I know, I couldn't find you. It's redundant, obvious. You hate yourself for babbling. Are you... all right? She looks away, troubled, and it bothers you that her concern so plainly isn't you. I need to. My guardian needs help. You go stiff. Nasun has heard from Shafa of what he was like before Mayov. She knows, intellectually, that the Shafa you knew and the Shafa she loves are wholly different people. She's seen a fulcrum and the ways in which it warped its inmates. She remembers how you used to go stiff, just the way you are now, at even a glimpse of the color burgundy. And finally, here at the end of the world, she understands why. She knows you better now than ever before in her life. And yet, to her, Shafa is the man who protected her from raiders and from her father. He is the man who soothed her when she was afraid, tucked her into bed at night. She has seen him fight his own brutal nature and the earth itself in order to be the parent she needs. He has helped her learn to love herself for what she is. Her mother, you, have done none of these things. And in that pent moment, as you fight past the memory of Inun falling to pieces and the burning ache of broken bones in a hand you no longer possess, with "Never say no to me" ringing in your head, she intuits the thing that you have until now denied. That it is hopeless, that there can be no relationship, no trust between you and her, because the two of you are what the stillness and the season have made you. That Alabaster was right, and some things really are too broken to fix. Nothing to do but destroy them entirely for mercy's sake. Nasun shakes her head once while you stand there twitching. She looks away, shakes her head again. Her shoulders bow a little, not in a lazy slouch but weariness. She does not blame you, but neither does she expect anything from you. And right now, you're just in the way. So she turns to walk away, and that shocks you out of your fugue. Nasun! He needs help, she says again. Her head is down, her shoulders tight. She doesn't stop walking. You inhale and start after her. I have to help him. You know what's happening. You felt it, feared it all along. Behind you, you hear Daniel stop the others. Maybe she thinks you and your daughter need space. You ignore them and run after Nasun. You grab her shoulder, try to turn her around. Nasun, what? She shrugs you off so hard that you stagger. Your balance has been shot since you lost the arm, and she's stronger than she was. She doesn't notice you almost fall. She keeps going. Nasun! She doesn't even look back. You're desperate to get her attention, to get her to react. Something, anything. You grope and then say to her back, I know about Jija. That makes her falter to a halt. Jija's death is still a raw wound within her that Shafa has cleaned and stitched, but that will not heal for some time. That you know what she has done makes her hunch in shame. That it was necessary self-defense frustrates her. That you have reminded her of this now tips the shame and frustration into anger. I have to help Shafa, she says again. Her shoulders are going up in a way that you recognize from 100 afternoons in your makeshift crucible, and from when she was 2 and learned the word no. There's no reasoning with her when she gets like this. Words become irrelevant. Actions mean more. But what actions could possibly convey the morass of your feelings right now? You look back at the others helplessly. Yarka is holding Tonki back. Tonki's gaze is fixed on the sky and the assemblage there of more obelisks than you've seen in your whole life. Daniel is a little apart from the rest, her hands behind her back, her black lips moving in what you recognized as a lorist mnemonic exercise to help her absorb everything she sees and hears verbatim. Lerna. You forgot. Lerna is not here. But if he were here, you suspect he would be warning you. He was a doctor. Wounds of the family weren't really within his purview. But anyone can see that something here has festered. You trot after her again. Nasun, rust it! Look at me when I'm talking to you! She ignores you, and it's a slap in the face. The kind that clears your head, though, and not the kind that makes you want to fight. Okay? She won't hear you until she's helped. Shafa. You push past this thought, though it is like plodding through muck full of bones. Okay. Let me help you. This actually gets Nasun to slow down and then stop. Her expression is wary, so wary when she turns back. Help me? You look beyond her and see then that she was heading for another of the pylon buildings, this one with a broad railed staircase going up its sloping side. The view of the sky would be excellent at the top. Irrationally, you conclude that you have to keep her from going up there. Yes. You hold out your hand again. Please. Tell me what you need. Nasun. You're out of words. You're willing her to feel what you feel. Nasun. It's not working. She says, in a voice as hard as stone, I need to use the obelisk gate. You flinch. I told you this already, weeks ago. But apparently you did not believe. What? You can't! You're thinking, it will kill you. Her jaw tightens. I will. She's thinking, I don't need your permission. You shake your head incredulous. To do what? But it's too late. She's done. You said you would help her, but then hesitated. She is Shafa's daughter, too, in her heart of hearts. Earthfires. 2 fathers, and you, of all people, to shape her. Is it any wonder that she's turned out the way she has? To her, hesitation is the same thing as no. She doesn't like it when people say no to her. So Nasun turns her back on you again and says, "Don't follow me anymore, Mama." You immediately start after her again, of course. Nasun. She whips back around. She's in the ground, you says it. And she's in the air. You see the lines of magic, and suddenly the two weave together in a way that you can't even comprehend. The stuff of Corpoint's ground, which is metals and pressed fibers and substances for which you have no name, layered over volcanic rock, heaves beneath your feet. Out of old habit, years spent containing your children's orogenic tantrums, you react even as you stagger, setting a torus into the ground that you can use to cancel her orogeny. It doesn't work, because she isn't just using orogeny. She sesses it, though, and her eyes narrow. Your grey eyes like ash. And an instant later, a wall of obsidian slams up from the ground in front of you, tearing through the fiber and metal of the city's infrastructure, forming a barrier between you and her that spans the road. The force of this upheaval flings you to the ground. When the stars clear from your vision and the dust dissipates enough, you stare up at the wall in shock. Your daughter did this. To you. Someone grabs you and you flinch. It's Tonki. "I don't know if it's occurred to you," she says, hauling you to your feet. "But your child seems like she's got your temper. So, maybe you shouldn't get too pushy." "I don't even know what she did," you murmur, dazed, though you nod thanks to Tonki for helping you up. "That wasn't... There was no fulcrum-esque precision in what Nasun did, even though you taught her fulcrum fundamentals. You lay your hand against the wall in confusion and feel the lingering flickers of magic within its substance, dancing from particle to particle as they fade. She's blending magic and orogeny. I've never seen that before. I have. We call it tuning. Meanwhile, no longer hampered by you, Nasun has climbed the pylon steps. She stands atop it now, surrounded by turning bright red warning symbols that dance in the air. A heavy, faintly sulphurous breeze wafts up from Corpoint's great hole, lifting the stray hairs from her twin plaits. She wonders if Father Earth is relieved to have manipulated her into sparing its life. Shafa will live if she turns every person in the world into stone-eaters. That is all that matters. "First, the network," she says, lifting her eyes to the sky. The 27 obelisks flicker from solid to magic in unison as she reignites them. She spreads her hands before her. On the ground below her, you flinch as you feel, are tuned to, the lightning-fast activation of 27 obelisks. They act as one in this instant, thrumming so powerfully together that your teeth itch. You wonder why Tonki isn't grimacing the way you are. But Tonki is only a still. Tonki is not stupid, though, and this is her life's work. While you stare at your daughter in awe, she narrows her eyes at the obelisks. 3 cubed, she murmurs. You shake your head, mute. She glares at you, irritated by your slowness. "Well, if I was going to emulate a big crystal, I would start by putting smaller crystals into a cubiform lattice configuration." Then you understand. The big crystal that Nasun means to emulate is the onyx. You need a key to initialize the gate. That's what Alabaster told you. What Alabaster didn't tell you, the useless ass, was that there are many possible kinds of keys. When he tore the rifting across the stillness, he used a network composed of all the node maintainers in his vicinity, probably because the onyx itself would have turned him to stone at once. The node maintainers were a lesser substitute for the onyx, a spare key. You didn't know what you were doing that first time when you yoked the origins in Castrima under into a network. But he knew the onyx was too much for you to just grab directly back then. You didn't have Alabaster's flexibility or creativity. He taught you a safer way. Nasun, though, is the student Alabaster always wanted. She cannot have ever accessed the obelisk gate before. It's been yours till now. But as you observe in shock, in horror, she reaches beyond her spare key network, finding other obelisks one by one and binding them. It's slower than it would be with the onyx, but you can tell that it's just as effective. It's working. The appetite, connected and locked. The sardonyx, sending a little pulse from where it hovers out of sight, somewhere over the southern sea. The jade. Nasun will open the gate. You shove Tonki away. Get as far from me as you can, all of you. Tonki doesn't waste time arguing. Her eyes widen. She turns and runs. You hear her shouting to the others. You hear Daniel arguing, and then you can no longer pay heed to them. Nasun will open the gate, turn to stone, and die. Only one thing can stop Nasun's network of obelisks. The onyx. You need to reach it first, though, and right now it's all the way on the other side of the planet, halfway between Castrima and Renonis, where you left it. Once, long ago at Castrima Over, it called you to itself. But do you dare wait for it to do that now, with Nasun grabbing control of every part of the gate? You need to get to the onyx first. For that, you need magic. Much more of it than you can muster just by yourself, here without a single obelisk to your name. The beryl, the hematite, the iolite. She's going to die right in front of you if you don't do something. Frantically, you throw your awareness into the earth. Core Point sits on a volcano. Maybe you can... Wait. Something pulls your attention back up to the volcano's mouth. Underground, but closer by. Somewhere underneath this city you sense a network. Lines of magic woven together, supporting one another, rooted deep to draw up more. It's faint, it's slow, and there is a familiar ugly buzz at the back of your mind when you touch this network. Buzz upon buzz upon buzz. Ah, yes. The network you found is guardians, nearly 1,000 of them, of rusting course. You have never consciously sought the magic of them before. But for the first time you understand what that buzz is. Some part of you, even before Alabaster's training, felt the foreignness of the magic within them. The knowledge sends a sharp, nearly paralyzing lance of fear through you. The network of them is close by, easy to grab. But if you do this, what's to stop all these guardians from boiling up out of warrant like angry wasps from a disturbed nest? Don't you have enough problems? Nasun groans up on her pylon. To your shock, you can... Evil earth, you can see the magic around her, in her, beginning to flare up like a fire hitting oiled kindling. She burns against your perception, the weight of her growing heavier upon the world by the instant. The kyanite, the orthoclase, the scapolite. And suddenly your fear is gone, because your baby needs you. So you set your feet. You reach for that network you found, guardians or no guardians. You growl through your teeth and grab everything. The guardians, the threads that trail from their sesapine away into the depths, and as much of the magic coming through these as you can pull. The iron shards themselves, tiny depositories of the evil earth's will. You make it all yours, yoke it tight, and then you take it. And somewhere down in Warrant there are guardians screaming, coming awake and writhing in their cells and grabbing at their heads as you do to every single one of them,
what Alabaster once did to his guardian.
It is what Nasun yearned to do for Shafa. Only there is no kindness in the way you're doing it. You don't hate them. You just don't care. You snatch the iron from their brains and every bit of silvery light from between their cells. And as you feel them crystallize and die, you finally have enough magic from your makeshift network to reach the onyx. It listens at your touch, far away above the ashscape of the stillness. You fall into it, diving desperately into the dark to make your case. Please, you beg. It considers the request. This is not in words or sensation. You simply know its consideration. It examines you in turn, your fear, your anger, your determination to put things right. Ah, this last has resonance. You know yourself examined again, more closely and with skepticism, since your last request was for something so frivolous. Merely wiping out a city? You, of all people, did not need the gate for that. What the onyx finds within you, however, is something different this time. Fear for kin, fear of failure, the fear that accompanies all necessary change. And underneath it all, a driving need to make the world better. Somewhere far away, a billion dying things shiver as the onyx utters a low earth-shaking blast of sound and comes online. Atop her pylon, beneath the pulse of the obelisks, Nasun feels that distant upcycling darkness as a warning. But she is too deep in her summoning. Too many obelisks now fill her. She cannot spare any attention from her work. And as each of the 216 remaining obelisks in turn submits to her, and as she opens her eyes to stare at the moon that she's going to let fly past untouched, and as she instead prepares to turn all the might of the great plutonic engine back upon the world and its people, to transform them as I was once transformed, she thinks of Shafa. Impossible to delude oneself in a moment like this. Impossible to see only what one wants to see, when the power to change the world ricochets through mind and soul and the spaces between cells. Oh, I learned this long before both of you. Impossible not to understand that Nasun has known Shafa for barely more than a year, and does not truly know him, given how much of himself he has lost. Impossible not to realize that she clings to him, because she has nothing else. But through her determination, there is a glimmer of doubt in her mind. It is nothing more than that, barely even a thought, but it whispers, "Do you really have nothing else? Is there not one person in this world besides Shafa who cares about you?" And I watch Nasun hesitate, fingers curling, and small face tightening in a frown, even as the obelisk gate weaves itself into completion. I watch the shiver of energies beyond comprehension as they begin to align within her. I lost the power to manipulate these energies tens of thousands of years ago, but I can still see them. The arcanochemical lattice, what you think of as mere brown stone, and the energetic state that produces it, is forming nicely. I watch as you see this too, and understand instantly what it means. I watch you snarl and smash apart the wall between you and your daughter, not even noticing that your fingers have turned to stone as you do it. I watch you run to the foot of the pylon steps and shout at her, "Nosun!" And in response to your sudden, raw, incontrovertible demand, the onyx blasts out of nowhere to appear overhead. The sound of it, a low bone-shaking blat, is titanic. The blast of air that it displaces is thunderous enough to knock both you and Nosun down. She cries out and slides down a few steps, coming dangerously close to losing her grip on the gate as the impact jolts her concentration. You cry out as the impact makes you notice your left forearm, which is stone, and collarbone, which is stone, and left foot and ankle. But you set your teeth. There is no pain in you anymore, save anguish for your daughter. No need within you but one. She has the gate, but you have the onyx. And as you look up at it, at the moon glaring through its murky translucence, ice-white iris in a scleral sea of black, you know what you have to do. With the onyx's help, you reach half a planet away and stab the fulcrum of your intention into the wound of the world. The rifting shudders as you demand every iota of its heat and kinetic churn, and you shudder beneath the flux of so much power that, for a moment, you think it's just going to vomit out of you as a column of lava, consuming all. But the onyx is part of you too right now, indifferent to your convulsions, because you're doing that, flopping along the ground and frothing at the mouth. It takes and taps and balances the power of the rifting with an ease that humbles you. Automatically, it links into the obelisks so conveniently nearby, the network that Nosun assembled in order to try to replicate the onyx's power. But a replica has only power, no will, unlike the onyx. The network has no agenda. The onyx takes the 27 obelisks and immediately begins eating into the rest of Nosun's obelisk network. Here, though, its will is no longer paramount. Nosun feels it, fights it. She is just as determined as you, just as driven by love. You for her, and she for Shafa. I love you both. How can I not, after all this? I am still human after all, and this is a battle for the fate of the world. Such a terrible and magnificent thing to witness. It is a battle, though, line by line, tendril by tendril of magic. The titanic energies of the gate, of the rifting, whip and shiver around you both in a cylindrical aurora borealis of energies and colors, visible light ranging to wavelengths beyond the spectrum. Those energies resonate in you, where the alignment is already complete and still oscillate in Nosun, though her waveform has begun to collapse. It is the onyx and the rifting versus the gate. You against her, and all Core Point trembles with the sheer force of it all. In the dark halls of Warrant, among the jeweled corpses of the Guardians, walls groan and ceilings crack, spilling dirt and pebbles. Nosun is straining to pull the magic down from what's left of the gate, to target everyone around you, and everyone beyond them. And finally you understand that she's trying to turn everyone into rusting stone eaters. You, meanwhile, have reached up to catch the moon, and perhaps earn humanity a second chance. But for either of you to achieve your respective goals, you will need to claim both gate and onyx, and the additional fuel that the rifting provides. It is a stalemate that cannot continue. The gate cannot maintain its connections forever, and the onyx cannot contain the chaos of the rifting forever. And two human beings, however powerful and strong-willed, cannot survive so much magic for long. And then it happens. You cry out as you feel a change, a snapping into line. Nasun. The magics of her substance are fully aligned. Her crystallization has begun. In desperation and pure instinct, you grab some of the energy that seeks to transform her and fling it away, though this only delays the inevitable. In the ocean, too near Core Point, there is a deep judder that even the mountain's stabilizers cannot contain. To the west, a mountain shaped like a knife jolts up from the ocean floor. To the east, another rises, hissing steam from the newness of its birth. Nasun, snarling in frustration, latches onto these as new sources of power, dragging the heat and violence from them. Both crack and crumble away. The stabilizers push the ocean flat, preventing tsunami. But they can do only so much. They were not built for this. Much more, and even Core Point will crumble. Nasun! You shout again, anguished. She cannot hear you, but you see, even from where you are, that the fingers of her left hand have turned as brown and stony as your own. She's aware of it, you know somehow. She made this choice. She is prepared for the inevitability of her own death. You aren't. Oh, Earth, you just can't watch another of your children die. So, you give up. I ache with the look on your face, because I know what it costs you to give up Alabaster's dream and your own. You so wanted to make a better world for Nasun. But more than anything else, you want this last child of yours to live. And so you make a choice. To keep fighting will kill you both. The only way to win, then, is not to fight anymore. I'm sorry, Esun. I'm so sorry. Goodbye.
Nasun gasps, her eyes snapping open as she feels your pressure upon the gate, upon her, while you dragged all of the terrible, transforming curls of magic toward yourself. Suddenly relax. The onyx pauses in its onslaught, shimmering in tandem with the dozens of obelisks it has claimed. It is full of power that must be expended. For the moment, however, it holds. The stabilizing magics finally settle the churning ocean around Core Point. For this one pent moment, the world waits, still and taut. She turns. Nasun, you say. It's a whisper. You're on the bottom steps of the pylon trying to reach her. But that won't be happening. Your arm has completely solidified, and your torso is going. Your stone foot slides uselessly on the slick material, then locks as the rest of your leg freezes up. With your good foot, you can still push, but the stone of you is heavy. As crawling goes, you're not doing a very good job of it. Her brow furrows. You look up at her, and it strikes you. Your little girl, so big here beneath the onyx and the moon, so powerful, so beautiful, and you cannot help it. You burst into tears at the sight of her. You laugh, though one of your lungs has gone to stone, and it's only a soft wheeze instead. So rusting amazing, your little girl. You are proud to lose to her strength. She inhales, her eyes widening as if she cannot believe what she is seeing. Her mother, so fearsome, on the ground,
trying to crawl on stone limbs, face wet with tears, smiling. You have never ever smiled at her before. And then the line of transformation moves over your face, and you are gone. Still there physically, a brown sandstone lump frozen on the lower steps, with only the barest suggestion of a smile on half-formed lips. Your tears are still there, glistening upon stone. She stares at these. She stares at these and sucks in a long, hollow breath, because suddenly there is nothing inside her. She has killed her father, and she has killed her mother, and Shafa is dying, and there is nothing left. Nothing. The world just takes and takes, and takes from her, and leaves nothing. But she cannot stop staring at your drying tears, because the world took and took and took from you too, after all. She knows this, and yet, for some reason that she does not think she'll ever understand, even as you died, you were reaching for the moon. And for her. She screams, clutches her head in her hands, one of them now halfway stone, drops to her knees, crushed beneath the weight of grief as if it is an entire planet. The onyx, patient but not, aware but indifferent, touches her. She is the only remaining component of the gate that has a functioning complementary will. Through this touch, she perceives your plan as commands, locked and aimed, but unfired. Open the gate, pour the rifting's power through it, catch the moon, end the seasons, fix the world. This, Nasun senses, feels, knows was your last wish. The onyx says in its ponderous, wordless way, execute, yes or no. And in the cold stone silence alone, Nasun chooses. Yes. Coda. Me and you. You are dead, but not you. The recapture of the moon is undramatic from the perspective of the people standing beneath it. At the top of the apartment building where Tonki and the others have taken shelter, she's used an ancient writing instrument, long gone dry, but resurrected with a bit of spit and blood at the tip, to try to track the moon's movement between 1 hour and the next. It doesn't help, because she hasn't observed enough variables to do the math correctly, and because she's not some rusting hack astronomist for Earth's sake. She also isn't sure if she got the first measurement right, because of the 5er or 6er shake that occurred right around that moment, just before Hjarka dragged her away from the window. Obelisk builder windows don't shatter, she complains afterward. My rusting temper does, Hjarka retorts, and that ends the argument before it can begin. Tonki is learning to compromise for the sake of a healthy relationship. But the moon has indeed changed, they see, as days and then weeks pass. It does not vanish. It fluxes through shapes and colors in a pattern that does not initially make sense. But it grows no smaller in the sky on successive nights. The dismantling of the obelisk gate is somewhat more dramatic. Having expended its full capability in the achievement of something just as powerful as geoarcanity, the gate proceeds as designed through its shutdown protocol. One by one, the dozens of obelisks floating around the world drift toward core point. One by one, the obelisks, wholly dematerialized now, all quantum states sublimated into potential energy. You need not understand it beyond that. Drop into the black chasm. This takes several days. The onyx, however, last and greatest of the obelisks, instead drifts out to sea, its hum deepening as its altitude decreases. It enters the sea gently on a pre-planned course to minimize damage, since unlike its fellow obelisks, it alone has retained material existence. This, as the conductors long ago intended, preserves the onyx against future need. It also puts the last remnants of the Nies to rest, finally, deep in a watery grave. I suppose we must hope that no intrepid young future origin ever finds and raises it. Tonki is the one to go and find Nasun. It's later in the morning, some hours after your death, under a sun that has risen bright and warm in the ashless blue sky. After pausing for a moment to stare at this sky in wonder and longing and fascination, Tonki goes back to the edge of the hole, and to the pylon stair. Nasun's still there, sitting on one of the lower steps next to the brown lump of you. Her knees are drawn up, her head bowed, her completely solidified hand frozen in the splayed gesture that she used while activating the gate, resting awkwardly on the step beside her. Tonki sits down on your other side, gazing at you for a long moment. Nasun starts and looks up as she becomes aware of another presence. But Tonki only smiles at her and awkwardly rests a hand on what was once your hair. Nasun swallows hard, scrubs at the dried tear tracks on her face, and then nods to Tonki. They sit together, with you, grieving for a time. Dan'l is the one who goes with Nasun later to fetch Shafa from the dead darkness of Warren. The other guardians, who still have core stones, have turned to Jewel. Most seem to have simply died where they lay, though some fell out of their cells in the thrashing, and their glittering bodies sprawl awkwardly against the wall or along the floor. Shafa alone still lives. He's disoriented, weak, as Dan'l and Nasun help him back up into the surface light. It becomes clear that his hacked-off hair is already streaked with grey. Dan'l's worried about the stitched wound on the back of his neck, though it has stopped bleeding and seems to cause Shafa no pain. That isn't what's going to kill him. Nevertheless, once he's capable of standing and the sun has helped to clear his mind somewhat, Shafa holds Nasun, there beside what remains of you. She doesn't weep. Mostly, she's just numb. The others come out, Tonki and Hjarka joining Dan'l, and they stand with Shafa and Nasun while the sun sets and the moon rises again. Maybe it's a silent memorial service. Maybe they just need time and company to recover from events too vast and strange to comprehend. I don't know. Elsewhere in Core Point, in a garden long since gone to wild meadow, I and Gewa face Remhwa, Steel, Greyman, whatever, beneath the now waning moon. He's been here since Nasun made her choice. When he finally speaks, I find myself thinking that his voice has become so thin and weary. Once he made the very stones ripple with the wry-edged humor of his earth talk. Now he sounds old. Thousands of years of ceaseless existence will do that to a man. He says, "I only wanted it to end." Gehwa, antimony, whatever, says, "That isn't what we were made for." He turns his head slowly to look at her. It is tiring just to watch him do this, stubborn fool. There is the despair of ages on his face, all because he refuses to admit that there's more than one way to be human. Gehwa offers a hand. "We were made to make the world better." Her gaze slides to me for support. I sigh inwardly, but offer a hand in truce as well. Remhwa looks at our hands, Somewhere perhaps among the others of our kind who have gathered to watch this moment are Bimnihua and Dushwa and Salehwa. They forgot who they were long ago, or else they simply prefer to embrace who they are now. Only we three have retained anything of the past. This is both a good and bad thing.
I'm tired,
he admits. A nap might help, I suggest. There is the onyx, after all. Well, something of the old Rempois remains. I don't think I deserved that look. But he takes our hands. Together, the three of us, and the others too, all who have come to understand that the world has to change, the war must end, descend into the boiling depths. The heart of the world is quieter than usual, we find, as we take up positions around it. That is a good sign. It does not rage us away at once, which is a better one. We spell out the terms in placatory fluxes of reverberation. The earth keeps its life magic, and the rest of us get to keep ours without interference.
We have given it back the moon, and thrown the obelisks in as a surety of good faith.
But in exchange, the seasons must cease. There is a period of stillness. I know only later that this is several days. In the moment, it feels like another millennium. Then, a heavy lurching jolt of gravitation. Accepted, and the best sign of all, it sets loose the numberless presences that it has ingested over the past epoch. They spin away, vanishing into the currents of magic. And I don't know what happens to them beyond that. I won't ever know what happens to souls after death. Or at least, I won't know for another 7 billion years or so, whenever the earth finally dies. An intimidating thing to contemplate. It's been a challenging first 40,000 years. On the other hand, nowhere to go but up. I go back to them, your daughter and your old enemy and your friends, to tell them the news. Somewhat to my surprise, several months have passed in the interim. They've settled into the building that Nasun occupied, living off Alabaster's old garden and the supplies that we brought for him and Nasun. That won't be enough long-term, of course, though they've supplemented it admirably with improvised fishing lines and bird-catching traps and dried edible seaweed, which Tonki seems to have figured out a means of cultivating down at the water's edge. So resourceful, these modern people. But it is becoming increasingly clear that they'll have to go back to the stillness soon if they want to keep living. I find Nasun, who is sitting alone at the pylon again. Your body remains where it fell, but someone has tucked fresh wildflowers into its one remaining hand. There's another hand beside it, I notice, positioned like an offering near the stump of your arm. It's too small for you, but she meant well. She doesn't speak for a long while after I appear, and I find that this pleases me. Her kind talk so much. It goes on for long enough, though. Even I get a little impatient. I tell her, you won't see steel again, in case she was worried about that. She jerks a little as if she's forgotten my presence. Then she sighs. Tell him I'm sorry. I just couldn't. He understands. She nods, then, Shafa died today. I had forgotten him. I should not have. He was part of you. Still, I say nothing. She seems to prefer that. She takes a deep breath. Will you... The others say you brought them and Mama. Can you take us back? I know it'll be dangerous. There's no longer any danger. When she frowns, I explain all of it to her. The truce, the release of hostages, the cessation of immediate hostilities in the form of no more seasons. It does not mean complete stability. Plate tectonics will be plate tectonics. Season-like disasters will still occur, though with greatly decreased frequency. I conclude you can take the vehicle back to the stillness. She shudders. I belatedly recall what she suffered there. She also says, I don't know if I can give it magic. I feel like... She lifts the stone-capped stump of her left wrist. I understand, then. And yes, she is right. She is aligned perfectly, and will be so for the rest of her life. Orogeny is lost to her forever, unless she wants to join you. I say, I will power the vehicle. The charge should last 6 months or so. Leave within that time. I adjust my position then to the foot of the stairs. She starts and looks around to find me holding you. I've picked up her old hand too, because our children are always part of us. She stands, and for a moment I fear unpleasantness. But the look on her face is not unhappy, just resigned. I wait for a moment, or a year, to see if she has any final words for your corpse. She says instead, I don't know what will happen to us. Us? She sighs. Origins. Oh. The current season will last for some time, even with the rifting quelled, I say. Surviving it will require cooperation among many kinds of people. Cooperation presents opportunities. She frowns. Opportunities? For what? You said the seasons would end after this. Yes. She holds up her hands, or one hand and one stump to gesture in frustration. People killed us and hated us when they needed us. Now we don't even have that. Us. We. She still thinks of herself as origin, though she will never again be able to do more than listen to the earth. I decide not to point this out. I do say, however, and you won't need them either. She falls silent, perhaps in confusion. To clarify, I add, with the end of the seasons and the death of all the guardians, it will now be possible for origins to conquer or eliminate stills, if they so choose. Previously, neither group could have survived without the other's aid. Nasun gasps. That's horrible. I don't bother to explain that just because something is horrible does not make it any less true. There won't be any more fulcrums, she says. She looks away, troubled, perhaps remembering her destruction of the Antarctic fulcrum. I think they're wrong, but I don't know how else. She shakes her head. I watch her flounder in silence for a month or a moment. I say, the fulcrums are wrong. What? Imprisonment of origins was never the only option for ensuring the safety of society. I pause deliberately, and she blinks, perhaps remembering that origin parents are perfectly capable of raising origin children without disaster. Lynching was never the only option. The nodes were never the only option. All of these were choices. Different choices have always been possible. There is such sorrow in her, your little girl. I hope Nasun learns someday that she is not alone in the world. I hope she learns how to hope again. She lowers her gaze. They're not going to choose anything different. They will if you make them. She is wiser than you, and does not balk at the notion of forcing people to be decent to each other. Only the methodology is a problem. I don't have any orogeny anymore. Orogeny, I say sharply, so she will pay attention, was never the only way to change the world. She stares. I feel that I've said all I can, so I leave her there to contemplate my words. I visit the city's station and charge its vehicle with sufficient magic to return to the stillness. It will still take a journey of months or more for Nasun and her companions to reach Renonis from the Antarctics. The season will likely get worse while they travel, because we have a moon again. Still, they are part of you. I hope they survive. Once they're on their way, I come here to the heart of the mountain beneath Core Point to attend to you. There is no one true way when we initiate this process. The earth, for the sake of good relations, I will no longer call it evil, reordered us instantly, and by now many of us are skilled enough to replicate that reordering without a lengthy gestation. I have found that speed produces mixed results, however. Alabaster, as you would call him, may not fully remember himself for centuries or ever. You, however, must be different. I have brought you here, reassembled the raw arcanic substance of your being, and reactivated the lattice that should have preserved the critical essence of who you were. You lose some memory. There is always loss with change. But I have told you this story primed what remains of you to retain as much as possible of who you were. Not to force you into a particular shape, mind you. From here on, you may become whomever you wish. It's just that you need to know where you've come from, to know where you're going. Do you understand? And if you should decide to leave me, I will endure. I've been through worse. So I wait. Time passes, a year, a decade, a week. The length of time does not matter, though Geihua eventually loses interest and leaves to attend her own affairs. I wait. I hope. No. I simply wait. And then one day, deep in the fissure where I have put you, the geode splits and hisses open. You rise from its spent halves, the matter of you slowing and cooling to its natural state. Beautiful, I think. Locks of roped jasper, skin of striated ochre marble that suggests laugh lines at eyes and mouth, and stratified layers to your clothing. You watch me, and I watch you back. You say, in an echo of the voice you once had, "What is it that you want?" "Only to be with you," I say. "Why?" I adjust myself to a posture of humility, with head bowed and one hand over my chest. "Because that is how one survives eternity," I say. "Or even a few years. Friends, family, moving with them, moving forward. Do you remember when I first told you this? Back when you despaired of ever repairing the harm you'd done? Perhaps. Your position adjusts, too. Arms folded, expression skeptical. Familiar. I try not to hope, and fail utterly. Friends, family, you say. Which am I to you? Both, and more. We are beyond such things. I am not anxious. What do you want? You consider. I listen to the slow ongoing roar of the volcano down here in the deep. Then you say, I want the world to be better. I have never regretted more my inability to leap into the air and whoop for joy. Instead, I transit to you with one hand proffered. Then let's go make it better. You look amused. It's you. It's truly you. Just like that? It might take some time. I don't think I'm very patient. But you take my hand. Don't be patient. Don't ever be. This is the way a new world begins. Neither am I say. So let's get to it.
This has been a Hachette audio production of The Stone Sky, The Broken Earth, Book 3, written by N.K. Jemisin, read by Robin Miles, produced and directed by Tommy Harron, post-production by Gabino Reyes. The Stone Sky is also available in print and digital formats from Orbit, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2017 by N.K. Jemisin. Audio production copyright 2017 by Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.